No one is aware of this more than I am, as there is always seemingly more to be done, more to be improved, or more to be implemented. Madam Speaker, the task of national building is a continuous process. It must never be seen as a destination, but rather a journey. As such, sometimes these activities and programs may appear to be insignificant, as not everything you do will result in immediate benefit. And I know sometimes, given the situation on hand, people are wanting urgent solutions. However, it is what we do collectively over time that's what's transformative. This is why my ministry has been steadily improving our procedures, our processes, and the services we offer to better serve our people and, of course, better build our nation. It has been 3 years and a couple of months since I was voting in as a representative of the people. However, these last 7 months or so have been the longest that we have been able to operate outside of an emergency setting as minister. And that alone, Madam Speaker, I am thankful. 3 months, and I don't need to remind this Honourable House or anyone else because you've heard it several times for the day, but 3 months after we got into office, the world, and sometimes we forget it's just the world, it's the whole world, and not just Montserrat, have been thrust or, put in this crisis situation, as I refer to it. But after every storm, as they say, must comes a calm. In September 22 of last year, government took the decision to reopen the country. And this was under several influences that we were a bit premature. But, Madam Speaker, we took that bold decision to open the country, and over the last 7 months or so, you have seen the return of several things, to include cruise ships, tournaments, travel in public. And that, Madam Speaker, is a welcome sight for myself and I believe for everyone else. Madam Speaker, I've been a man of church for a long time, and the scriptures have been with me for a very long time. And I think my honorable friend, Mr. Colonel, I don't know if he was looking at my speech, he quoted, I think, the very same speech, but in a different version. I don't know if it was New International or what. But it says, now faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. However, Madam Speaker, in the very same scriptures, under James chapter 2 and verse 26, you know the scripture? It says, faith without works is dead. Madam Speaker, I am here to highlight the works of my ministry over the last year. Now, the average person would tend to begin each year with a bit of optimism. The new year for some signifies change. It signifies the things that we hope for, and we all hope for good change. At the start of this year, some of us were in church, we gave thanks, we pulled promises, we made resolutions, Madam Speaker. Some of us even asked for forgiveness. Although we went back to sin right after, maybe the next day, some of us, and I see the honourable member smiling. On the other side, that is, I make a distinction, Madam Speaker. Some of us even made new resolutions. And, Madam Speaker, just for being in the house of the Lord for some people gave a sense of hope for the months to come. Madam Speaker, when I think about Parliament and church, they seemingly have a lot in common. When I was a young man, the only time I got dressed up was for church. Look at me today.
Come see me now.
Madam Speaker, if you listen to some of us in the house, we actually sound like preachers. Although some disagree, because there is this saying in some countries that we must have a separation between, of course, church and state, And that's, of course, an important principle. But one thing is for certain, whenever the Legislative Assembly is called, Montserratians far and wide tune in. And they are very alert, especially at the start of a new financial year. Like church on Sundays or Saturdays, in my case, of my upbringing, we tend to feel inspired. And as parliamentarians, even myself, I want to instill some hope. But the people in the public also want their hope to be rewarded by seeing the works. Today I intend to take you on a journey that will show how my ministry has advanced and transformed over the last few years. I will explain exactly the amount of works that we have put in. Madam Speaker, we had a budget of about $6.1 million or so, and that was to cover several programs across the ministry. My submission today is threefold. I will give you a broad overview of how these funds were spent, the impact it had on our country's development, and of course my ministry's planned activities going into the new year. And hopefully at the end of my 10 minutes, and I'm saying 10, and when I see it I wonder if it's a typographical error, you should say maybe 100 also, but I will say 10 minutes of speaking, you will better understand why we do what we do at the ministry and how I see the ministry taking our country's development forward. Agricultural achievements. I wish to start by quoting the Honorable Premier when he said in our budget speech on Monday that the agricultural, and I quote, sorry, the agricultural sector is expected to grow by 2.6% in the upcoming year, with growth escalating thereafter, end quote. This in itself can only be a testament to the works which we have put in the past year, and of course, the confidence, I don't know where you got this stat from, but the confidence that they have in our ministry and of our plans for the upcoming year. Irrigation. Madam Speaker, there is no life without water. We acknowledge that irrigation is a critical tool for agricultural development. It enables our farmers to produce food, improve crop quality, diversify their crops, lengthen their production cycle, increase their income, and I can go on and on and on. The importance of water cannot be understated or overstated. It also helps to mitigate the devastating impacts of climate change. And because of this, the Department of Agriculture continues to collaborate with our farmers to ensure consistent and affordable water supply is made throughout the year. Under our irrigation program, the following was provided just in the last financial year. 63 water storage tanks were made available to the public, and just so we don't forget, 25 the year before and 77 the very first year I got into government. That's 165 tanks within the space of 3 years. Let me also state that before me, you have to speak to me, a 1,000-gallon tank was offered at $1,000 and a 600-gallon tank was offered at $650. Now they're reduced to $700 and $450 respectively. This is the lowest they've ever been offered throughout this country. This shows our government's caring attitude and the emphasis which we are placing on keeping our food security achievable task. Let me reiterate here that we are not only making water accessible, but we are making it affordable to our farmers, and it is my intention or my desire or my wish, and I'm speaking hard as some people on that side could hear, I'm not pointing away, that we intend to make this a possibility for every Montserratian on island to have a water tank in their yards. Not just for growing things and of that nature, but also in cases of emergencies, hurricanes, drought, and other things, where that water can become a reality or accessible. Madam Speaker, when I got to government, there was a dam in Duck Pond that laid idle. That dam was filled with grass and sediments. That dam is now refurbished with a capacity of 600 gallons of water ready to service the 600,000 gallons of water. And I think it could hold more, but the technician advised, a little limit to avoid spillage and other things. That dam is available now to service all the farmlands in that area. So my good friend Kello, bless my brother, can now continue his pepper production in the very same area. Additionally, I want persons to be a little patient today because there's a lot of things we covered over the last year, and I'm not going to say everything, but I'll try to get in as much as possible. In 10 minutes, as I'm reminded by my colleague. Additionally, we have started the construction of a new dam in Corkhill. This is a new dam. This was not there before, but understanding the importance of water to our farmers, we are building a new dam. The contract's been signed, the technicians are already on site, and that should be fruition in time, early enough for it to be filled in the rainy season. Madam Speaker, dams act in several different ways. They extend your production cycle, I would have said that before, and we have not just stopped at creation of that dam or cleaning the one that was idle, Madam Speaker. We have gone a step further to make sure that water pumps, the hose, the fittings, the attachments, everything that's possible to give us the ability to pump water from a dam in Blake's higher up the mountain and fill them tanks and then gravity feed it back down to those farmers in Blake's. Those farmers, for years, I had a question last night in a meeting, what are we doing for the people in Blake's? You can rest assured that this equipment, these supplies are already on island. We have them at the ministry, and that's one of the first things we'll be running out or rolling out this year. Madam Speaker, not all areas in Montserrat have the capacity for dams for more than one reason. I will not elaborate today. But one day I went to visit a farmer, a female farmer that is in the Duckpond region. She was showing me her wonderful produce, and I was wanting to know how a lady can do so much on her own while we have some strong young men sitting around. Madam Speaker, as if God was trying to intervene, a shower of rain came from nowhere. So we had to run. We had to run for cover. When I wanted to figure out, well, where are we going to hide? I didn't see any structure. It was a mango tree with a one sheet of galvanized on the limb we were hiding from. And the thought came to me, this cannot continue. As a result of that experience, Madam Speaker, we have equipped 5 farmers, including that lady, with what we term as water harvesting structures. They double in, well, it's triple, maybe more than that, but they double, I'm saying for now, in harvesting rainwater, providing storage for their tools and their produce, and of course, the much needed shelter in times when the day is hot and you want to take a break. And anybody who works around farming will understand the importance of having that sort of accommodation out in the field. We spent about $60,000 on that project, and this year the intention is to extend it to see how much further or how many more farmers we can carry. Up until this point, Madam Speaker, the irrigation supplies mentioned targeted farmers who are not close to MUL's meter lines or the existing lines. Madam Speaker, my ambitious self went and tried to find out from the honorable member what it will cost us to carry MUL's water to all the farmers throughout Montserrat, including Samareebel on the back, what do you call over there? Back road. Madam Speaker, the figure in my day, they used to say Johnny McBrown numbers. It was about 4.7, 4.8 or there about $1 million. Monies that we didn't have at the time. No, you don't have to choke, FS, take it easy. We're not asking for that money right now. But Madam Speaker, what we have done is for farmers who are near to MUL's existing lines, we have provided a subsidy of 100,000 Eastern Caribbean dollars to help them with their metered water rates. These farmers so far have not been able to use the entire amount, and that will roll over and will continue to subsidize, and in cases where we're able to, extend that to other farmers who can benefit from that service. At this point, and I don't want to forget, I want to applaud the team that's responsible for that. Mr. Adolphus Ryan. I wish I was more like that man. That man don't complain for a thing. He achieves what we ask him to do. Madam Speaker, I also want to compliment not my government either, but to compliment my opposition friends on the other side. Every time they ask me a question in this house, especially about irrigation and those things, they always say, well done. And I'm taking the opportunity today to take that compliment and say thank you very much. Madam Speaker, on a more serious note, we have to continue to find innovative ways to solve the irrigation challenges which our farmers are facing. And that's why we are branching out to do all these things that I've stated before. Crop production program. I hope I termed it correctly. Let me just make sure. Crop protection. I knew it didn't sound right. Crop protection program. Madam Speaker, if you're following my line of thinking so far, you would have seen we began by providing water. We are now dealing with issues surrounding pests and diseases. Now imagine providing all of that support only to have their farmers' crops destroyed by pests and diseases. This problem led our ministry or the department to establish a crop protection team in direct response to some of the issues we found in our white potato crop from last year. Madam Speaker, we observed that some of the farmers did not have the equipment. They were still using the manual hand pumping kind of machines or tanks that they had. And we decided that we needed something to help. Some of them didn't even have the equipment. So some of the losses we faced last year was not a result of the crop itself, but it was the result of the farmers who were not able to provide the spraying regime that is needed to keep a crop as sensitive. And I know Premier understands that. Madam Speaker, we have this team that's now currently engaged in providing that service to the new crops that we're planting now, and we will extend it in the new year to other farmers for other crops. Madam Speaker, if you pay attention, you will see that everything that my ministry does results in job creation. A very important part of any nation building is job creation. And this team, the intention is to have it privatized and run by the private sector where they can make a little money from it, of course, and government can support them in the background where we can. In addition, Madam Speaker, we continue to provide from the ministry fire and bait, ambioma tick control, rat poison, gill nets, agouti traps, all available at the ministry, and we will continue in this upcoming year to provide those services. Fencing wire. Madam Speaker, I was warned from this program by an esteemed colleague some years ago. He says, careful, Minister, because once you start that, you can't stop, because everybody needs. That didn't stop me, and I really don't care. We will try as hard as we can to see how many people we can equip with fencing wire going forward. Not just from recurrent funds or government funds, but from anybody who have monies outside. You don't have to ask, yes, we want some. Send it. Recognizing the need for our livestock producers and our crop farmers to coexist, and of course our backyard gardeners, we can't leave them out. They play a very important part of our food security program on island. I am exceptionally proud today to report to this Honorable House that we have provided well over 300 rolls of fencing wire to both livestock and crop farmers to reduce, of course, the effects of the loose livestock and, well, I wouldn't call the other one, I got chastised the last year for saying that. Just to reduce some of the destruction. And Madam Speaker, I still don't see the issue, but if I'm asking a farmer to put in a fence post and I will help you with the wire, that's only fair. We have given out subsidies in the past and you come back a month later and it's still sitting at the back of the house. We are saying we will not give you that wire until you put in whatever post you have. Whether it's rainfall or metal or the existing trees, that we don't care. Just show us where you're going to put that wire on and we will assist you. Import substitution program, Madam Speaker. So, just to back up and to keep you abreast, we began by providing irrigation solutions. Then we dealt with issues surrounding pest and disease and animal control. Why, you would ask, are these things important, Madam Speaker? Our import substitution program, and if you've noticed, we have to start naming our programs so people can refer to them by what they want. Somebody can call, I want a tank. What is it for? They have names, look them up, and we'll see how we can assist. Madam Speaker, implementation or implementing can only be successful if we can mitigate against these challenges. This program is geared at increasing our production of targeted produce while reducing our import bill. Later on, I will tell you about CARICOM and their mandate in increasing production and reducing our import. Madam Speaker, through the Department of Stats, and our own department, Montserrat alone imports about $32 million thereabout dollars in food. Everything from rice, of course, to cabbage. But what we have discovered that about $13 or so million represents crops that we can produce on Ireland. Good afternoon, Madam Beatrice. Good to see you. Madam Speaker, we realize that $13 million or so of that estimation are crops that we can produce locally. What I'm trying to say, Madam Speaker, if we keep about 25% of that 13 million circulated in Montserrat, it simply means, if my maths is right, and I know that a little faster than me on the maths, it's about 87, oh, so, my bad, let me go back and get it right. It's about 325,000, I see the FS, see? I told you I wasn't a maths genius. It's about $3,250,000 or so. That's correct. That's monies that we're trying to keep locally between our farmers. I'll give you a more relevant example. Madam Speaker, last year we were able to produce about 25,000 pounds of white potatoes. If you multiply that, you're doing the maths, by about $3.50, between $3 and $3.50, that's what we set the price at. Our farmers were able, and maybe I shouldn't say it, because people might say they want to start paying tax, so I wouldn't say it. Who don't know, I'm not saying it. That money stayed between our farmers last year. And if you even give or take for spoilage or the amount that they give away, it's still a substantial amount of money that stayed within our local farmers' pockets. And of course, our population and everybody who bought them can attest to the quality, can attest to the longevity or the shelf life of the crop, Madam Speaker. This year, Madam Speaker, or last year, I'm not trying to confuse it because we're continuing the program this year. We were able to also successfully propagate thousands of planting slips in addition to the plantings and yams that are under that program. And maybe I shouldn't call people's names in the house, but I know the opposition is quite familiar with this particular person. She's happy. She's ecstatic. She said, Minister, I want more planting trees. I have planting I can sell now. 1 year later, Madam Speaker. This is what we're talking about in assisting our farmers to earn a living. Madam Speaker, this work of food security began long before me. I just come. Maybe by political terms I'm matured by now, but I've only been here about 3 years. Madam Speaker, and I want to pay tribute to everyone who, contributed in whatever way. Some more than some. And if you step into my ministry downstairs, you will see their faces on the walls. And in preparing their citations, I'm probably going off, but bear with me. It was easy to find what some of them did. And for others, I'm not saying they're in the building, it was hard. Madam Speaker, tech in agriculture. Madam, as technology advances, we must continue to demonstrate smarter and more efficient means of developing agriculture in Montserrat. We continue to experiment with aquaponics, and let me go back again. So you see, you have to remind people sometimes because they keep forgetting. I met an aquaponics station. I didn't design it, I didn't build it, but it was laid and just seated. We are saying at the ministry that we will show our farmers what is possible by this system. And for those of you who don't know, it's a soilless agricultural program that does not include well, doesn't include soil, but with the use of fish to provide the nutrients. We have experimented with cucumbers and scallion and celery, and tests are currently ongoing to see if we can produce tomatoes and things like sweet peppers. We are staying far from lettuce because we know that we can produce them outside of the system, and it's currently being done. Madam Speaker, I cannot come here and speak about technology and not involve our youth, not involve our children. And as a result, or the Gen Zs, a new word I learned recently, they are quick and they are seeking these other methods that can help them to produce without the hard work. Frankly, the hot sun is not appealing to them. And what we are doing is that we're showing them in this system what is possible. And not just our children, but of course, the system is open to even you fittest man. Come down and see what it looks like, because I know you do your thing in the backyard. Madam Speaker, the Enterprise Development Scheme, or the EDS. This program was created to grow and build and boost our business. One of the priority areas under the EDS program was, of course, agriculture. There was no way I was going to sanction that program and know that my agriculture people were not going to benefit. As a result, 10 businesses, which equates to about 30% or so of the awardees, were able to benefit from that program. That included, of course, livestock, agro-processors. They were able to extend their business, and some were even able to start from scratch. There is a saying that goes, if agriculture goes wrong, nothing else will have a chance to go right. And that is why we as a government continue to prioritize agriculture, because we understand the potential it has to alleviate poverty and the potential there is for our economic development as a result. And not to mention, of course, the part it plays in our food and nutrition security. Agro-processing facility. Last year, sometime in the House, or I think it was budget, I said we were looking at the potential of agro-processing in Montserrat. Madam Speaker, one of my good friends across there mocked the very thought of it. He said, it's just talk, that can't happen. Madam Speaker, I'm here to report today, and those of you who are watching or paying attention, the CDB, who we are working with on that program, have put out, of course, that they're working with us collaboratively to make this a reality for Montserrat. Madam Speaker, they've already been on island. They've already determined through their market research what we can produce on Montserrat, what the region is asking for, our capacity locally to produce, and of course, a suitable location for this facility. I'll give you a joke. So we had in our mind that the old Mount Tobacco building was a good site. When we showed the technicians the area and they did their assessment, it was determined that it's one of the worst sites we could possibly think about for such a facility, because of the environs, the pollutants, the surrounding mechanic and other spraying and of that nature. So right away my heart sank. Knowing, of course, our limitations with money and these things, I'm saying, oh boy, what are we going to do now? Anyway, we pressed on, of course, and they're now designing a green site to build such a building on. Madam, some of the things that, like I have to tell you, like the pastor told us at the funeral, you could chill. You don't need no excuse to praise the Lord. Madam Speaker, it has been determined that juices, jams, jellies of all sorts can be produced because we have the capacity, not to exclude things like flour and vegetable bags. Madam Speaker, those of you who have been down to Prime, and let me say congratulations to the people behind Prime, they have already been starting to showcase locally what can be made on island. And we are saying we can do it in a better control environment. We have the capacity to meet all the regional standards, and then we can think of the possibility of export. Perhaps now, as stated earlier by my friend, Minister Kernan, that we should have designed a facility to process iguanas and agoutis and things for sale overseas. But we can think about that later. Livestock. That's what I'm thinking about. We could package them. We could spend a lot of time, or we've spent plenty of time in the past on crops. But let the record reflect that the production of small ruminants at the Basis Livestock Station is reached or has reached an all-time high. Let me say up front and foremost, let me say thanks to, of course, the man behind that operation, Mr. Javon, Sticky Ryan. He's so good at what he does that when the governor's office brings people here, they have to carry them to show them the work that's happening over there. I'm inviting the members of this honorable house and the public, don't show up at one time, of course, make sure that they're there, to go over and have a look and see what's happening. I'm not worried, we're protected by CCTV cover. Currently, we have about 38 or so animals on the farm, and just to give you a little idea of what we've done for the year, we provided about 37 jumps, about 37 sold, and we're selling them cheap too. We're trying to say, listen, we're increasing the availability of these animals. It's hard to raise a local, or what do you call it, or domestic goat for a year and can't see what happens. And these animals are now available to the public. As a result of this program, Madam Speaker, we have seen a 33% increase in the amount of animals being slaughtered at the abattoir. And this does not represent our traditional, or includes our traditional means of slaughtering for personal use. So the number, I'm sure, is much higher. But let me also use the opportunity to encourage persons to make use of the facility. Give us the chance to collect that data. Give us the chance to say as a government, this is why we do what we do. So the facility is there. Madam Speaker, agriculture plans for the year ahead. One of the biggest promises any government can make to their people is written in their manifesto. And for some, after the elections, they put them aside. But Madam Speaker, I want to quote in our manifesto where we said, and I quote, MCAP will identify, promote, and assist in implementing appropriate farming and fisheries technologies and systems to increase production of targeted substitution crops, targeted import substitution crops and products by using modern techniques, end quote. One of the first initiatives to be rolled out this year is our targeted crop production program. Now, we know that all types of crops can be produced locally and they are unmatched. We've said that before, the longevity, we've said that before. But this year we are targeting 6 crops under this program. Carrots, onions, we're already doing onions, white potatoes, we're in our second phase, cabbage, sweet potatoes, and sweet peppers. These items represent that 13 million I spoke about earlier. These items are the items we're saying we're going to target and reduce the importation of those crops or those produced on island. Madam Speaker, the plan, again, I've spoken about CARICOM and their mandate, but the plan is to provide a rota system which would ensure that these crops are available all year round. And if it means, or if it comes to that, if you remember earlier, a year or so ago, we have chilled facility already on island that can store, we've used them several times last year, these produce until they reach the market. Madam Speaker, there is a problem that is affecting the entire region, not just Montserrat. And I want to state here, it is with a heavy heart that I have to report to this Honorable House that we have been suffering losses, and terrible losses at that, at the helm of Paradio larceny. That's the fancy name for, I say I'm hard, man, let the people in here. Madam Speaker, to combat this, the government is working with the edges chambers to, 1, increase the fines and penalties for persons found guilty of this act. And also, not just the persons who are found guilty of doing it, but the persons who are receiving these items from these persons. We have figured out a way to, whether it's marking the farmer or marking the produce, or have each person who received make a log of who they got them from. As I stated earlier, Madam Speaker, We started our white potato product again for this year, and so far we're looking at we're going to double what we did last year in production. Madam Speaker, we didn't just stop at just saying we're growing some, because last year we asked our farmers to hold the seeds for a second crop, and most of them sold them. We're saying this year we're growing at least a crop for ourselves to have those seeds available to redistribute. It's an experimental program, but we are confident that it can happen. So far, all the crops are looking good. Let me knock on wood, as they say. Another challenge we have experienced, and I mentioned it just now, is that the seeds have to arrive on island early enough to meet our rain season. Madam Speaker, we are working with the Ministry of Agriculture in Jamaica, thanks to Minister Pernell Charles. I met on one of the trips that I went on, and he's saying you won't have that problem again. We also had issues with consolidating the containers to put other things inside of that container. He has assured us that that would not be a problem again. So this year we expect to see things like ginger, and maybe I shouldn't, Charles, promise little and deliver much. But I'm confident if it doesn't go right, I'll come back and tell you why. That's what responsible people do. Madam Speaker, with all this focus on crops, we must be still in some position to protect them from pests, and we have a lot of that. From agoutis to iguanas, feral chickens. Madam Speaker, this year we'll be experimental with a terrestrial pest management system utilizing solar power electric fencing. It gives you a zap. It doesn't really kill you. You don't need to worry. So we're going to use about 3 or so, and anything touches it, we have an understanding of what happens when they come close. Very humanitarian way. It's not going to kill them. It's going to keep them away. As part of our import substitution program and our inclusion of agri-tech, we will be this year rehabilitating all of our major greenhouses and shade houses on island. Additionally, we are working with our CARICOM partners to bring support to our youth and especially our women, I know Ms. Darcy will love to hear that, to promote and expand climate-smart agriculture through the provision of shade houses. I got the authority from the Secretariat, and they said, yes, I could speak about it in the speech. Madam Speaker, it is a known fact that Montserrat produce, I want to say, the best honey in the world, but I was asked to be cautious. But I really don't care. We produce the best honey in the world. And we are saying that this year we'll be working with our honey producers on island. We have spoken to them. We know what they need to expand or to make them produce a little bit more. I've even learned that depending on the season, you can have a different taste in honey. When it's blackberries in season, the honey tastes different and looks different. And flowers and palm trees. So we are working closely with our honey producers so that we don't want to rob the rest of the world from the joy of experience what Montserrat honey is tasting like. And of course, again, the import substitution idea of reducing that much that we need to import. Madam Speaker, our import substitution program, well, it can work, but it wouldn't be as effective if our farmers continue to struggle with accessing their farmlands. Madam Speaker, in working with my honorable friend, the Ministry of Communications and Works, we were able to resurface 2 major roads to our farmlands in Blake's and Dickel. This year we will be casting, and I'm saying concrete this time, not just resurfacing and pressing. This year we'll be resurfacing 244 meters of road in Duckpond. There's a particular area that's really bad to get around when it rains, and we're saying we're fixing that piece this year and probably beg some more monies later to do another piece. Golden Growers Project. This one I'm especially proud of. Madam Speaker, I'm trying to introduce what I'm calling grow boxes or, planting stations at our elderly homes. Madam Speaker, some of these people just sit around all day with nothing to do. And if any of you have planted any sort of seed anywhere, anytime, you would understand the joy of when you put it in the ground first, when it germinates, when it blossoms, and then when it eventually bears some sort of fruit. We also understand the importance of nutrition when it comes to that sort of age. And my ministry has assured me that, yes, you've asked for it before, but we're making it happen this year. Restructuring of our plant nursery. Madam Speaker, this goes without saying that our plant nursery is one of the most important parts of our ministry. This is where we provide all the different seedlings to our public. And the aim this year is to continue offer, of course, the variety of seedlings to the public, to add an element of statistics and data on the stuff that we give out or sell at very reasonable rates too. In Antigua, they charge you $1 for a slip. In Montserrat, you pay $10 for, I believe, about 48 or thereabout in the trays. We want to also improve the seasonal crop offerings and enhance the general aesthetics and the utilization of the area. I remember growers very vividly. One year I had a job there pounding mango seeds. Was it, I don't know. It was you? I really don't know. But I had a job pounding mango seeds to put the inside in the bag to start. And Grove was a very well-manicured site with lots of a variety of things across that entire field. We tried through our cleanup campaign, but we were unsuccessful. It was too dry. We tried to even clear the roads in that area just to expose the buildings that are still standing so people can see what was there. But the team at MCWL assured me that later when the rain starts to come and it's not so dusty, we'll attempt again. Livestock. Our plans for loose livestock will begin with the reinstatement of an animal pound. Madam Speaker, when I came into government, we didn't have one. It lapsed somewhere in the last administration. We cannot talk of food security and not be able to penalize those persons who don't keep their animals on leash. We have already been speaking with the police because the law clearly states that the police is responsible. And I'm saying it hard. The police, not the Ministry of Agriculture, is responsible for the control of animals where shooting becomes absolutely necessary. So those of you listening, please take heed. We are working with you for fencing wire. We are working with you. Let us see how we can stop this issue of having the damage done. So the pound will be reinstated. And this is a private sector venture. I think it's run by the private sector in other countries, and that was the way it was before, a form of job creation for someone. Madam Speaker, pork and chicken are two of the most heavily imported meats into Montserrat. Our plan this year is to see how best we can work with that industry and the persons in that field to improve and increase the amount that we can produce locally. There is also plans, and I hope the FS is listening, there is also plans of a chicken slaughtering facility. She said to me, ask for what I want, and I'm doing just that. Madam Speaker, there are issues surrounding the current facility on island to include security and other things, and we're saying no longer can we continue along that path. Fisheries. I don't know if I mentioned pork just now, but pork is part of that program as well. Any day a fisherman goes to sea and come back is a good day. And because of the nature of that industry, there's also a saying that a fisherman has 2 good days in his life. The day he buys the boat and the day he sells it. It's not a very simple industry, very hard. So we have to work with them everywhere we can. From the provision of safe harbor and mooring, to the provision of the boatyard that we did some time ago, to the increase in the amount of fads that we have planted over the years. I think it's about 7 or 8 thereabout that we have planted. For those of you who don't know, the fads are the fish aggravating devices. They're small ecosystems that bring the fish in one area so we can target things like tuna and wahoo and marlin, those things that you can't catch in pots. Those things that you can't afford to be out there trawling left, right, and center, hoping that you find them. So far, we have seen the successes of these funds, and over the next year, we'll hope to implement some more, working, of course, with the association. And let me use this opportunity to encourage those fishers who are not a part of the association to join. There's benefit in numbers, there's funds that are available outside of government, but you have to come together and make that approach. And as government, we will sanction your organization and make it easier for you to benefit from those funds. Madam Speaker, the laws are changing regionally and internationally. I've just come back from a conference in Denmark where they dealt with illegal and unregulated fishing. Madam Speaker, the dangers to our industry is so evident that if we don't do something about it, we might lose our local industry to poachers, those big trawlers, those persons who are using the fishing industry as cover for their crime. Weapons of mass destruction, money laundering, human trafficking. These are the things that are happening under the cover of our fisheries industry, and we are saying we will provide every bit of support we can to our fishers so they're not enticed. Madam Speaker, the registration of our vessels are already happening. The licensing is already happening. The fisheries IDs is already happening. We are working with the Port Authority, as a matter of fact, and let me say thanks to the entire team, Mr. O'Gara, Mr. Green, Dylan Weeks, and you guys who have volunteered to help us out in that regard, to do the inspection on that side of it. Madam Speaker, I mentioned before that there's monies outside to be had. In my last meeting in the UK, I had the chance to meet with the head of the FCDO, Mr. Adam Pyle, and Kylie Bramford. She is the representative for the marine, or the head of marine conservation under the Blue Belt program. Stemming from those discussions, Madam Speaker, we are now streamlining that entire program to see how Montserrat can benefit. We're not like the other islands. We don't have huge oceans that we can say cordon off one particular point for, for marine management. The volcano already takes some areas and that's zoned off. The sea already regulates itself in terms of when you can go to sea. So we're saying let's tailor-make the program to see how our officials can benefit from that very same program that you've offered elsewhere. Madam Speaker, in conjunction with the OECS and in an effort to provide support to the fisheries sector, this year we shall see the implementation of artificial reefs. I think we should get about 2 of them. Madam Speaker, these, again, just like the FADs, they provide the habitat which allows fish to aggregate in a certain place, that the fishermen know exactly where they are and can target them. Of course, it will come with some restrictions in terms of size and what you can take and how long you can take before you go on the site, because it has to what they call mature before it starts. And it also gives an element of the blue economy, diving, and the tourist sector can benefit from having them implemented. Madam Speaker, I feel I can rest. I believe the 10 minutes has passed already. But we have already shown how much things that we have done at the ministry. Madam Speaker, it shows how much you can do when you actually care. How much you can do when you actually try. I mean, that can only happen if you live here. If you don't live here, you understand. Madam Speaker, with our attempts to increase the amount of fish availability on island, and of course to generate some economic activity, we hosted a fishing tournament a few months ago. Madam Speaker, those who went, of course, it was, hosted, I believe, by the Honorable Parliamentary Secretary, and there was appearances by the Minister. Madam Speaker, we are showing that what persons can do or what's available, and this year we intend to make it a much bigger. There were some issues, of course, on the day where some persons said they didn't get no fish to buy. I don't know how we're going to do it yet, but if it's even 50% of the fish that we catch on that day must be sold on that day. That's one of the first complaints I've got, along with some restructuring of the event, of course, This will be now an annual event, if I have it my way, for as long as the persons of Montserrat allow me to be here. There's also an intent to make it regional, but we'll discuss that further. Madam Speaker, the Ministry have intentions of building a crayfish farm. I saw one in Dominica and I was rather impressed with the simplicity at which they're producing huge amounts of crayfish. We're exploring those options this year, and hopefully I can come back later in the year to tell you that this will be a reality. We've started the work, we're identifying lands, we're looking at the technical resources and that sort of thing to make it a possibility again. And I see the other member, Mr. Osborne, giving me a thumbs up, so he appreciates that. Madam Speaker, let me say thank you. Well, before I do that, I'm not saying thank you yet. I want to end the agricultural sector and the achievements by publicly announcing the return of my renowned Facebook internationally viewed program, The Ministers Live, on Sundays with the, I don't know if the Madam Darcy will come again. Ready like Freddy, she says. And of course, ably assisted by my PR, Mr. Genzel, where we'll be visiting our farmers, visiting our fishers, to show the work that they're doing. A lot of persons have been asking what happened. But I'm not going back until we fix the issues around larceny. People were seemingly using my program to target where they went next. As soon as they leave, they will call you, boy, let me just lose the planting. Right after, I couldn't tolerate that. Along with issues surrounding the mic clarity, and we have the mics and all that in place, so we'll make a little bit better structure this time around. Madam Speaker, I want to say thank you to the hard-working technicians within the Department of Agriculture. Our crop and livestock and fisheries team, ably led by our acting director, Mr. Maloney. He jumped in the spot, and so far I am absolutely pleased with the work that he's doing. And of course, before him, I have to mention her, Miss Melissa O'Garo. I remember when I went to her, I believe in 2008 or thereabouts, say I want to farm. She asked me, what you know about farming? And because of that program of allowing youth into farming, I went on to win the first, the most aggressive young farmer of that year. I had more cabbage than the country could have consumed. And that was under Miss Melissa O'Garo. Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, we've had our fair share of challenges like this last year, but we have all remained committed to the vision to see agriculture become the hallmark of nation or national development. Environment achievements. Madam Speaker, there is a thin line with protecting our biodiversity and protecting our livelihood. And if we listen throughout the world, there is a mandate by the powers that be to do more protecting and conservation than actually helping people to survive and exploit their livelihoods. And as long as I am here, there must be that balance. I am not implementing any program that will see persons can benefit from our rich biodiversity that we have. But of course, in a sustainable manner. And that is what I consider to be key. Madam Speaker, we have teamed up with our partners in the United Kingdom, our aid donors, or benefactors as they call, to continue to protect and conserve our biodiversity. We have been working with the Jurel Wildlife Trust in managing our mountain chicken. I have to report everything, the good and the bad. We have had an outbreak this year, and most of the frogs had to be moved to our clinic at the ministry, where they stayed for some time before they were put back in the wild because the chytrid fungus broke out again. However, they have seemed to survive, and we still have mountain chicken on island. I'm longing for the day when they can return to the wild and be a part of that ecosystem again. My friend is telling me I need a hospital. Maybe that will treat them better and not a clinic. I hope he's not referring to his hospital. I didn't think so. I really didn't think so. But Madam Speaker, We are working continuously with the National Trust. And I have to give Ms. Francis and the entire team of National Trust who are working closely with the ministry. I know that they've been successful in a couple of grants from Darwin, and we'll speak to that later on, but these are projects that will benefit Montserrat and Montserratians. Madam Speaker, we put forward 2 projects with the OECS. I think I mentioned the artificial reefs before, but there's also another project that we were successful in receiving, that of the tissue culture facility, or a greenhouse structure with tissue culture facility. Simply put, we're going down to the genetic level and mass-produce plants. I came back with about 3,000 pineapple slips in my suitcase on a plane. 3,000. Just to show you the capability of that sort of facility and in helping us in getting to that point of improved food security. Over the last year and the years before, again, we continue to work with the RSPB in monitoring our birds, our shorebirds, and the migratory ones that we have, and we are thanking them for that work. And also, we are continuing to maintain the beautiful attraction that has become the site down at Old Roads Bay. Those of you who have not gone, pack yourself a picnic basket and go down and enjoy the aesthetics of that area. National Tree Planting Day. Last year, we propagated over 1,800 fruit and ornamental trees. I think that's the most we have produced so far. Madam Speaker, the department is actively seeking through different means the budwood or the scions that are needed to continue the grafting process. There are other varieties that we're trying to target through a different program. I think I will get to that later. But I want to use the opportunity to thank the persons who donated the avocado seeds in the first year. And we're asking you early this time. We want to do one more season of avocado production. This time we're looking for 1,000 and not just 700. So hold the seeds and bring them to the ministry. These seeds this time will be part of a program that I want to use to train persons in grafting and budding skills. I want to believe if persons learn that art, they can make some sideline monies with the grafting of mangoes, avocados, and of course, oranges. Environment plans for the year ahead. Island in Broom project. Madam Speaker, I went to Dominica I think the very second year, whenever it was, and I was amazed at how the Dominicans use their national fauna, the oleander, everything that they have that's pretty to decorate the sides of their streets. Madam Speaker, I am saying that after my honorable friend fixed all the roads with this brand new hot mix plant, it would be nice to see pretty flowers decorating the roadside, along with some ornamental and fruit trees. The Trees That Feed program. Madam Speaker, we are working with all agencies who want to help Montserratians. This program came on stream where they're saying they're providing for us a variety of fruit trees to Montserrat. Initially, they wanted to do breadfruit, but I said, okay, we have breadfruit, let's find something else. So we're targeting about 5 other plants of fruit trees that we'll introduce to Montserrat, to include the American apple. Some is here already, and I'm saying that we can grow them, and we're going to try some of them this year. But through the same program, Madam Speaker, after the breadfruit season, we will be pruning our breadfruit trees. The trees are getting too tall, persons can't get to the top of them, they're falling off, and I'm learning that if we prune them at a certain height, they will double their crops by the next year. But just in case it doesn't work, I won't do all one time. I will split the program half and half to make sure. And I see my friend nodding next to me here. So thanks to Mr. Mike McLaughlin, L-A-U-G-H-I-N, who is helping us with that program to have this thing available for next year. Madam Speaker, part of that same project, we got plenty of money. We got more money this year, so we can ask for more things and we plan to do more things. That's what happened. That's what this budget is about. A little bit more money than we're accustomed to. I remember the first year we had a deficit budget. The members of the opposition went outside and said they abstained and they didn't vote. But we found ways to make the small amount of monies do. The next year after that, we present a balanced budget, and as they call it, a flat line. Some say it was dead. But we survived and we made do, and we got through. This year, we are here with a little bit more. Well, we're going to hear what they say later on. Madam Speaker, this is what you call shrewd negotiations. This is what you call working with your FS. The same FS who I believe they refuse sometimes. Anyway, moving on. For a different what's the word? Ethnicity. Moving on. Madam Speaker, I was telling you before I got sidetracked about the solar dehydrator as part of the Trees That Feed program. We are going to build a dehydrator that will allow us to dehydrate everything from mango to breadfruit to cassava to plantain, enable us to, of course, make those dry fruits for the fruits, and to enable us to do flour when the agro-processing facility comes on stream. This is proactive thinking. This is the way you build a country. I hope the people who will vote to reinstate me so I could continue some of these great plans that I have. You never know. But I know that they find favor. Madam Speaker, I wish to pause here to recognize the level of commitment and hard work put in by the Director of Environment and her team. We have the same kind of mind. We want to see everything done and want to see it done at the same time. So we get along very well. Thank you very much, Madam Corbett. Physical planning and development achievements. Madam Speaker, sand mining continues to be a critical part of our economic development. As a result, our physical planning continues to engage with these stakeholders, and we continue to push sand mining in Zone V. Somebody tell me to stick to what I've done and not go back too far. But, Madam Speaker, I got into government, and shortly thereafter, the sand mining industry was shut down. It was shut down because for 5 years, nobody saw the need to extend the zone. That's one of the first things that I had to do when I got here. And by law, it took time based on the law. Go out for consultancy, come back and show how you would deal with them. Madam Speaker, we have not just done Fort Gut, we have not just done Bellum, but we have done Fort Gut as well. So we are set, or we are good to go. Madam Speaker, let me move on to housing, because that one irritates my spirit to this day. We have been plagued with housing issues since the onset of the volcano. And we have a rather complicated list and a huge list with different housing challenges at the ministry. Several houses that were meant to be temporary have served their lifespan and gone way past that. Naturally, this is a problem for health, safety, and security for our residents. So what have we been doing to address these challenges, which is the question we have been asked several times in this Honorable House. As a ministry, and I sympathize, sometimes it hurts me when they come and they say, Minister, I need. And I send them down and they come back and they were not successful because we don't have enough. This year, Madam Speaker, well, let me start with last year. Because of the different challenges that we have, we were able to repair and upgrade several of the homes in Lookout because of damage. Madam Speaker, we have given out 15 service lots to qualified or pre-qualified middle-income residents. 6 of these homes have been completed, and the others are still going through the process with the financial institutions. In addition to this, Madam Speaker, $385,000 was made available in the form of housing grants under the Housing Assistance Program. 37 households were able to benefit from material grants, home finishing, financial assistance, and repair grants. We cannot underestimate the spill-off of these monies that were placed in the economy. Persons were able to get jobs. Persons were feeling better about their house. And this year, I will come to that later, we will be continuing the program with a further injection of some $600,000 to assist persons in that regard. Amen wall, amen door, amen cheer.
Amen.
Madam Speaker, we cannot speak of housing and not address or give due consideration to our elderly, our mentally challenged persons. I hope I'm using the right, appropriate, correct terms. 12 of these homes can now boast of the repairs to include indoor toilet and bathrooms, bringing them to an acceptable, decent standards. I don't have the figure from last year to add on to that, but it's more. Madam Speaker, it's really sad that in this day and age that some persons find themselves in that sort of a situation. And as long as I'm here, I will continue to push for these persons to be assisted. If it's acceptable in any other country, it is not acceptable in Montserrat.
Is that the one that you talked with us?
Madam Speaker,
Please tell us it's our money.
it was for you to elaborate on. Madam Speaker, I believe that home ownership is at the center of any strong community. It brings a sense of joy and accomplishment for persons to go home and turn their own key and open their own door. It was one of our previous leaders of government business who said he wanted to see every monstration, and I know Mr. Osborne could repeat it, with their own place. Madam Speaker, it gives me a little bit of joy sometimes when somebody meets me and says, Minister, thank you, I got through. Sometimes you don't even know what they're talking about. Because they come to you, send them through the process, and they get through. But it also gives me a little pain in my heart, Madam Speaker, when I realize that the challenges, and there's so many, and we can't help all of them. But somebody said the way to eat an elephant is by one bite at a time. So we continue to plug away at these issues that were not touched. Madam Speaker, those who know me and understand me would know if I had the wherewithal, a word that Mr. Kern I love to use, I would help every last one of them. Now, before I emphasize the ministry's plans for the financial year coming up, I want to give you a little trip back down memory lane to you understand how we got to where we are. Madam Speaker, I inherited 2 consultancies, and a good friend of mine said if I said that word one more time, he's going to knock me down. But it's the truth, we inherited 2 consultancies. One of them is completed in a matter of months. The other one, that one dealt with the management framework of housing. That one dealt with who you give them to, how you maintain them, and your housing policy. That program is finished, and it's being implemented currently. Madam Speaker, the second one is the one of pain, where it took nearly 2.5 or so years for us to get those plans in our hands. We're proud to say here today that they're now being assessed by the Public Works Department to see what we have and whether or not we can indeed use them. These will form part of a bigger project going forward, which I mentioned SIPRED 2 at some point before, to deal with those 40 or so homes over 5 years that was promised out of that same consultancy. It's not me who says so. It's the same consultancy that was endorsed by the British government, came back to say that that's a start, among with basement projects and other projects that came out of the same consultancy. Madam Speaker, I have to try and stop to say so many Madam Speakers. If it's the one thing Dr. Fergus, the late, may so rest in peace, said to me, you sound good, but don't use so many Madam Speakers. Let me take the opportunity to say condolences to his entire family. He was a great man. On behalf of my mother and father especially, because they were really close, condolences to the wife, and may his soul rest in peace. Madam, let me not say. However, through persistent negotiations and pleading sometimes, and the skill or art or tact or vision or smarts of the financial secretary and her team. She said, this year we're going to do FAM. Well, that was last year. We're going to do FAM a little different. Instead of talking to them in a room and sit down behind a table, we're going to carry them and show them the issues that we're facing. So we took them to Lookout, we took them to Drummond's, and we showed them the state of housing on Montserrat. And they all nod their head and say, yes, you have a problem. Madam Speaker, my screen went dark, just to make sure. Madam Speaker, we were able to get some commitment on much needed funding for housing going forward. We will speak about it a little later on. Social housing repairs. No, I said 10 minutes, how much gone? 8, okay, I'll get in there. Madam Speaker, again I have to go back to show us how we got here. The Honorable RTM left about $300,000 sitting in the Treasury to help people look out for houses. That was 2009 to 2014, I believe. I came in government 2019, and that money was still sitting there when I got there. Madam Speaker, we have spent that money in Lookout and provided well over 26 persons with job and 5 contractors. And we not just did that, we added to that program, Madam Speaker. As government, when you see opportunities to help people, you can't say no. And that's what we did from the ministry. They say a picture is worth 1,000 words, and sometimes when you see it in person, it's better than a picture. We were able to secure an additional $10 million addendum to the separate program. Pounds? Thank you. 10 million pounds additional, I said. Now, I wish I would get all for housing, but they're not going to give me. We have other pressing matters that we have to deal with, and we understand. So we're looking forward to a sizable, amount that will be able to benefit our citizens who are in those housing situations that need drastic and urgent attention. Housing schemes. When I mentioned the $600,000, sorry, the $300 and something thousand last year, this year we are able to increase that amount to $600,000. That's a 50% increase to continue the program of financial assistance or home finishing, home repairs, material grants. And I know people don't start a message. How can I get through? Just check the housing. Give them a chance though. Let's get this set up properly first before you come. But this is what we're looking forward to in the next year, providing assistance to those persons who need it. And of course, putting some monies in the economy. It's not me and those members in here that will provide in that work. Contractors, painters, tile people, even the people who mix curtains. They might get a job to put up some curtains in those houses. Corrective maintenance projects. It's not my fault, people. I did say 10 minutes, but it's a big ministry. And we have to highlight the work that we have done and what's to come. Madam Speaker, our housing management framework is currently being updated. I stated that before. But I want to speak to the persons who take government properties and abuse them. Put them in disrepair so when you come out, I can't use them again. Madam, we are putting things in place to determine how you maintain them, who you give them to, and what the tenant is responsible for. Madam Speaker, about 6 units that we couldn't rent last year will be bring back on stream for this financial year. Again, more jobs for our petty contractors. One gentleman, and I know he is a supporter, well, let me not go that far. He said to me he got more work under me in 3 years than he did in the last 5 before that. Public-private partnership, this one I'm exceptionally proud of and happy for. We are working with a private partner, let me leave them nameless for now, to give us about 18 homes in this year. We are working assiduously, we are going to find the lands, we are working hard on that program to make sure that these homes become a reality by the next budget speech. Madam Speaker, what we have found out is that the persons who are applying to the banks for mortgages. They cannot service a loan because of their income. So we have to find creative ways. We have to find cheaper, I can't say cheap, nothing is cheap these days, cheaper accommodations for move-in ready type housing just before the SIPREG 2. And I'm not going to stop saying that until it happens. Madam Speaker, don't need to stress that one enough. When it happens, you'll see it. Land Development Authority and their achievements. Madam Speaker, I spoke before about the Forston housing project and how long they've been going through those issues. Madam Speaker, we also went on to say that the LDA spearheaded that program. "35 houses, Madam Speaker, were repaired under that program. Of course, it results in structural integrity of the houses. Mind you, they're old, but at least they're that much stronger. I think it was the Honorable Romeo, missing man today. But every time he asks about those houses and I answer, I wish I could tell him one day we're going to break down every last one of them and build them back from scratch. But until we can do that, we have to continue to keep them standing and provide some jobs in the process. Madam Speaker, the LDA carried out structural and other repairs to government housing stock, including the rehabilitation of the Lookout Warden supported units, valued at over $190,000. Please bear in mind again, everything I've said so far is job creation. Moving on. Classification of lands. Madam Speaker, I'm not going to dwell too much time on this, but just to state, we know at the ministry, know where every piece of government land in Montserrat is located. We are now in the process of identifying what these lands can be used for, whether it's recreational, commercial, housing, agricultural, and the likes, or even parks and other things. Thanks, of course, to Javon and his team at Lands and Survey and those guys who work to making that a reality. The LDA continues to manage land for sand mining. We've said that. Madam Speaker, I want to put a plug here for all the private citizens who have made their lands available to the government. Dr. Roy Lee, Brian, the Piper's family, all of those persons who have made their lands available. And there are some others which would remain nameless, but we are creating a log at the ministry of those persons. So when somebody comes in and says they want land, we can give them a contact and they can speak directly to that person. Thanks again goes out to GIS, Lands and Survey Department, Land Registry, for completing this work. Lands and motorsports. Madam Speaker, I am proud. I'm extremely happy today for the development of racing on Montserrat. Sorry. Madam Speaker, you have seen, if you were watching, the activities in Corkhill at St. Patrick's Day this year, and there was a vlogger who did a promotion of the event which brought the much-needed publicity to Montserrat. We understand the importance, we understand the issues surrounding that, and as a government and as Minister of Lands, we have allocated enough lands for them to have a world-renowned racetrack. So instead of them traveling to St. Kitts and Nevis and Antigua, racing can now take place safely in Montserrat and not on that road that bumps and turns to the right. Madam Speaker, we have some cars on island that cannot go on that road because of their power. Madam Speaker, we have guys on island who boast world records, just to show you how far that industry has become, that sport has become. Sorry. I know Madam Darcy missed that one, or she would have spoken to it. Quite possibly. Additionally, the lands around the length of that track has been earmarked to accommodate farming and other industries. So when the weather changes a little bit and we can go to push and clear those lands, we'll be clearing them as well for farming as well. Madam Speaker, we lost the MDC. We spoke to that sometime in the past, and sometimes you get questioned in this House about what you're doing for the development of Montserrat, when we had an entity that was directly responsible for it. Madam Speaker, I am happy to share today that the lands that were previously vested in the MDC are now back under control of the government of Montserrat. It took some winding up. It took some effort, but we're happy to have those lands back. Madam Speaker, I spoke about the sand mining industry and the shutdown. I'm not going to go over that again. Drummond's and Lookout Road project. Last year, some time ago, I told this House that we will cut a road from Lookout to Drummond's. That has happened. That's a reality. That is progress, Madam Speaker. Those lands are now available. And we have unlocked approximately about 60 acres of lands between the government and the private sector that are now available for any form of development. So when we get the CIPREG 2 housing, we know where we're going to put them. This year, Madam Speaker, we have a land development committee that will be working on designing the layout of these villages. Madam Speaker, we will also be targeting the piece of land right behind us, behind the market, just next to the ZGB, for some, I want to say upscale, that's not the right word. But, huh? No. All we know is prime lands, and they're persons who want a certain type of development, and that's what we're going to target from those lands in that area. Again, this Land Development Authority or committee will be working to tell us the infrastructure we need and everything to get those up and running. My colleague, the Honorable Dr. Joseph, our aperture scientist, my friend, I could call him that. But I want to upgrade his name. He's now the geothermal scientist. With his team, again, for years we have not seen that. I want to thank him for his diligence in that regard. He has confirmed to me that we will continue the development of that same road to make sure we connect them this year. Again, with the use of his equipment. We have plenty of work for it, so I don't know how you're going to manage. Madam Speaker, Montserratians living abroad want to come home. Plenty of them would love to come, but they don't have the lands, nor they don't have the houses. But at least we are making these lands available, so at least they can consider returning and developing their properties. Access to farmlands in Zone V. Madam Speaker, one of the issues surrounding Montserrat is that we don't have enough lands ever. Over the years, we have looked at Zone V strictly from a safety lens. We have not taken the time to look at the economic perspective. And through, of course, NDPRAC, the Governor's Office, the MVO, the MCA, Attorney General's Office, we'll be looking at the possibility of returning to some parts of that area. Lees, Gauges, Molyneux. We have to have those lands again. And we are one step closer. We are waiting on the MVO, SAC, the Scientific Advisory Committee, I think, for their report. That happened since last year, and we're still waiting for that report to form part of the, or to help with the decision making in going back to those areas. Again, let me thank the staff between the LDA, the physical planning, lands and survey, Mr. Greenaway, your team, Nicole, your team. Thank them for the work, and my appreciation for your work run deep. Nothing I can speak of that I want to do can happen without the involvement of staff. Nothing. And they say sometimes the thank you is the only pay they get, but we are raising, we're doing something about that this year. Headquarters and their plans. Madam Speaker, over the years, I've had an idea that there's a building sitting right outside my office on the compound. It's been sitting idly, it's dilapidated, and we're saying it can be used for a number of things. With the assistance of the FS, I know she's given some instructions to look at what state it's in and what it will cost. And this year we're trying to see what we can do with that building, whether or not it's a one-stop shop for everything we sell at the ministry, to include the medicines and the baits and everything else, or a resource center, something for fisheries, you know, we can sell a few of those things cheaper, or even a staff recreation lounge area where they can sit down and relax during the break. This building has been sitting there, I think it's the old, it's Cardi building, Minister, remember? That building is just sitting there and we're saying that we can do something with it. It's in my yard and it's outside my door. Sometimes, Madam Speaker, I want to do too much. But I have the benefit, the luxury of my, thank you, of my permanent secretary, Madam Beverly Mens. I know she don't like her name called, but thank you. Thank you for keeping me straight, keeping me focused, keeping me in reality sometimes. Without you, Madam, I don't think I could have stand up here today and said everything that we have done. I'm near to conclusion. I believe my 10 minutes is up. Madam Speaker, I have to give credit to some persons who have been around me and keeping me upright. There are some television programs, and when the programs finish, you see a line of credits go up. They include hair and makeup, wardrobe, and the likes. So, my hair technician, if you look good, that was Priska Marshall of Roots and Things, and my Spanish barber. My wardrobe, today for once I look better than Minister Hogan. He's always well dressed, and I think I beat him today. My mom, Miss Elizabeth Glendora Allen, thank you very much. She insisted I don't come back to Montserrat without a suit, and this was all her doing. I want to say thank you. No, the tie was mine. So, Mommy Isme Glendora Anidimbo, thank you very much. My watch, it's not mine. My stepfather, Robert Allen, he gave that to me. My father, I should say, I don't know nobody else. The pin, Montserrat National Trust. If you don't have one, go across and check them out. It's the clothes, I could say what I like. Madam Speaker, there are numerous amount of persons who continuously support me, whether it's by a word of encouragement, whether it's a prayer, whether it's a plate of food. I want to tell them thanks. They know who they are. And in conclusion, finally, Madam Speaker, my fellow citizens, we have a budget of about 245 plus $856,000, 200. And there are some people who are criticizing and they're downplaying it, and they're telling me, boy, don't rejoice in that. I have to rejoice because they say every drop bring down river, and this is more than a drop. They even go as far as to say that it was not us who negotiated for, but the Financial Secretary. Madam Financial Secretary, thanks for your help.
Yeah.
We saw your capabilities, and I'm glad to be a part or to be working next to you. Maybe we're the smart ones who... Never mind that. Madam Speaker, I am happy and I'm grateful at the same time. I said before, in the first year, we passed a deficit, but we got through. We balanced it out and we got through. Year 2, we had a flat line, we balanced it, we got through. This year, Madam Speaker, in our first year outside of COVID, we have shown what we are capable of when we speak properly to the people who have the capacity to help us. And we don't send, we spend. I think I've spent 99.3 or thereabout of my budget. We didn't send back any. We used every drop to benefit the people of Montserrat. Politics, they say, Madam, is a dirty business. And I understand why people will find every reason to discredit, cast aspirations, and sometimes they downright ignore plain truths. it is natural for people to compare parties. And it's all too easy to state that government has done nothing. And you will hear that probably in a bit. You're going to hear more. The saying is, remember the past, plan for the future comes to mind. A past politician and leader of government business say, our memories are short. I had the opportunity to meet Dr. David Lammy in the UK. Madam Darcy, you and I would recall. And he said to us as politicians, it is our job to tell the people and tell them again and remind them that you have told them. And when you think they forget, tell them again. Prior to 2014, Madam Speaker, it was this government that started the hospital project. Minister Colonel spoke to that. What happened? I guess we could ask the members on the other side. Well, we are back and we have shown what we are capable of. That project has already started. Early work and preparation work has already started. In a mere 5 months, we will see the construction of the new hospital. It should have been here 27 years ago, but it's happening now, and I'm glad to be a part of that. Madam Speaker, in the budget speech, the Premier highlighted our determination to become less dependent on fossil fuels and for us to tap into geothermal resources. Again, Dr. Geothermal scientist has shown that we are not going to let that sit. We are saying that we are ready, and I think by, is the end of May? By May end, I believe we will speak to it. I will not go there. We will know for certain. Just imagine if some of this work had continued, where we would be now. And these are the same people with the most mouth. This is the part of politics I don't like. I really hate that word politician, I rather representative. I'm not in here to cast blame or tell people what they should have or didn't do. That's not me naturally. I fly low and try to achieve. Madam Speaker, this government has put monies in people's pockets in the form of fuel subsidy twice. I wish we could have done it all year round. Madam Speaker, we're now in a second tranche of that where persons will benefit from about $600, I believe. You know what is interesting? The last government had the opportunity of having one of the brightest doctors on their team. My family, my namesake is Bufang Shibi, love her to death. And she was eagerly championing the cause for some critical equipment. And even with, we only have one lady on our team. And even with two, they couldn't get through. Don't ask me why, I'm not going there. I am happy to say here today that we have found the funding to have the much needed critical equipment that we have been lacking for quite some time. Mammograms, CT scan, and the likes. Some of them are already installed, and some of them are on their way. I was wondering if I couldn't get an amen or something, but it's all right.
Amen, brother.
Madam Speaker, I am not a boasting man, but we need to remind people sometimes. I can stand here all day and talk of several things that we have done, and I dare anybody to show me anything tangible. That, Minister Cornyn highlighted a few. Beside those, our high-speed generator is on its way.
Medium.
Sorry, medium speed. Thank you for the correction. I have to talk to my editor about that. Our new medium speed generator is on its way that will curb the issues surrounding the power fluctuations we've been having while we develop the geothermal. These are monies that we found and put them to good use too. I only want to talk about the port, but we had ribbon cutting and all of that before. But Madam Speaker, you can see on the ground that the port is actually being built. And I want to assure my fishers, I know they have a lot of concerns, and I will get down to the root and to make sure, I will double check to make sure that they will be accounted for. Doc, you have to talk to somebody if you have to. But our fishermen will not be displaced, as a result? And you will give assurance when you come here. Thank you. I said so, but I want to have it from you as well. So fishermen, you can rest assured that we'll be looking out for your interest in this new port. Even with the provisions of the trailers in the meantime, while the port is being fixed, and thereafter. The temporary pier that will be built at the end of Piper's Pond will serve you even after the port has been built. And I'm lobbying, I don't know if Meriden are listening, a little slippery would help too. If you can add it on to the project, I would appreciate it. You never know if you ask, you just never know.
Exactly.
Sometimes we need to learn. Back in the day, they used to marry projects. Is that what they call it?
Produce.
So you can't get my port to build unless you give me a cricket field. Or you can't get my port to build unless you give me a little slipway. Madam Speaker, the domestic violence bill went round and round and round. That song goes around and round we go. Before we came here, nothing could have been done. We're happy to say that we have been able to look out for our females and males too. Thank you very much, Madam Darset. You told me beside, not behind?
Yes, beside.
Beside, how we go?
Next to one.
Next to, right.
Yeah.
Partnership.
Partnership.
We care about our women and we have to put things in place to protect them. These are some of the achievements. That's all I'm speaking to. What this government has been able to do for persons since we've been here. I don't know if I said COVID. I said COVID for the day. Madam Speaker, we care about our elderly, our children, and our disabled citizens, and which is why policies for their protection has been budgeted for this year's budget. Madam Speaker, I'm excited for our road and the possibilities with the hot mix plant. I'm excited for the Drummond's development. I'm excited for the 18 new homes that will come out this year on stream. Madam Speaker, I am grateful and happy for the persons on the lower scales who will be receiving a 26, 7, something, I don't know that percentage increase. 27%. Madam Speaker, we promised 7% to the people of Montserrat and the civil servants. I promised it. We are starting with 3% this year, and we will find the rest over the next 2 years. You will get your 7%. And once I am here, it will happen. But this is where we are starting from because of the monies we have. It's a start. Madam Speaker, that raise also included our pensioners. And they too will be getting a little boost upwards. Regardless of any rhetoric you hear, money is consequential. What that means? I keep saying it over and over again. Every drop brings down river. And yes, I wish, and I feel for those persons, I wish we could have doubled it. But it is what it is, but it's a step in the right direction. Madam Speaker, you're going to hear plenty in a minute. Doc going to speak. But after him, you will hear a lot from the opposition. I don't know if I'm glad that Honorable Robert is not here, but sometimes it's good to hear him speak. And I'm saying to the public, bring your list of accomplishments, and I will bring mine, and we will match them. Today we are trying to pass a budget of the biggest we've had for decades, as a matter of fact. Some of our successes, some people can only dream about them, but you have heard them in the budget speech, and you will hear them from the other ministers when they get up. This is our government's commitment to progress. We have a vision, we have the capability, and we are not just spitting empty words, we are showing what we are capable of delivering. So don't be swayed by any feeble attempt by anybody to take your mind off the tangible things that you can see. Take your time and focus on our achievements, not the rhetoric. Madam Speaker, finally this time, I believe I've gone 100, not 10. I think it was a typographical error before. They missed one of the zeros. Despite the challenges we have faced over the last few years, Montserratians are a resilient people. It is a people of rich history and the ability to overcome any adversity, from hurricanes to volcano, COVID, wars, climate change, you name it. We are still here, and we will be for years to come. And as we look forward to the future, Madam Speaker, I am confident in the capability and the manpower that's afforded us in the government to build a stronger Montserrat together. Willie Lynch said, and when I saw it, I wanted to know what he meant, but I understand it now. He was a slave man back in the earlys. And he said the one sure way to keep black people in slavery is to put them against themselves.
Yeah, true.
My colleague and Dr. Geothermal said, let us realize who is shaking the jar. Let us stop for a minute, the story with the ants. Let us realize who is shaking the jar and realize that we are all, and I say all, our brother's keeper. Let us not waste this wonderful opportunity to reset our inner economy and, as Premier said, bring a bright and medium to our long term for our country. It's time to rebuild, not destroy and tear down. And I know my good friend Mundo would say, let us work together. He always says that. If there's one thing I will always admire him for, let us work together in the spirit of cooperation to figure out ways how we can collectively benefit the people of Montserrat with the unity of purpose, service to Montserrat, and the abiding grace of God. Thank you very much, and may God bless our great country.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Communication Works, Energy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, before I commence, I have to ask my leader, the Honorable Premier, to give me permission, because I was going to say something about the Honorable Hogan. He told me to leave his long-run brethren alone, that he is going to deal with him himself, so I shouldn't say anything about him.
Correct.
But after the Honorable Buffon spoke, I realized that I have to say two things, Madam Speaker, so I'm asking for his indulgence before I proceed. One of them is to welcome him to Montserrat and let him know that Montserrat is still nice and Montserrat is still home, and I hope that he enjoys his vacation. And also the Honorable Buffon spoke about his dressing. So this morning I made a decision that I was going to be the best dressed person in Parliament. And when I came, I realized the Honorable Buffon outdid me. Yes, and now he's saying that he was competing against the Honorable Hogan. So I realized I have two pieces of competition now to deal with the Honorable Buffon and the Honorable Hogan, but we'll sort that out later. Madam Speaker, building a stronger Montserrat together, a vision and roadmap for prosperity. In the year of my birth, in 1976, and I'm going to use the word, the Right Honorable Howard Fergus wrote this phrase in his poem, Independence. I don't mean no shilly-shally, creaking independency. I mean working hard to buy your bread and biting it with dignity. There's been a lot of talk today, Madam Speaker, about various projects, about various things that the government is doing, various things that the ministry is doing. But there's only one project that should be spoken about today in this Honorable House, Madam Speaker, and it is the Montserrat project. It is the Montserrat project of trying to build an island to a state and a vision of where we're trying to go. It's a project that has been started by our ancestors by coming out of slavery. It's a project that was continued by the Right Honorable Robert Griffith, a project continued by the Right Honorable William Bramble and Austin Bramble and the people that came after them to build this country, to have a vision that the country we meet, we're going to leave a better country for our children. So when my father had to get up in 5 a.m. from Salem and go down the road to get milk to come back on a wood fire, you can now get up at 8, put on your electric kettle and have milk, and we have progressed. It is the idea that we generation and each generation has two responsibilities: to build a better country for the ones that to come, and to ensure that those that came before us are taken care of. If we do those two things, Madam Speaker, build a better future for those that are coming after us, and to take care of those that came before us, we would have done our part for the Montserrat project. The Montserrat project is one where we're looking to control our own destiny as much as possible. The history of the islands, the history of the Caribbean, and the history of colonialism has been one of us as a people fighting against the systems that's been put against us to give us a better chance to make our own decision to do things, to give us the ability for us to make our own judgments. And I don't know, those of us that have children and have toddlers realize they always go to a stage where they want to do everything by themselves. It doesn't matter if they do it good or if they do it bad, or it's going to take them half an hour to put on their pants. They want to do it on their own. If they try to walk and they fall down, they still want to do it on their own, because they know at some point they're looking up to mommy and daddy and the adults in front of them, and they're aspiring to that vision. So even though at the current stage of their development they're struggling and they're falling down, they're still willing to take those decisions as toddlers, because they have a vision for where they want to go. And we have a vision as a people, and we should have a vision as a people of where we want to take Montserrat and where we want to go, and it is something we were implemented. But there are things that have come to slow us down, to pause us, but it hasn't stopped us. And I want to reiterate that this thing that has come, Hurricane Hugo, administration of Romeo, and all these different things, have come to slow us down, but they haven't stopped us from getting to the stage where we want to go. And after the volcano, and the phrase is given, the Honorable Buffon mentioned it in his phrase, a lot of people love to use, for various reasons, that nothing has happened. For the past 27 years, nothing has happened in Montserrat. And I personally, Madam Speaker, find that statement very insulting, because there are a set of people who stayed on this island and rebuilt this country. There are other people that sacrificed family, relationship, job opportunities to stay on this island to rebuild it, and we have to give them credit. We have to give the credit to those that stayed back and made sacrifices to build back this country. And it is insulting for us to get up as leaders of politics and other reasons and keep saying that nothing has happened. A lot has happened in this country. As the Honorable Colonel loves to say, lest we forget. If we go back to before the volcano, when the volcano started, to come into Little Bay was just a track from Murphy. All you had was a little dirt track to take you into Little Bay, and none of what you see here existed. The Social Security building, this cultural center, the marketplace, the sports center on the other end, all the bars on the other end, Good Life nightclub, the port, none of this infrastructure existed 27 years ago. It is us, the people of Montserrat and others who came, who will build back this country to ensure that the Montserrat project continues. The entire braids, Madam Speaker, when we come down there was just the church and the cemetery and nothing else, and that has been rebuilt. It is us who have rebuilt this country, and we have to give credit to those that have done it, and not to say that he hasn't done, Madam Speaker. And as politicians and leaders, we love to take credit for things that occur. So even when I speak now, Madam Speaker, and we speak about all the things that have been done, we have to keep in mind that the implementation of it was not done by us. It was done by the civil servants and people in the private sector. It doesn't matter if you get 10 million pounds or 30 million pounds or 50 million pounds. If you do not have people in the civil service to implement it, none of it will take place. So when we talk about the successes of the government and the successes of things that have happened, it is the people that have done these things. So when I speak about the successes of things that MCWL have done and will do, it is the workers of MCWL who have put their time, effort into getting it done. It is people working together with a common vision, wanting to accomplish things while you see these things done. So it is nice to stand up here and to take praise for these things, but we must always understand, yes, we may have negotiated for money, yes, we might have put policies and plans in place, but the actual implementation of the things were done by the people of the ministry. And MCWL is a family of people who wants to get things done. So before I start, Madam Speaker, I have to thank them. And also, Madam Speaker, I have a bone to pick with you. because you've taken one of my staff, and I would like to say publicly I want her back. So Ms. Natoya Colomore, when you have the time, please write the relevant letters and send her back to our family in MCWLE, and I'm leaving it at there. We have to be proud of our country, Madam Speaker. We have to understand that words carry meaning. And when we keep speaking about a negative way and it becomes into our psychology, we start to get the impression that Montserrat can't do things and that Montserrat is the worst and that we can't do that. And we have to get that kind of thinking of Montserrat can do things, Montserrat has been doing things, and Montserrat will keep doing things. Montserrat is a place I can send my children to school and be confident they'll be back, and somebody won't be there with a gun to shoot them down. Montserrat is a place that I could park my car in the Cultural Centre parking lot and the key is still in it. And I know when I go out there, the things I left in it will still be there, and my car will still be there. We have to be proud of our country, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I spoke about the Montserrat project and where we want to go. So the idea and the question is, what is this government, what is the people, what are we doing to get to that stage? So I want to go on with me on a journey, Madam Speaker, a journey into the future. And let us imagine 3 to 5 years from now, and you, Madam Speaker, work with me, that you work up in your house and you turn on your AC because electricity is now more available and more affordable because the geothermal plant and renewable energy sources are now in the grid. You go up and you get your breakfast, and your breakfast is from locally produced foods and from yogurt and cheeses from our goat farm that has been set up because our Minister of Agriculture has completed the agro-processing facility. You go down to your electric car because of the concessions that the government has given to put in place to make it cheaper, and you can go on it. You leave on your journey, Madam Speaker, and you're driving on the smooth roads because of the new hot mix plant that the government of Montserrat has procured and is in the process of setting up. You pass MSS and you realize that the children are happier because Block NLM has been completed by the Ministry of Education. The 700,000 grant that they have for the ICT equipment has been put in place, and the school is in a more modern facility. When you pass, you see a big billboard advertising that there'll be a race in Corkhill because of the new racetrack and the new facilities that the government of Montserrat has put in place for the Montserrat. $300,000 that we are putting in assistance to the Motorsports Association to get their racetrack built. You see all the workers going in that direction because there's no activity taking place over there because there's a new geothermal plant. There's all the farming initiatives on that side, and there are the new factories that have been set up to both take advantage of the power and of the hot water that is coming back. And because of the work and the concessions that the government has done, housing development and other people have started to move back into Delvin and Weekses, and Montserrat is starting to grow back. You keep driving and you go to Braze and you pass your ICT Business and Innovation Center where you can go and see new businesses that want a cheaper place and to get business assistance are based, and people that have prime products that they want to display now have a home that they can conduct their businesses. All that is in the works, Madam Speaker. And as you keep driving this direction to get to the Cultural Centre, Madam Speaker, you see cruise ships down at the new brand port that has been built to accommodate new cruise ships to come in that will come into the island to give revenue, jobs for taxis or developers, supermarkets, restaurants also now have work, and more consistent work because the port has been completed. You pass the new, Madam Speaker, children park that is developed so that our families have some place to go in the afternoons to chill out with the children and have some place to go. Well, there pass somebody, one of your friends, who tell they have just come from the hospital and they just have their mammogram and they no longer have to travel to Antigua for these tests, that they can get it done right here in Montserrat in the brand new hospital that is being built, currently being built by the government of Montserrat. You also pass a friend who just told you that through the assistance of the Ministry of Agriculture and the new housing development that's taking place in Lookhouse and Drummonds, they're putting in the application to get one of the houses, and they have just returned to Montserrat because of all the good things that they hear going on, and they can't wait to come back to be part of that development. And I'm saying, Madam Speaker, that everything I've spoken about here, as the Minister says, will happen and is in the process of happening. And everything I've spoken about here I can link back to things that were said in the Honorable Premier's budget speech of all the things that are now finally happening. It is not random things happening to say, oh, we have this project, or we could take this picture, or we could do this. It is tangible activities and projects that will and shall make the lives of people that live on this island much better. Because the entire thrust of our development and the entire thrust of our leadership has to be to make the life of people better and to put things in place to make these things better. So everything I've listed here, from the hot mix plant to the hospital to all of these other activities, is to ensure that the life of our citizens is better, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, while scrolling through Facebook, when I'm bored and I want to give myself blood pressure, I found this poem written by Mike Jarvis, and I thought it was useful to share it before I continue the presentation. Hugo blew away her hat. Raging winds ripped at her plaits. But she wasn't having any of that. She had heart. Miss Strat fought back. Then Mount Param erupted, belched destruction upon her head, left her 2/3 naked, but her dignity she kept intact. Miss Strat fought back. Then they came for her heart, predatory politicos, pampered, manipulative operatives, nannies, governesses, possesses, flying freakeries, raging seas, but Miss Strat fought back. And then they came for her children, Pied Pipers deceiving them, brainwashing and whitewashing. Miss Strat's offering, convincing them that the rest of them is the problem. Is this how it ends? Has she run out of wind? Is she giving in? But she is getting old and frail, but remains sharp of brain. That most of all she retains, will Miss Strat fight back again? And I'm here to answer the question, Madam Speaker, that Miss Strat will fight back, and Miss Strat will rise up, and Miss Strat will be great again. We have overcome, Madam Speaker. We have built this country. Despite all the storms and tribulations, the Montserrat ship is still moving forward. In Montserrat, you will find culture, heritage, strength, honor, stamina, passion, diligence, and determination. Our history and our potential shows us clearly that we will achieve this vision with heart and hands and sacrifice. It will be done. How do you ask, Madam Speaker, will this be done? And it will be done by our people. It will be done by us. If we build the people, they will build the country. So we have to start doing things and continue doing things to build the people. One of the ways, as has been announced, Madam Speaker, and as the Minister of Labor, I know I came into this very house in this very spot, and I said that one of the things that must be done, that we have certain wages that we are paying people and they're not tenable. You cannot be paying as government people a certain amount of money, and those scales that exist, R46 and R47, and these scales where you're paying people $1,600 and $1,700 as government, cannot sustain, and it shall and will be removed. And I'm here to report, Madam Speaker, has been reported by the other members, that they have been removed because everybody must live in this country. And pay raise was also announced, Madam Speaker, and as the other speaker said before, it's a promise and a will and a determination to try to give an overall 7% pay raise distributed over a 3-year period. And we said that, and the 3% is now in the budget. And one of the reasons you may ask, why is it that you're giving the lower income people a bigger pay rise? And I'm here to say, Madam Speaker, the goods in the shop do not cost less because you make less money. If you go into the shop, the same $20 the PS have to pay is the same $20 you have to pay if you're a cleaner or if you work with our children. And you should not be working on an 8 to 4 job and do not know how you can afford to buy food for your country. Everybody has to live. And we have to take care of our vulnerable first. And we also cannot have a situation where you're saying, oh, our children are so important, and they're the future, and they're the ones that we have to take care of. And the ones that we have taken care of them, the salaries that we pay them does not reflect the idea that we care about our child care workers and other such things. And that is a memory and from back before where we undervalue the work of women. Because you do not do the same for the men labor. You're not paying them those wages, but you're paying the women these wages because it comes from a history of undervaluing the value and the work of women. Because I know I was raised by my mom. She stayed home. She was a stay-at-home mom. And even though us is not an easy job. And if you have children and you're rearing them, you know it's not an easy job. Most parents can't wait until school starts to send their children to school. And they only have 1 and 2 and send it to the teacher with 20 and 30 young toddlers running up and down and expect them to be taken care of so you can pick them up after your work. And if people are doing that work, I 100% agree with the stand that this government has taken and the stand that Honorable Kernan has said that these anomalies in the system where people that are taking care of our elderly and our children has to be fixed, and these issues have to be fixed. And if you're taking care of people and you want people to be able to show up to their job and being able to do their work, they have to be confident that they're being remunerated properly. They have to be confident that when they go home, they are protected, which is why the Honorable Kernan made sure he passed the domestic violence bill. It is why the ministry made sure that we updated our cybercrime legislation to take care of effects of crime that may be perpetuated against our children. We have grown men, Madam Speaker, passing around naked pictures of children and so on, think it's right. And it is understand that it's our job of government to protect these people and to put things into place to protect it. Because one of our former leaders of this country, when he was in court for his trial, said, all you're talking about these things I did to the 13-year-old girl, they're not illegal. And I'm here to say that they're now illegal, Madam Speaker, because this government has understood that these things need to be put in place, and we have put them in place for the protection of our women and the protection of our children. And it is a matter, Madam Speaker, of improving the quality of life of our citizens. So wherever project we talk about has to go back and tie into how is this improving the quality of life for our citizens, not the all political chit-chat and the distractions that others try to give, but the actual monies that are being spent and the actual things that are being done. How is it improving the quality of life? How are we improving the provision of state services? How are we improving education, training, and employment opportunities? How do we ensure affordable and secure food, energy, and utilities? How do we improve effectiveness of social care and housing? Ensure adequate primary, secondary, and tertiary health care, and to improve safety and security. These are the things that we have to concentrate on, and this has been the guiding principle of this government and the guiding principle of the Ministry of Communication, Works, Energy, and Labor. To get these things done, Madam Speaker, as I pointed out, we have to support our people. And one set of people, and I'm going to point it out specifically, that we have to support is our young people. It is our young people that have the creative young ideas and new ideas. As we get older, we get set in our ways. We may get better at what we do, and we might get more information about what we do, but we become less creative. We don't like to think so, but it is true. It is the young people that drive innovation and change, and we have to support them. It is the young people in our energy unit, Ms. Marissa Allen and Oswald Carty, supported by Mr. Kenrick Burt, who are driving our green energy agenda because they share the same vision of getting Montserrat to a new state out of fossil fuels and a green energy future, and it is them who are driving it. It is the young Stefan and Julius in our architectural unit who are now designing your parliament building, Madam Speaker, I'm saying your parliament building, as, again, a young person, a young woman who took the initiative, went to the UK and asked. As the Honorable Bufong said, you don't know what will happen until you ask, and asked. And there was a positive response, and there's now £2 million as a first tranche to get the project done. And it is our young people who are designing this building, and it is us who are going to build this building. It is the young Glenroy Foster and his team in infrastructure who are building our roads and making sure when we get the hot mix plant that things are in effect. And we have to support them and make sure that we have put things in place for them. And we are talking about improving quality of life and improve the provision of state services. And one way to do that, Madam Speaker, is through the digitalization of our systems. And I'm saying, and I'm going to say it, that we have the young people on island who can go together and be put together in a group and who can get it done. We don't always having to be looking to the outside to get these things done. And we should not be putting obstacles and obstacles in place that they feel they have to leave because they don't have the opportunity here. And we cannot, Honorable Dorset was passionate about it, be saying that we're paying people $6,000 and when they ask for something little to do the work, you don't give them, but you go on and bring in an exact person into the exact same position and pay them $24,000. Things like that cannot happen, Madam Speaker. We have to look at our own first to ensure that we get these things done. The first time to take a name out of the speech. But I'm going to put it back, Madam Speaker. We must understand the things that we have, Madam Speaker. There was an election, and we had an FS who resigned, and there was a deputy FS, who I will not call the name, who was under it. And the last government, for whatever reason, decided that they did not want to work with that person, and they got a different person to do the work. And if we look at the budgets that were given, it's the same £23 million over the entire 5-year period that was gotten under that time. If you look at what projects were done and what monies were gotten, it is very difficult to find what happened. If you look at what's happening now and the freedom that we have in how we spend money and the way that negotiation and the financial aid mission is taking place and the response of the UK and the administrative power to the current finance team and the ability to get £6.1 million extra on the previous baseline budget, 6.1 something million pounds extra at the time at a fixed exchange rate, so it's actually higher than that. But that's the number that we're using for now. And all of these other, the ability to say if you have an overspend, that we trust you, that you're spending it in the correct manner, because we have put and have confidence in the people of this country that can do it. And they have proven, Madam Speaker, that they can do it. And sometimes, if we have confidence in our people, let them do it. They may fail and they may fall down, but if we have the vision of taking our country to a state where we're governing our own affairs, these are risks that we are willing to take. And we are not children that you have to inform us that we are not good enough and this is for your own good. Therefore, why we are doing it, we have to stand up, Madam Speaker, for the things that we want. And we have to stand up for our people and say, if these things need to be done, try our people first, Madam Speaker. Which is why, I'm going to say, and the reason I started like that, Madam Speaker, is this line, because when I was reading it, and it struck me, it doesn't matter how much money you get, it doesn't matter what plans and programs you have, it doesn't matter what technical assistance is provided. This is the line that we have to understand, Madam Speaker. Recent research suggests that technical knowledge is often not the binding constraint to development. So we know we love to hear a lot that we need technical knowledge and TCs and people and consultancies. That's why we're not progressing. Recent research suggests that technical knowledge is often not the binding constraint to development, but rather the lack of good governance which inhibits public service delivery. If you do not have good governance, Madam Speaker, you're not going to develop as fast as you can. Constitutionally, for whatever reason and however it was done, the governance and the control of our civil servants has been placed outside of the executive. And unless, Madam Speaker, that is fixed, we are not going to have progress. If the civil servants keep feeling demoralized because of how they perceive their leadership, if the civil servants don't feel that everybody is being treated fairly and don't feel that rules are being followed or that pay is being distributed equitably, we are going to have problem with public service delivery. There's a reason why we have rules and laws to ensure that there are checks and balances. and we're talking about spending public monies. And one way of the checks and balances is done in the spending of public monies, that things go to cabinet and things also come to this honorable house in these estimates that we sit down and debate. So the estimates come with the salaries for the workers and how everything is done. It is not, Madam Speaker, based on our laws and our general orders, up to the management of ODG to decide on allowances. Such things must come to cabinet. Otherwise, you're going to end up with the exact same anomalies, Madam Speaker, that the Honorable Colonel has to fight so hard to fix. And we have to go back and stand up and say we are not allowing these things, Madam Speaker. There was a speech done in this exact auditorium that chastised the executive and the elected officials of not setting the policies or how they want things done. So I'm standing up, Madam Speaker, in the exact same auditorium to say the policies that are already in place must be implemented with fairness and transparency, that people believe that things are being done properly. Madam Speaker, understanding that we needed to do public sector reform, $12 million was made available through a grid program to do training of our people. It is all right and it is true. Montserrat does not have all the capacity that it needs. Nobody is saying that. What I'm saying is that if you're saying that we don't have it in certain positions, provide the training for it and ask, why don't we have it? And I'm saying, Madam Speaker, and you could check it, there was a grid program for $12 million EC to do that kind of training, and it failed. And one of the reasons it failed, and I'm instituting this so that we understand, and I'm going to go down this path, Madam Speaker, on purpose. If we want the Montserrat project to succeed, and if we want our country to succeed, we have to take care of our people. And the people that does the implementation of the government projects are the civil servants. So we could talk as much as we want about we have this money and these projects. If the people that deliver it do not feel that they're being treated fairly, you're going to have problems in your ministry. You're going to go and talk to your peers and try to get things done, and you're going to get struggle. And you should not be hearing, I'm only doing this because of you, Minister. It should be that we feel that the system is fair and equitable and that they're doing the work. Overview of risk management. The risk rating for grid, as classified in the business case, is major, having been raised during the course of the year. However, given the key challenges highlighted above, the risk may need to be elevated to severe. This is not in relation to the technical difficulty in achieving the outputs, but the uncertainty around the commitment of senior stakeholders to the program, rather to the pursuit of narrow agendas. It is FCDO and DFID saying it's the pursuit of senior management of those who are running the program. And for clarification, the program was run out of ODG. Pursuing narrow interest is why the program was shut down. That's $12 million that should have been available for the implementation of training and other things. And that is something we have to understand, Madam Speaker. If we are not, as the Honorable Colonel pointed out and reiterated by the Honorable Hector Dorset, working to help Montserrat, then we are working against Montserrat. And we all have to be working to help Montserrat. So if you're given a project, Madam Speaker, to design a housing project for the Ministry of Agriculture so that people can have houses, and Honorable Buffon doesn't have to come here and use that word consultancy and get knocked down. I don't want to see him get knocked down. If you get that job as a monstration company, Madam Speaker, make sure for the benefit of Montserrat, you carry out the project. If you get, Madam Speaker, a contract to design a control tower, a 6-month contract should not be taking 2 years. We are all monstrations. And a lot of times we hide behind our leaders because if you say it, or you talk against your own people and you take the blame for it, then the public vote us out because we take the blame for it, and the issue remains, and we have to stand up and fix the issue. All of us are on the same ship trying to get to this location where we're going to for the Montserrat project, and all of us have to do our part. And if you're not doing your part, then you need to move out of the way so that those who want to do it can do it, Madam Speaker, and I stand by that. Major achievements for 2022-2023. The purpose and the mission of MCWLE is the overall mission of the government to provide and to enhance the quality of life for the resident of Montserrat by providing world-class customer care and the highest quality delivery, safe, reliable, cost-effective, and sustainable projects program and quality of service. The fiscal year started, if you can remember, by the COVID-19 virus, as well as inflation worldwide. The year did not start with the number of infrastructure projects as envisioned. Nonetheless, the ministry was kept busy as normal and work in progress. Significant strides were made in some of the things that we promised last year that we actually did. Under ICT, new or enhanced cybercrime protection for persons against violations which takes place within the digital space were enacted through the penal code. Because if we want to say that we are moving services online, and there's a lot of talk by the Ministry of Education and Health about the new health system and about the new IMI system from school. If we're moving to a stage, Madam Speaker, where we're putting people's information online, we have to make sure the protections are in place for those who may want to do harm. So we have enacted, consulted, through this House, the amendment to the Penal Code, which was a major piece of legislation. We have continued, and we plan to continue to work with the legal department to refine the draft data protection bill for regulating the collection, keeping, processing, use, and dissemination of personal data to protect the privacy of individuals in relation to their personal data. Again, if the government or any institution is going to be holding people's data, we have to ensure that we have the necessary protections in place for that. A task force on digital transformation comprising members from the Office of the Deputy Governor, Department for Information Technology and E-Government Services, the private sector and MCWL has been set up to advise and to prioritize the changes needed. Because we all know, Madam Speaker, that right now, the provision of government services is not as efficient as it can be. To do something, you have to go down to the post office and get a stamp. You have to take that stamp down to Treasury to pay. You have to get that invoice and go back up to the department. You have to wait another week for them to go and come back and pick up the department, and such inefficiencies cannot continue, and we're working to remove that. So a digital transformation task force has been set up. A job advert has gone out for the lead of that program, and I'm reiterating, Madam Speaker, that we have the talent with some young guys on Montserrat who can execute that program, and they need to be put in a team and get on with the task, Madam Speaker. The ministry continued to work with the Ministry of Youth to drive ICT adoption and to promote learning enhancement in the business community and for persons with disabilities and the elderly. The ministry has also worked with the Ministry of Education to provide some of the ICT equipment that this school has requested and really didn't want to make it on the big project that the ministry has for $700,000 to enhance the ICT adaptation at the school. On the workshop, a number of our unsafe and secondary unpaved roads are now safer to drive on. These include chip sealing of the Jones Hill Road, the Davy Hill Garling Road, the Islesby Hill Road, and the Lower Fritz Road. Safety is important, and so new guardrails were installed in 2 locations in the South Spring area. There has been improvement in resilience of our infrastructure network with the construction of drains in Braids and the Old Town area. There's a new parking area that was done at the police station. Road cutting and opening of lands for development from Lookout to Drummonds, as the Honourable Minister said. He has a LAC committee that he has, is that right? LAC, good name. He has set up a land committee to look at the development and to design the village and the vision that we have for that lands that the government own in the Lookout area to build back an entire new community, because we know that there are people overseas who will want to come back to Montserrat, who do want to come back to Montserrat, and it's finding it difficult to provide lands. And this ministry and this government understands, Madam Speaker, the difference between talking about something and doing it. So we said that this needs to be done, and it is done. The road has been started to being cut. There's money is now being available in this current budget to start putting down some of the utilities and to start paving it, and that work will happen. And the plans will be done, and that community will be built. That is how we operate, Madam Speaker. It is not saying that, yes, it should have been done and So why you talk about it for? We're not saying it should have been done, Madam Speaker. We are doing it. It is the doing that counts and not the will to say that you want to do it. Anybody could want to do things. Madam Speaker, the clearing of the site in Corkhill for motorsports for Montserrat new racetrack. We all love to talk about, and we hear a lot of talk that the government doesn't support the youth and such things. They approached us, they had a meeting with us in pre-cabinet, they got themselves organized, so let's go through it. They got themselves organized into a proper organization with their secretary, the lawyers and everything. They came to us, they had a meeting with us in pre-cab, they made a presentation about what they think motorsports can contribute to Montserrat, how it helps in the tourism sector, how it helps in training the mechanics, how it keeps the young boys and other people out of trouble, and how it creates a big excitement during St. Patrick's, and how the road that they're driving on is currently unsafe. And we listened to the presentation and we said, okay, not only did we listen to the presentation, we then had a meeting afterwards, and we said it's a project that we have to support. And we have now allocated up to $300,000 to assist them into building of that racetrack, and then that we have already cleared the land. If you go there, the land is clear, and as the Honourable Minister Buffon said, the allocation of the land to them is being formalized, and all that will be done. It is not saying, Madam Speaker, that we support the youth. It is putting money there. And it is sports. It is $300,000 that was never in sports that is now in sports. So, Madam Speaker, when you talk, this new budget has nothing for sports. Let us make it clear, Madam Speaker, it is an untrue statement. There's $300,000 extra, separate from the other monies in the budget, for sporting activities that was not there before. And that project will happen. We're just awaiting for some final, government has things that they have to do, procurement regulations and all the things that have to happen before the project happens. Air traffic control tower. We're also looking at the A1 road project, because we now have the hot mix plant, which is finally on island, and it should be commissioned sometime later in May for road works to start. And then we also have the Montserrat Port Development Project. And we also, during that year, Madam Speaker, started the sewage project in Davy Hill and Drummonds, which was neglected for such a long time that the sewage in Drummonds was actually, raw sewage, Madam Speaker, was actually going into the gut untreated, and nothing was done about it. We have, since Victor James was running, he was speaking about it. And we have gone through a couple last years, as been pointed out, when nothing was done about it. But this administration, Madam Speaker, has fixed the problem. And that is something that we should be proud of, and about the things that we have done, because the entire reason, Madam Speaker, for doing these things is to ensure that our people are treated in a better manner. The other thing that was done during that year, Madam Speaker, as we know, we had electricity generation problems, and there was a lot of blackouts. When we went back to investigate what's causing these blackouts, there were two reasons given, because a consultant was hired when we realized it was an issue that had to be solved. It's not solved, Madam Speaker, by having Tuesday shows. It is solved by actually going out and doing the work. So there was two issues identified, Madam Speaker. One of the issues was that the generators were not syncing with one another. In other words, they have different generators generating power, and they're not doing it in the right manner. So it was creating problems in the system. The other issue that came back from the report is that the generators were high-speed generators and are very old and have passed their lifetime and need to be resolved. So, again, it is not saying that there's a problem, it is actually solving the problem. So, the negotiations, remember we went to a meeting in England when we were there, and we spoke to the FCDO team about it. And I remember being told that it was going to be very difficult to do because it's a fossil fuel project and they're not really providing funding for that. But that did not stop us, and that did not stop the finance team or other people from requesting. That also did not stop the FCDO representative on island from making a case also from our behalf, because we all have to work together. And eventually, they agreed with us, and monies were made available to purchase a new medium generating plant to fix the problem. And all indications indicate that by the end of this year, the plant will be on island. The sinking issue, government of Montserrat also found money, hired a contractor who came and resolved the sinking issue. So there's the power outages, slow down. We still have them, and we do understand, and we are still waiting on the new power plant to try to resolve the issue, Madam Speaker. And what we must understand, and I wasn't going to do it, but if I don't do it now, I'm going to blame Honorable Dorset. Honorable Dorset said I need to sort it out. So if we go back, Madam Speaker, to the 2018-2019 budget statement, I'm not sure who was in government in 2018, but if we go back to the 2018 budget statement, it says the physical works component of the second power project involving the construction of a new power plant was connected at the end of November 2017. All the technical issues relating to the relocation of the high-speed generator were resolved, and all of the remaining takeover certificates were issued to the contractor Angelique International Limited. In 2018, the then government closed the project so that all issues were resolved and gave the completion certificates over to Angelique when, Madam Speaker, there were still problems at the plant. Was that Honorable Dorset said, I need to sort it out, and I've sorted it out, and it is now sorted. Madam Speaker, onto energy as the geothermal scientist. There's another statement here in this which I'm going to come back to. In the same budget statement of 2018, I'm reading directly and I quote, I can give you, Madam Speaker, if you want to check. Madam Speaker, DFID continues to handle the procurement and management of geothermal exploration, drilling for well 3, and the renegotiation between DFID and IDC. I'm going to come back to that statement, Madam Speaker. That is from the budget statement prepared by the government who was there in 2018. Energy, Madam Speaker. The ministry continues to work on its policy to try to move Montserrat to a net zero standard. So we have upgraded and continued the tax exemption on electric and hybrid vehicles, and we are evaluating the response to it to see if there's any other changes that we need to make. Also, there was capacity building and climate resilient project. So through CDB and the Basic Need Trust Fund, 12 persons underwent a certification program in the installation of solar PV. As a practical demonstration of this project, solar PV systems were installed in the fourth quarter at the Salem Healthcare Center, the St. Peter's Health Center, and the St. John's Dental Clinic Center to improve climate resilience of these facilities. These solar systems are supplying power 24/7, and I know we went to the one in St. Peter's and it's completely 100% off the grid. All power generated at the St. Peter's Clinic is through the solar panels. And this is necessary so that if you're doing a dental procedure, for example, you're doing something and power goes, you have to ensure that things continue. So it does not matter what's happening now in the external system, there will be power there. If you also have the electronic systems which the ministry is currently rolling out, you have to ensure that power is always to those on those facilities, and that has been done, Madam Speaker. Not only has it been done, we ensure that 11 and 12 of our local people were trained into the installation of this, because that is the direction that we are going, is to get our young people and our citizens up to a level that they can take Montserrat to the stage where we want them to go. So at the end of the training, they not only will be able to say that they were trained, they will obtain the North American Board of Certified Energy Practitioner certification in the installation, inspection, and maintenance of solar PV systems. And I could say for a fact that I know that some of our people have already taken that exam and they have already passed it. So we have certified people here who can now install these solar panels, and we no longer have to bring in people into the island when we are doing these big projects. And that's what it means, Madam Speaker, to say that we are helping our people, is to train them up and to provide the job opportunities for them to get to the world that's coming. Not to train them to the world that was, or the world that we grew up in or grew up in is to train them for the world that's coming, because that's the world they're going to be living in. They're not going to be living in the past, which some of us are trying hard to do. I don't know if there's a way. I haven't figured out a way yet to get back to the past. We are driven towards the future, and we have to use the present to prepare for this future which is being thrust upon us. For geothermal, a multi-organization working group comprising, because we understand we need expertise to do these things done, the government of Montserrat, FCDO, OECS, IRENA, they were established to create a pathway. How can we finally stop the talking and get geothermal power done? What is it that we need to do? What are the necessary steps that needs to happen? And that was a conversation that started a year ago in a FAM. Within 1 year, the group got together, a task force report was produced about what needs to be done. Monies were found to bring back the wells to make sure that they're still working, because there were some last years where for some reason, according to reading directly from the budget speech of 2018, the development of one of our most important assets was handed over to DFID. So I just be confused when I hear the same people talking about how the current government is handing over things to them when they directly said in their budget speech that they have handed over the development of our geothermal resource to DFID, who's handling the procurement. And as the Honorable Kernan pointed out, when he was there as the minister, I realized he did a whole thing on my ministry, he missed it, maybe we need to swap. That he dug the 2 wells and the work. The next government came after, Madam Speaker, handed it over to DFID, who drilled 1 well, which failed, and then nothing happened. But as the Honorable Dorset said, I need to sort it, and it has been sorted. We have gone back, we have rehabilitated and it has now shown that it is still producing steam. Not only have we done that, Madam Speaker, I understand some people are feeling ashamed and need to speak, but I will not be distracted.
Exactly.
In order to continue the things that has been done, Madam Speaker, is that a request, there's a lot of talk about building the power plant. There's no document that exists in the ministry that says what is the cost of building a power plant. What does it really mean to say you're building a power plant? If you're approaching FCD or any donor agencies for assistance in building a plant, what is it that you're asking for? Those tender documents have been written, they have gone out, and we should be receiving them by May 15 to see what the document says, and then we'll have discussion on the construction of the power plant. And all of the work on the power purchase agreement, we are getting assistance now to Connects and other institutions who are assisting us in the legal framework, what do you need to write into it, and all of these other things that you need to be done to ensure that we get value for money, and how does these projects work. When we receive that, Madam Speaker, we will have discussions about what's the best way to proceed on the actual construction of the power plant. And all of these, Madam Speaker, took place in the space of 1 year, and we did not need to hand it over to FCD. We did it ourselves, Madam Speaker. And as I said at the beginning, when I said we, I don't mean me, geothermal scientists. I mean we, the public service. Yes. I mean it is we, the young people, as I said, Marison, Oswald, and Mr. Burke in our energy unit, and Felix Prasad and Foster, and the guys down at workshop who assisted with the geothermal plant. It is they who have gotten it done in 1 year. It is us. And the message that's to keep saying, we can do these things, and if we have the right vision and we have the right leadership and the right direction of where we want to go, and be clear about it, and we can motivate our staff and have the proper institutional frameworks from ODGN and the camaraderie between everybody, understanding that this is where Montserrat wants to go. It will happen. And the plant, as the honorable member says, and he said, Colonel said that we should promise low and promise high, but I'm going to say it will happen. It's been 1 year, and we have made this progress in 1 year, and it will happen. As I said, if we are fortunate enough, due to the people making the correct choices next election, and we hear back, these things are going to happen. Yeah. There's also a bill before this House that deals with geothermal production and how best, what legal framework do we have. Investors are not investing unless they understand that the legal and other frameworks in your country are in the right place. So there's work that sometimes needs to be done that doesn't look at sexy and doesn't look at nice, but it has to be done. And none of this work was done, Madam Speaker. But again, I was told to sort it, so it's been sorted, Madam Speaker, and this bill is before the House, which I know all the honourable members will get up when the time comes and support. The Department of Labour has worked hard to advance a decent work agenda by recommending ways to improve worker protection with the Labour Code Amendment Bill, which was amended twice, one to set some other conditions and one to put into it so that we can actually do a minimum wage. There's been a lot of talk about we should do a minimum wage, a lot of talk and a lot of paper being produced. To set a minimum wage means that you have to amend the legislation. That wasn't done. Madam Speaker, it's now being done. It's being sorted. That authority is now inside of the bill to produce the minimum wage. We're just waiting on statistics to do a survey so we can find out the true cost of living and other data to make an informed decision about what that number should be. The farm workers program still continue, and Labour still continues to do training in various activities, and one of the activities that they did this year, and which for some reason, every time it happens, the Honourable Dorset is acting. So it's Honourable Dorset says it's her program that has been placed in my ministry. So she keeps coming over there, but I need to inform the people where to put my key and to lock the door. I'm coming to that, Madam Speaker. The training was done for the plumbers to advance. 3 courses were done, and the third one was done in an advanced plumbing course. And, Madam Speaker, I know that we are in discussion again, our joke aside, with the Honourable Dorset and the other ministries, when we talk about because there's $300,000, I think, available for our apprenticeship program, how best to utilize this money to provide training for our young people, whether it is in the PV thing like was spoken about, whether it is mechanic, whether it is in plumbing, whether it is in SC repair and things in ICT. We are going to come up with a comprehensive program, and that's an extra $300,000, so that's 336 so far, for the youth inside of the budget, which the opposition is going to get up and say it's not there. But I understand that sometimes big numbers are confusing, but if they have problems, the FS is there to assist them, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, we have $300,000 for that program to implement. However we implement it doesn't matter to me in whatever ministry, to ensure that that program comes along. And I guess I will see Mrs. Dorset there. She said I got a new branch here, Madam Speaker. And I'm going to say it publicly, I got a new branch here. And remember, Dorset went in there before me, sat down and took a picture.
It's a team.
And sent it to me and said, boo.
It's a team.
Madam Speaker, transportation. The ministry successfully launched the heavy operators driver's license and introduced personalized license plate initiatives which are bringing additional revenue to the government of Montserrat. So there were 27 so far of March 31st. There are 27 people who have taken up the offer to get their personalized license plate, and that has raised $13,500. The online, so I'm waiting for
Honourable Hector to get hers.
I wait for Honourable Hector to get hers with a word starting with F. So we also launched the online driver's license system. It's a system that has been in the works for the longest while. We have actually pushed and made sure that the system is launched so you can now apply for your driver's license online. And so far, as of March 31st, visitor's license has been 58 people have applied for their visitor's license online, and 19 people have applied for the driver's license online. So if you're overseas and you're coming to Montserrat, you no longer have to wait until you come at the airport or go to one of the police stations to get your license. You can log into the government website and you can get your driver's license paid for, approved, while you're in the UK, while you're in America. So when you reach Montserrat, you don't have that kind of issue of trying to figure out whether you can drive. So that has been amended. We're also looking to amend the traffic regulations to deal with some issues that has been brought up in relation to tint and other issues that we'll be looking at how best to deal with that. The airport bar is back. that has now been back in place, Madam Speaker, and we are now looking at, is there a way to do night landing at the airport? That is also being looked at. On the port side, there's a final draft of a full set of legislation that has been completed and is just been waiting to go to cabinet and to get to this. How to deal with marine rules, marine regulations, safety at sea, and such things. And one of the important ones is the merchant shipping regulations, because we have to find ways to generate monies for this country. And if we have the ability as a flag state to register ships, we can start getting more income for Montserrat to do some of the activities that we want to do. So those laws have been completed, and it's just now to get them to cabinet so that we can bring them to this legislative assembly and figure out and to pass them and to get these things in place to get income for this country. The port development project design build contract has been awarded and the contract has been mobilized. So if we drive along this road on our journey that we took today, Madam Speaker, you would realize that on the fictitious one that I did in my thing, that the project has started, mobilization has started, work is being set up in the area, Madam Speaker. And there are a lot of interesting things, as the Honorable Kernan pointed out, and there's a kind of politics that we love to play, and which existed back from the Bassi days, when John Osborne was running against Austin the first time, and AOC was in the works, and he went on in Plymouth and stand up on the, what do they call the place there, the clock tower, the War Memorial, and say he don't want no, AOC can't come here, and what nonsense Austin Bramble do, and then we're going to bring dead people here, and what they're going to do is try to cut up your mother and father, and we can't allow the universe to come here, and you can't vote for Austin, because Austin are going to make sure they cut you up and you're not buried properly. People voted and then people voted in him, and he immediately went, Madam Speaker, and signed the contract with AOC. So when you hear this conversation around the place, or the hospital is not adequate, or the port is not adequate, or they're not doing this, it is the same politics, Madam Speaker, and when they win, the immediate thing they're going to do is to go to the contractor and say, continue what you do. And we cannot fall for such nonsense, Madam Speaker. The projects are there for the benefit of Montserrat. The project started with £13 million, the port development project. In 14.4 million pounds in 2014, 2015. That's when the money was awarded from the UK CIF. So there was 4 more years before the end of 2019. And not a single cent was added to the project. Nothing moved. There were 7 million funds were added from the EU. So the EU funds that were given for renewable energy transition, 7 million pounds of it was taken. 7 million euros were taken and were added to the project to bring it to a bigger number. And nothing else was added to it, Madam Speaker. It is, as the Honorable Dorset said, that when I came in, I had to sort it. So we had to go back out, have the discussions, what size of port is necessary for Montserrat to do its work. So the PMO and his staff and the other port officer at that time went to Miami, spoke to the actual people who are going to be using the port, the actual cruise ships and the actual cargo people. What size of port do you need in order for you to operate? And they were given a number. Consultations took place with the fishermen and still happening with the fishermen, because I know there were some concerns at the last meeting. And I know for a fact that the design team is taking their considerations to see how the port design, because it hasn't been designed, it has been presented as yet it's a design and built. How best to incorporate the fishermen into the entire structure. These are the professionals in their field who are designing the project, Madam Speaker, and the project will be built, and the project will be of assistance to Montserrat. So when you hear all the, I don't know the word to use, but the craziness, that for 20-something years we couldn't get a hospital, for 20-something years we couldn't get an adequate port, for 20-something years we couldn't get cheaper power to geothermal and all these other things. And then you have the same rhetoric about we need to review and start over. We have to be very, very careful with that rhetoric, Madam Speaker. Because just as John Bassi did, when he win, if he managed to win, he went and signed the contract with AOC, despite what he said before. It is cheap politics. food security. Why am I talking about food security? There were three, it is one government, Madam Speaker, and the government in cabinet came up with the three things that they think are important for the financial year going forward and how the budget should be allocated on. It was food security, renewable energy development, and financial integrity. These were the three things that the cabinet and the government of Montserrat decided were important, and it was now up to each ministry to say how they're going to fit into it. So on our end, we're assisting the Ministry of Agriculture with the maintenance and construction of new feeder roads, maintaining and improving existing road network as we exploit the new Hops Mix plant, and we're constructing a new P and partial breakwater to minimize disruption to our food imports. Similarly, we'll seek improved air access for smaller, more time-sensitive food supplies. On the renewable energy end, the geothermal discussions are well underway, and we do expect to get that surface plant built at a more reliable and cost-effective cost than what we are currently paying. That is going to happen, and it will be sorted. We will also continue our thrust to maintain the greening of our buildings in order to minimize our energy consumption. Because as was pointed out by the health team, one of the advantages of what we have done to the health centers is a part of their budget that had to be used for paying bills can now be diverted into other health activities which are more beneficial to the people of Montserrat. So all of these things are connected, Madam Speaker. On the financial end, we have to continue our high standards in combating money laundering and terrorist financing to promote Montserrat as a secure place to do business. So digitization of government businesses is a key component to promoting Montserrat as an efficient and secure place to do business. In tandem, we will be exploring a cloud policy that assures citizens and businesses of the safety and proper use of data held on them. And working with the Department of Information Technology and E-Government Services, DITES, we will roll out a government online payment portal to allow for major conveniences for those accessing government services. So those were some of the major accomplishments. There's more that was accomplished in the last financial year. Going forward, we still have plans to institute and to carry out the Montserrat project, because that is always our goal. So we are looking at the design for the National Parliament building and to get it started. We might not understand the importance of that, but if you look around the world, what's happening both in the USA and also in our administrative power, you're seeing an erosion of democratic norms, you're seeing an erosion of procedures and policies of how things that go. And we seem to want to go back to a one-man, one-rule and this authoritarian type of government where we just say things and we have no interest in policies and plans and in democracy and in rule of law and in procedures of how things function. A parliament building is necessary, Madam Speaker, and you must take credit for it, and you must stop inviting certain people to your opening, Madam Speaker. They have nothing to do with it. When you do something, take credit for it. The former Speaker. No, she must stop. Madam Speaker, I'm going to say what I have to say.
Continue, Minister.
We are going to progress when we realize that there are certain people who are taking Montserrat forward and certain people who are holding Montserrat back. And unless we have the courage to say it, we are not going to move forward. And we have to give credence to the people who are innovative and the people who are doing things. That is how we're going to progress, Madam Speaker, and I'm not apologizing for it. That is the issue, Madam Speaker. I said at the beginning that I'm here to defend our young people who are doing things. It is people who are going to drive the country forward. It is recognizing and giving credit to the people that do things is how the country is going to go forward. And unless we're willing to understand that, and unless we're willing to say and to give credit publicly to the people that are doing things, we are not going to progress as fast and to where we want to go. And if we are ashamed to say all these things because of public backlash and such things, we are not going to progress. We need to progress, Madam Speaker. We are also looking at the completion of our Innovation and Trade Center for ICT and Business Incubation. And this, again, as I point out, Madam Speaker, is being designed by our young people in association with the Trade Department. So the same team from Prime will be going out soon, Madam Speaker, to look at talking to the business community to see what do they need and to finalize plans so that we can get this business innovation and incubation center done, Madam Speaker. We'll also be updating some of our policies. We'll be reviewing and updating the National Communication and Technology Policy and Plan. We're also going to improve the road traffic administration, roll out online services, enhance roadworthiness testing, and review licensing categories. We're going to implement legislative, regulatory, and institutional framework for renewable energy to foster green, affordable, and efficient industry. We're going to improve worker protection and equitability in line with modern international standards. There are some projects that we are working on. There's 2 resin bid projects that are still in the works. One of them is to do an audit of government departments so that we can get them more energy efficient and reduce our utility bills so that we have more money to spend, Madam Speaker. We're also doing another project, which you'll hear more about very soon, to provide lighting, free lighting to 1,200 homes in Montserrat. You bring in your old incandescent lights and they will be replaced with new brand, free of cost, LED lights in order to get a more efficient system so that your electricity bill goes down. There are the programs that we plan to implement, the maintenance strategy, the Ministry of Health and their clinical renovations, the MVO renovations, the Royal Montserrat Police Service renovation. We're going to continue to verge maintenance. The A10 road project will start. There's no monies allocated for that. The asphalt surfacing of the Jones Hill Road, road and drainage improvement works for Happy Hill Road, the phase 2 of the Carsway Road works with improvement to the corner, the completion of the Garland Hill Road to allow for the dual access in and out of Little Bay, the reconstruction of the Collins Gate retaining wall and road repairs, and road and drainage improvement works on the B02 Road, Alveston, to include Cedar Park, Mungo Hill, Baker Hill, Manjack, Nixon's, and Glebe, Salem. Montserrat, Madam Speaker, Montserrat is on the move, Madam Speaker. Things are happening. During the past year, Madam Speaker, during the term that we've been here, the 3 years and something months, we were able to get approximately 14 million pounds extra for the port project, 10 million pounds for the CIPREG extension, that's 24, 3 million extra pounds for critical needs, that's 26, another approximately 2 million pounds from the EU, that's what?
20.
That's 28.
29.
Those are new monies that were not there before. There's a lot of talk about all that we're doing is implementing things that has occurred. That is 20-something million pounds of monies that did not exist before. And those are separate from the extra money in the recurrent budget. Those are separate from the monies that were gotten for the financial assistance between COVID and such things. Those are separate from the money spent from the recurrent side that we were allowed to spend our surplus. All of these is over 30 million pounds, Madam Speaker. Additional monies, not only were procured, but will be spent within the 5-year period. That is what leadership is, and that's what it means, Madam Speaker, to be working together as a country to get things done from people who actually want to get things done and not people who are talking about getting things done, because we seem to mistake a lot of times. Well, I talked about that before, so I did it. No, you did not do it, you talked about it. Anybody can talk about things, it's not talking about things. I can talk about wanting to go to school, it doesn't mean I went. I can talk about building a house, it doesn't mean I built the house. It is the person that took the saw and the hammer and went out there who built the house. Ideas are cheap. It is the implementation that counts, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there's a story that the Honorable Buffon triggered it in my mind when he said you just have to ask, and because you don't know where you're going to get. There's a story, and somebody asked Steve Jobs what was his key to his success. And he said when he was 14 years old, he was trying to build a computer. And he took up his phone and called the head of Hewlett-Packard, which was then the biggest computer company in the world, and asked him, do you have any spare parts that you can give me? And Hewlett-Packard CEO at that time said yes, and gave him the equipment. And he said from then on, he realized that you just need, if you want something, you need to ask for it. The most that can happen is that you said no. So, first I'll be asking, and the Honorable Premier on my left. In front of me, Madam Speaker, is a pencil. And I'm going to end on that note, Madam Speaker, with this pencil, and ask how was this pencil manufactured? So, if you go on Google, you have your phones, you all have our smart devices now when I can't see, so I'm going to take off my glasses. If you go on Google of how a pencil was made and where it comes from, you're going to realize the black part of it, the graphite, it comes from Brazil and Mexico. The wood comes from Sweden and South Africa. The paint comes from Kazakhstan and Estonia. The rubber comes from Thailand and Malaysia. And the metal that holds the rubber together comes from China and Mozambique. These are separate countries in separate parts of the world who are doing things that they think are unconnected. But in the end, they're producing this pencil. So even though it may seem that some of the activities that we are doing or that you're doing in your job are unconnected from a general picture, it is each person doing their part that is producing the object I have in my hand, the pencil. And it is this pencil that we use to write with. It is this pencil that puts a dot on a paper, and we love to say Montserrat is a dot on the globe, but it is this pencil that put the dot on the paper. And it is this dot that we move and create a line, and it is this line that we move and create letters, and it is these letters that we move and create words, and it is these words that create sentences and create paragraphs and create stories. So we have to ask ourselves, after we put all of these things together, what is the story that we're going to tell? And the story has to be and will be that Montserrat is on the move. In a couple of years' time, keeping this group together and the vision that's happening, we will be worldwide known as the country that has transitioned off of fossil fuels. We will be the country that has shown in a couple of years our food security is one of the best in the region. The story that we're going to tell is that our education system and our health system will be the envy of the world. The story that we're going to tell is that Montserrat is the place that you can bring your children to stay because it is safe and you can come here and you can live here. It is a place where work is available. It is a place where everybody is talking about. That is the story that we're going to tell with this pencil, Madam Speaker. It is the story, all of the disparate parts of our system, the civil servants, the private sector, the ministers, the opposition, are working towards to get this story written. And this story will be written, Madam Speaker, because you're building a stronger Montserrat together, a vision and a roadmap for prosperity as was presented by the Honorable Premier, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honorable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to move a motion for a 5-minute break to allow the opposition to pull themselves together.
I recognize the Deputy Premier.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to move the motion for a 5-minute break, to second the motion for a 5-minute break to allow the opposition to pull themselves together.
It has been moved and
Madam
second.
Speaker, on division on the question, Madam Speaker.
You want a?
Division, Madam Speaker.
It has been moved and seconded that this Honorable House takes a 5-minute break, and we're back in 5 minutes. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, nay. And the ayes have it. We will break for 5 minutes.
stop. It's time for dinner.
It's only a little bit.
I said it's dinner time, Jason.
After that, can I have candy?
You've had enough candy for the week.
But I didn't have any today.
I said no, Jason.
But Daddy always lets me have candy.
David, I need you to help me with this. I tell Jason no candy, and he says Daddy always lets him eat candy. I'm not arguing with you. Look, all I'm saying is before you agree to something like candy or watching extra TV, ask him, what did Mommy tell you? Yeah, if this positive discipline method is going to work, we have to stick together. Okay. All right, bye. Okay, Jason, time for dinner.
Positive discipline is most effective when both parents agree on what methods to use. Support each other and you'll be able to see improvements more consistently. This message is brought to you by the Ministry of Education, UNICEF, this station, and funded by UK Aid.
We shall fight them on the beaches. We shall defend our islands and our oceans to rid our waterways of plastic and other marine litter. We shall fight in the mountains, the valleys, on the coastline. We shall never surrender until every home on every street in our cities, towns and villages in the OECS learn to reuse, reduce and recycle plastic and prevent the pollution of our beloved ocean. We shall fight marine litter together with our sports clubs, our churches, the private sector, our schools. Join the fight. We shall never surrender.
This message is brought to you by the OECS Commission with funding from the Government of Norway. Remlit, tackling ocean pollution from turf to surf.
Do you hear what I hear? Listen to the ocean and you will hear a cry for help. The ocean is hurting and we are the source of the hurt. But we can stop and start to heal our ocean by preventing pollution from getting into our waterways. It can start with you. Join an active organization, or better yet, make a personal commitment. Commit not for just one day in the year, but for the rest of your life. Let's dispose of our plastic and other waste responsibly, and let's start building resilience. Let the healing begin.
This message is brought to you by the OECS Commission with funding from the Government of Norway. Remlit, tackling ocean pollution from turf to surf. There is value all around us: spiritual, therapeutic, physical, economic, the energy, the power, an ocean of endless possibilities. The ocean is there for our enjoyment, for the enrichment of our lives, for our nutritional needs and food security. But first, we need to care for our ocean. Conserve its resources for generations to come, or else we could lose it all.
This message brought to you by the OECS Commission with funding from the Government of Norway. Remlit, tackling ocean pollution from turf to surf.
and his spirit has somehow reached out to the members of government. And for the first time in 3.5 years or so, or 3 years plus, we have truly had a rather good expose, good presentation, if I might put it that way, of what is really transpiring inside of the government of Montserrat, rather than the many hip hip hoorays and the many statements that make your hair stand on edge. Madam Speaker, my response is entitled "A Consolidation of Ownership or Belongership as a Direct Response to a Budget which I think, apart from the estimates which were very good, was very lacking in a sense of the direction in which the people of Montserrat wish to go. And also from my own research on the ground as to how people are feeling not just the economic squeeze, but their general treatment as a people. They feel excluded, marginalized, commanded and controlled, as in the police force, because these are the elephants in the room to which there is no policy direction given to the empowerment of our people to own and run our country as the British people would like us to. I'm a member of a particular organization called Friends of British Overseas Territories, and I know that they're very close to, and we have meetings involving ministers and the Honorable Speaker of the House of Commons, so on, and we speak to the empowerment of the people of the islands to own and run their country with help and assistance from the British government, unfortunately through an FCDO which seems to have a purpose of its own. And my government, represented by the 5 honorable people on the other side, is my government. Unfortunately, most of the people of Montserrat decided that this should be the government in this time. They speak as if government started in 2019, and that is in itself exclusionary. But before 2014, there was a government. And we have to remember that members who are now in government have plundered this country as ministers for 15 years before 2019. So when we are going to talk about the lost ages being 5 years, what do we call the years before, and how come all of a sudden we have all these developments? And I'm telling you, it's not just about the members on the opposite side, because I don't want to have a war with them. It's also about the agency that is assigned to help us to be our own country, and how they're receiving them, the kind of reception they're giving to what they say, and the fact that they object if I have a problem with what they're bringing to me, when they're just agents as well to the people of Montserrat. You're representatives. You do not make up what is going on in government. It is happening. You're participating in it, and you make political decisions, yes, and we can judge you on those. But there are things happening in my country which tells me a couple of things: you're not paying attention. I know you're not paying attention. I can feel you're not paying attention, and you're seriously avoiding the elephants in the room with this budget. So I have to speak. Speak is my right. And before I continue on my discussion on ownership, mean ownership by the British, or belongership, mean whether we belong as a British people to participate with equity, fairness, to have a right to a budget support and to use it as we see fit to the best benefit of our people. That is what belongership means to me. But this command and control in a country of previously, I have to say previously, most people of African descent, where we emerged from communal communities who look after each other. We did not emerge from an English type structure of command and control or military. We do not keep quiet when in fact the government of Montserrat has laws that says, for example, a public, under the Pension Act, public servants, when you reach 55, you get a letter. You are the first in line to get your job for another 5 years. There were reasons why we did that. You get the offer of a job to continue for the next 5 years, and if you decline it, then they can go and advertise your job and you can go and retire in peace. Some people are getting frustrated. They don't even want to wait to be fired by retirement. This is the elephant in the room. Fired by retirement. So really and truly, the estimates add up on paper. I'm not arguing about how much house you repair. We have the most efficient public servants. I've worked with them before. You're behaving as if you're going out there and pulling cables when the fiber project was approved. But let me not digress yet, because I'm going to come to every item under the budget. And I'm not going to come to every item to criticize you. I'm coming to every item to show you where there are policy gaps, where you're sleeping on the job. That's what I'm going to tell you. And I'm going to tell you what I would do different, or other policy people would think different. You can choose if you want. Because so far as I see it, I have to ask you before I even continue, because, I meant to call in sick, because I know you all don't listen to people. I meant to ask these government people, who are the stakeholders they consulted with to come up with any of the policies they're promoting in this government? Because I see they have some policies that we should be lie prone and mute and be subjected to whatever the British say through FCD or whatever. That's how we should be, and be calm and behave yourself. And that our architects don't even know how to build a 2x4. And they have architects to build, they have architects to build, they have hospital architects. All of us know architects who were here before me, 50 years before me, some of them. They don't know how to participate in the conversion, upliftment of any architecture in Montserrat. And the last time I sat around a table with some British people talking about pontoons to put in Little Bay, and they wouldn't even listen to local knowledge. That when they decided, okay, they will put stones instead of the pontoons, I tell them pontoons work on rivers for military vessels to cross. You can't use no pontoons here. And they wouldn't listen to local knowledge, and this is the same indication I'm getting from you, because they tell you now you're going to put a second pier in Little Bay, and it's going to help calm the inside. And because I have to give you some credit, because they couldn't get you convinced, and now say, oh, let's consider this part one and see if it works. So we are all holding our breath, because we know there's no breakwater in Little Bay, and we know that the first pier, I can't, the last time I said anything about floods and hurricane washing out Piper's Pond. Mr. Curtis, I run the finances, so I'm not going to say anything, I want anything bad to happen to the new jetty or new pier at the jetty site. But gentlemen, do not discount and discredit and undermine the value of local knowledge. I heard from an Englishman once of these same FCDO defeat people whom I work with. I work with them. I helped build. All right, I was a project manager for the airport, so I know I work with them. And they told me, one of them told me, we did a project in India, We were building a bridge, I think it was the Purdue Bridge or whatever. And the bridge was to help farmers to move from the interior of the country to carry their goods to the market, because the farmers were crossing at a shallow spot in the river, downriver, to get across on the other side of the river to go to market. And they brought some $50,000, $25,000 engineers just as they're bringing them to Montserrat. Same kind of big money. I get a little bite, but nothing to talk about. And those engineers decided that the bridge shouldn't go where the people have been customary crossing for 20 years. They built the bridge 3 miles up the coast because it's cheaper, and they found 2 embankments on each side of the river which would make the river span cheaper to build, less expensive to build. And that bridge was never used, and the bridge has been engulfed by the jungle. So you all continue to believe and do not take on board local knowledge and expertise. And it happened here in Montserrat when they deployed the stone pontoon jetty under Pontine's restaurant. And one night when the North Sea came through, anybody find those stones again? They had stones half as big as this building. I exaggerate for the effect. And they disappeared. So when they come and tell you all know that you need to talk to the local architects, local engineers, local fishers even. But this is my problem with this administration. It's not that I'm against you personally. But gentlemen, you cannot just sit there and try to think you're going to join the British Empire and somehow, because you get the job as appointed by the king, that you all have become a different complexion to me. Leave your complexion. Madam Speaker, the reality of this budget is in the estimates, but no, the figures in the estimates produced by Ministry of Finance add up. But in reality, they don't add up. There's a total dissonance, and you all are going head first. In fact, you all have started to rebut my speech before I made it. But let me tell you all what I wanted to say, as I'm going to go into piece by piece before what I should disassociate myself from the brutal statement made by the Honorable Samuel Joseph just now in reference to inviting someone to an event involving the Honorable Speaker of the British House of Parliament here, and I heard him say he's a former Speaker who should not have been invited. And that was very, very dangerous ground. I have to disassociate myself from that as a member of this House. I think the honorable member like me right now is getting a bit too spirited, so I'll use this moment to calm down. And perhaps the honorable member might start his PR, because this is not going to end here. You might want to start your PR by requesting therapy. I don't know why you said that. Madam Speaker, the budget that was presented, now I'm calmer. I called it a colonial budget. I know that there are people in Montserrat who like the idea that we fight among ourselves and subject ourselves to the very thing that the government side says that we keep down ourselves. But what we're doing by being mute and not fighting back, not engaging in the struggle for Montserrat, by looking away from the elephants in the room, by not seeking to protect the people of Montserrat, what we are doing is not going to be in the best interest of our children. And I was reading Anne-Marie's recently published book of poems, and one of them caught my eye. I read it over lunch. He said, "Picnic, no hear what mommy say, drink pepper water, lime and salt." So everybody is telling you all something is wrong, but as far as you are concerned, nothing is wrong. But something is wrong. We must maintain the struggle. There's no clear response in this budget to the manipulation that is so clear and painful to see, that we are losing control of our island. And I heard a minister say it's because the executive has no control over the public service. I've never heard anything like that in my whole life. I've never heard anything like that in my whole life. But I'm not going to teach you any new tricks today. Mark you, I'm glad that the government, as any government, if I was the government, I'll find a few spots to glorify myself. But we have to be very honest with ourselves. Yes, there was a shipwreck. Yes, everybody knows over the last 15, 20 years, 27 years since volcano, shipwreck started before shipwreck was even named. Call it all kind of different names, small, grand, small, all things, and then they did all kind of mini projects. But let us be honest. In this year, 2023, what is the amount added to the shipwreck that has been ongoing? Which is look like you just discovered that these projects were ongoing, including fiber. 10 million pounds was added. 10 million for a bit on the hospital. I listen to the news. I work, I do my job. I talk to my people, I listen to the news. It doesn't matter where I am in the world. I'm Montserrat to the core, connected, 100%. Right? I work virtual still. I took on the Nomad program and took it worldwide. It's not me invented. So we have to tell the people the truth. So they got some information, but let's just say we are at, let's say it's a reset year. I want to agree with the budget presentation. Let's use 23 as the reset here. Well, let's reset with honesty, integrity, and every other T. We have surrendered our police force. We went as far as to be a draft public administration bill, meaning our local ministers as members of the executive would have influence over the work of a deputy governor's office. Because there was a time when they didn't know if we are civil servants or public servant. And public servant mean we are falling under act of our local legislature. Civil service used to mean we are an extension of the royal household. And there was nothing called firing of civil servants. You could move them around all over unless they're really thief and bad. We don't have that in Montserrat. Our crime rate, and the members boast about it, our crime rate in the Caribbean is the lowest of all the countries. The economy is not doing so good. I'm going to tell you about that too. But our crime rate is the lowest in the Caribbean, but something wrong with our policemen. Nothing wrong with our policemen. And if something wrong with them, gentlemen, let's come home together and say, listen, we have disciplinary procedures. We also have something they call performance development. Because what is happening if you're going to kill people by retirement? Everybody now afraid, master, no? They're afraid the head go on the silk cotton tree up at Kojo Head. So unless you all stand up and say that you want to defend these public servants, everybody's going to be mute. Maybe the whole nation might catch the disease and they might vote you back in because they're frightened. So I have to tell them, there's one man here who is not afraid to hold the mantle. So I'm telling you all, there's no power anywhere in Britain wants you all to be subjugated and treated like that. No power. The only power that is doing that to you is the own government of Montserrat. Our own government of Montserrat is allowing that to happen to our people. So don't tell me no other office because I know it's you. Behaving like government does start in 2019. And some of you here since 2010. Before that, 2001. 1996. You all even dig geothermal well before some of us born. So don't come in here and go on like the quest for hospital and salary for nurses and teachers just start 2019 with the advent, what do they call it name? The advent of this government. All of us in Montserrat are in the same fight. Sometimes I think the Honorable Joseph kind of close to, like he pick up something from his father. Sometimes he want to agree that we should fight. But then he's stray and want to kill people, so we have to be careful with him. But sometimes he look like he want to be in the fight. I go put him in front of me for the first shot. Go catch him first. Madam Speaker, the budget is configured to consolidate our subjugation because our ministers do not care about the ordinary people of Montserrat. And I can't tell you where they're leading us to up to this day. All I know, they're just saying, guys, I give you a steering wheel. I'm going to give everybody a steering wheel. This ship have about 6 steering wheels. I run around to the other one now and again. But just hold tight on this journey to nowhere. Wherever the sea takes us, because Montserrat cannot be destroyed. We all know that. But this is not good enough. This is not good enough. You have lost sight of the plot completely, trying to win an election out of a budget speech. It's not necessary. You know what? All you have to do, commit to fighting to save the nation. I'm going to show you some of the things that you should be talking about. Not these wish lists and pie in the sky statements that me fall asleep at your boy. I had some problems with my dentures, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my response to the budget is that we had some exchange rate gains when the pound stabilized after the collapse in the UK, political issues that caused that. The government claims that they negotiated the return of the gains, but I don't know. That is questionable. I have since seen a press release dated the 19th of April, 2023, now saying, it's a joint statement between the government of Montserrat and FCDO, what the budget figures are, clearly in black and white. We have also requested the MOU, which is in consonance with the figures in the press release, except, and I believe it's the government of Montserrat put this in, that they have said that we got 25% increase. The 6 million amounts to 25% increase of a baseline. That is the average. They said the average we used to get is 25 million. So they're going back to the baseline and calculate that the 6 million, the highest increase of that baseline, never mind anything that happened between COVID and now. So we can't count our budget. Last year's 140 million. We have to count it as some baseline. This is not good accounting best practice. I've never seen that in a budget speech yet. So I believe it's the government put it in to make themselves look good, that they get 25%. But if you do the maths, maybe I should do the maths later, Madam Speaker. I'm going to do the maths later and show you that it's not 25%. But they put that in, and I believe the government put that text in. But it's 24 million baseline, they say, and we got 6 million on the baseline. So they're going all the way back to 2019 baselines. Or which, FSI wrong? Where the baseline start? Last year? Well, you correct me what the baseline is then. Because I know the baseline is, basically I have it as the last average of the budget that they give us. And in any case, my point is, in budget speeches, nobody in Montserrat ever hear about no year-on-year increase based on no baseline. It's based on the last budget, and if there's an increase, and the increase, there's always been increases in the budget, because what we always try to do is to do a better budget and take account of inflation. And I'm going to work out that the $140 million we had in 2021, we also had the budget, they said that was the flatline budget, which was a repeat of the $140 million again in 2022. And I'm going to say to you that if you move from $140 million to $150 million budget, this is what people understand, and you subtract 140 from 150, you're going to get 10,376,000. You all could tell me whatever baseline you have between there to give you 25%. And we don't have $25 million. And we don't have $89 million either. So let us deal in clear. Where you all learn all these little tricks from? Just talk to the people straight. So as a percentage, the 10,376,000 as a percentage of 2022 budget, which is 140K, is 7.4%. 7.4%. This is what we should be communicating to the people of Montserrat. There's a 7.4% increase in the budget from last year to this year. I don't want to hear about no baseline. That must be some administrative, internal matter between you all and DFID. And in fact, you all should not do it, talk about baseline, because you all never share the MOU with us. But we have the MOU now, and these are the figures that I'm telling you. And my colleague leader, Louis, is going to give you the exact figures that are in the budget, and these are the exact increases. Mind I remind you, however, because we're going to get to the point on this 3% increase, that there was a 3% in 2016. Let's not personalize it to who give it and what punishment we get because we give it, but the people get it. All that is not necessary. What is necessary is that in 2016, that's the last time there was a pay increase. And that was not pre-COVID time, and that was not hyperinflation period. So you cannot compare the 3% increase in 2016 to a 3% in 2023. When you tell us the whole world currency has gone bad, the economic scale, no tourists might come, everything is going to be bad. The regional system is not going to grow as it's supposed to grow. Everybody's trying to give support to their people, but you're going to still say in its next breath that you're justified in giving 3%, comparing it in that to a 2016 3%. Let's not talk about that. Because if you do, the cumulative inflation rate from 2016 to 2023, and let us say that is 3% on average per year. My expert advisor clearly tells me 7 times 3 equals 21. I was there thinking about how you work out cumulative. Because a long time I'm not doing no maths. So the cumulative inflation is 21%. I'm quoting an expert other than myself. Well, it must be around there because the union came to the government and said, government, we don't want 21%, we want you to consider 10. They said 10%, and nobody consulted with them. I saw the fracker on Facebook. Nobody consulted with them. They're not people too. There's no dialogue, there's no reflection that there'll be dialogue. What we're going to be at impasse over everything, and then you just go and do what you like, and the impasse continues. Is that how we're going to run this country? No, I'm not talking to the technical table, I'm talking to the political table. Is that how we're going to facilitate When you get the statistics from the finance people, that's how we're going to run this country. Yes? Let's even have a conversation. And they can't have a conversation with statements on the radio and Facebook. I know you don't like the president, but you can still call the meeting. Because, you see, this is what is coming through from MCAP, loud and clear when you say don't invite people to something, and you can't talk to the president of any union, and you don't consult with any stakeholder. Breakdown of law and order in Montserrat. We can't even have proper relationships. Tribalism is going to take over. And let me add another consideration, because maybe you think all of us should stay quiet when you do your little tricks. You move the certain motions in the order paper up on the order paper when you had it amended on day one to make sure that we had the budget first. Below those motions, below the budget motion that we're debating now, you have the tax administration and the consequential tax administration bill, right? We're not going to debate that till maybe next month or maybe next year. Because if that came up right afterwards, everybody will see for themselves that this budget is null and void, even with the 3%. They will give you 3% and they're going to take it back to the taxes, to taxation. So you should have bring the bill so that we could debate it and then you could defend yourself. So when we get to the tax administration bill, and let me tell you what my point is from that tax administration bill. I got the draft. And I know the technicians are doing a good job because the Edge Chambers is very efficient too, like the finance ministry with their figures. And on the first sheet of the explanation, it says, I'm going to paraphrase, I'm not allowed to read. It says that if you get a tax notice for you owe tax, that you first pay that tax, and that when you appeal, because if you appeal, you have to pay the tax first, and during the period while you have appeal, you must have paid that tax. If you happen to win the appeal, that you shouldn't be paying the amount of tax that they ask you to pay. If you happen to win, you don't get your money back. We're talking about EDS and small business, right? They don't get their money back. If it was a clerical error, you have to pay that tax. What do? They say they're going to give you credit towards your next tax year. Even if they took the money from you and they should not have taken it. And that is contrary to the rule of law. No other law in Montserrat will allow you to appeal to any court does not stay the execution of the order until that appeal is heard. So what I'm saying, you don't even know what I'm saying, Mr. Cornermaker, you don't read nothing, you're not listening. Yes. No, you could talk. You not reading, and this is my point, they're not paying attention to any of the bills that they bring here. How could that bill? I have to pick out Mr. Corner, he is the social consciousness man over there. And if he missed that in the bill, everybody is going to miss it. And I know he's not reading, so he missed it. He was busy. Somebody don't read the payment bills to you, so I believe he can hear, but he not listen anyway. Even if they read them to you, you not listen.
Who is that?
Premier, none of them listen. So when we come here, when I come here, and I work these figures, and to me, the budget is tight, because it doesn't take account of the poverty in this country, which a study said last year, that our children were basically eating themselves into malnutrition. The statisticians could correct me, but some study that Montserrat children not getting proper food and proper meals in a British overseas territory. And below the poverty line? Yeah. And you're coming to run in here to tell me, oh, we have increased the wages for public servants making 1,700 and below. And this is some, do you know, this is some great achievement. This is some great achievement. You must be thinking, well, why the people who set wages all these years, from since even Plymouth, have us in these immediate post-slavery wage system? And now in 2023, they suddenly say, erase those wages. The minimum going to be 1,700, which I'm telling you, you guys are not paying attention, the honorable members. Basically, they have introduced a minimum wage through the back door. You cannot, whatever study you do in your ministry, come up with a minimum wage higher than 1,700. And this you agree to in the Memorandum of Understanding from 2022. They told you we're going to come and do this. In the Memorandum of Understanding you signed, they expected you, this change to be made this year, which is on target. So the point I've been making to you, if you're not paying attention, you're being manipulated and don't even realize it. You don't even know that this thing is not your doing. But we read the papers when they come to us, so we know when you come here and say, oh, we have done this. We already know it was going to happen because they said we have to make an intervention in this territory and we're going to improve, yes. And I'm going to let the minister tighten up on that it was not done right even so. But they had to come in now because, of course, you think they're going to come here and play hardball and try to run the island and they still have people living under minimum wage. I don't even know if they're going to call it minimum wage. They might even allow you to have a minimum wage and call this one the living wage. But I heard there was a study that says the living wage is supposed to be 2,000, not 1,700. Is there a study? Yeah, the minister, Lewis, is going to tell you about this study that put the living wage at 2,000, at 1,700. So while you're already here coming to tell us what you all are doing, we already know what is being done. And we know why it's being done. But I have to walk a kind of tightrope because I understand what's happening with your ministers. You know, you're working with Premier Farrell. If you don't walk a tightrope, I know. But I don't have to walk no tightrope. I'm not in this cabinet. You can't say certain things. Yeah. So when you come and tell us, we have suddenly, overnight, we had a dream and we wake up and it's for real that we have aligned the teachers and nurses' salaries. And this was long overdue. This has been worked on. It's long overdue for you, yes. It's long overdue for you. But this has been worked on since they denied the nurses the increase when they had that post-volcano or during the volcano riot thing in Salem. They had a bit of frack over how much money we had to increase the nurses' pay because the nurses were in great demand right after the volcano. And maybe you all don't have no record, but you could check the police records. There was a fracker and the lighting of the tires and the nurse. I don't think the nurses ever got the real pay. So this thing has been going on. So government didn't start in 2019. You all must speak properly and we will help you. Now you talk about a new parliament building. Well, I'm happy for the new parliament building. I know it's not your doing really, but you're there now. You're the government on watch. And you will have to take credit for the new parliament building. But that's the only new project added to all the projects which we have been fighting with. So unless you believe that the people of Montserrat memory short, that we don't know that these things have been going on all along. This constant pounding, my government is doing this and my government has done that, is not going to help. In fact, you guys are speaking with forked tongues because the fiber optic was met in an implementation stage, just like the well number 3. Just like well number 3, but the well number 3 collapsed, so it's not your problem. But the fiber was successful, and that is fine. We did the fiber. But remember, well number 3 was in progress. It's bad luck for the people of Montserrat and all of us that the well collapsed. It's bad luck that the same geologists that DFID provide, and was sitting in your ministry, and you say give bad advice. Gave bad advice? It was somebody ministry over here? But in any case, I forgive you because it's the geologist advise you. Then you come and then the government comes and they have no respect for us at all whatsoever. No. I don't believe they even consult with us and say, we're going to do this, that, or the other. But people punish me by putting me in a position, man. Because I don't know what I did wrong, but I tried my best, and the people punish me. The government don't even want to talk to me. I have to do my own research. And we passed the Housing Act since 2010. I don't remember. No, not 2010. It must be 2016. And now, with 2010? No, 2016, we passed the Housing Act. I wasn't in office then. I was in office between there 2016. So when you come in the house, you must talk like we all Montserratians, and our efforts are united and progressive and connected, and that you are now helping to continue to fulfill the dream of many. You cannot just destroy my past and try to make your future great. This is tribalism. And I don't want us to continue like that. So I'm talking to you that you must speak. Even if you don't like me, you have to talk to me still. Now, I recently published that the model, I mean, I've been publishing and publishing. I wouldn't say you all listen to me this time, but I would say suddenly something I've published again has come to pass. The model for promoting tourism. More than 40 years ago, the departmental model where government is the lead agency and government believe they can provide all the money, strategy, support, and direction for tourism went out the door. You cannot have a successful tourism with no department of tourism. So finally, long overdue, we've gone back to what we should have done, the tourist board. And to add insult to injury, I'm just summarizing your budget. To add insult to injury, finally, 4 years later, you finally realize you need to be listening to policy in order to make decisions. And remember, you're not the decision maker. The decision maker is in the Constitution. You are the chief advisor. You could be consulted. But you have to listen to policy direction before you go and stop ferry and all sorts of errors. And we're still promising people that there's going to be a solution to the ferry problem. Well, it might be this year. If you knock on enough doors in England, because the money is not in this budget. There's 1.8 million issue in this budget for some kind of subsidy, but that cannot hire a ferry. Let me tell you, it takes a budget of 1.42 million pounds, which is 5-point-something million EC, to give the access division the empowerment to be able to go to the market to get a ferry. And this hiring ferry, when you think you need a ferry, is going to cost about 50 million. I've said that already. Your model cannot work. So we need to somehow realize that island living cannot make sense without a ferry. I know that is not in the aristocratic sphere of thinking. You probably want to do a 737. You have the tallest control tower and the shortest
Airport Strip.
Airport Strip. Maybe you want to see the plane take off from Antigua.
Yeah, but that was then. That was then. That was then.
And in the same breath, you're complaining about housing, that they could have built 5 houses, the highest building in Montserrat. And the same people who built the highest building in Montserrat said they need the airport changed to another location. Soon as possible. So we need such a high tower. I had it the right height, just go to another location. Then they came to the port project. Let me go on the port project. All you all need to do is listen and have common sense, because you all know that what you are doing to the people of Montserrat. And in any case, I don't have to listen to you. It's the people of Montserrat who are scoring this golf game. I'm playing my game down the course. People are judging me. And what I say, you have already gone on the golf course. What the lowest score of golf is? I have to ask Dwayne Hickson. Because you all have scored the lowest score so far, so I believe I could beat you. I already hit a Tiger Woods shot. So I'm playing the golf course. People of Montserrat, listen to me. They say they're building a port project. Why are we glorifying this port project to the detriment of the people of Montserrat? Because it does not satisfy the expectations of the people of Montserrat. And I can refer you to the MOU of 2021, I think it is. While your administration was in power, the MOU had reason to advise you that it is not FCDO you're accountable to. Go and read the paragraph. It says you're accountable to the people of Montserrat. You all keep looking up and wanting to make sure you're acceptable to Master. Master don't want you to be accountable to him. Master wants you to be accountable to the people of Montserrat. Yes, you're going to read one other clause that tell you that you need to be accountable to them too. But it didn't say you, it said the financial secretary. It said the financial secretary. So you are not accountable to FCDO for nothing. You are accountable to the people of Montserrat only. So stop pretending that you are an extension of the British Parliament. You are accountable to the people in Montserrat. So when you all talk about the port project, don't add on that there is no apartment building and all this vision in your mind. Because the vision must be backed by a plan. I'm not saying you must have the money. I like the idea, like the fact that you want Montserrat to be great. Because sometimes when I travel, I have to tell people I come from St. Kitts, where my father come from, because you all just make me shame. You all just make me shame of my country. Tell the people of Montserrat, we want, I have to say it before you tell me, we want a sustainable development plan that we continue to implement. We want to put it in legislation, whether the British want to or not. And even if they don't put it in legislation, just keep fighting and leave it just like that. Just keep fighting. If they don't want you to bring the legislation, just leave it there, because this is what we want as a people. People of Montserrat has come together 5, 6 times and have SDPs. So you have to take the high ground on policy and not come to tell them you're wishing there would be apartment buildings on the cliff or in Plymouth, but we have no real plan. We have no real plan for Little Bit Town. We had about 4 separate plans. We had a tourism town, we had a industrial town, we had a marine town. We had all kind of town outlines. But right now we are planless. And you want to tell the people of Montserrat that we're going to have apartment buildings above I don't know what, and we don't have a town plan and we don't have a SDP. They're not stakeholders in this game at all. So I've summarized to say that this 2023 budget and the fact that you all have now come out and tell us exactly, with all this mix-up talk, personal talk, exactly the status of the projects and what you're doing, I'm happy for that. I'm happy that the people of Montserrat know they don't get more hypertension pills cheap or whatever, or free. I'm happy that we're going to get, what you say it was? Internet or online medical services. And Dar said the internet now works, so you now get no service. So, Madam Speaker, the telemedicine. What you think, telemedicine free? It might be cheaper for us to keep going to Antigua. So let us tell the people that telemedicine is not going to be free, like we're just going to send the picture to some place or some doctor somewhere. Doctors in England and telemedicine are expensive. They're probably more expensive than going to Antigua. Which brings me to the point on the mammogram and the CT scan. Madam Speaker, we have had people in Montserrat. We have had people in Montserrat who have sacrificed their careers even, put themselves up for public office campaigning for CT scan. Lose their job because they want to be a politician, think they could get a CT scan. Can't get CT scan. These ministers never campaigned for CT scan. And they come in here and they don't recognize the footprints in the sand of time. They recognize what? Procurement is getting a CT scan. I could hear Charles calling, Samuel here, you get them for you. And then you come here. Yes. With what? I'm trying to reference. I'm trying to reference that you could hear you call Sammy to say this can't reach because you never added a CT scan, no? You know, somebody else did the work. That's the point I'm making. Somebody else did the work. The point I'm making, say what you like, Charles, man, don't worry. We could take interruption. Somebody else had the CT scan, and when you hear the CT scan reach, we could hear you. You believe it reach for you? Me have assumed before me tell anybody. But Madam Speaker, they come in here and behave as if they are a CT scan. So what about these people who have sacrificed, crying? People have died. I had a cousin. That is another thing you all have to get. I hope you all could get it. Because you all have some money to get more equipment. My cousin, Ethelyn Weeks, in the hospital, by the time she's diagnosed with kidney failure, and they couldn't find a dialysis machine in any of the islands around here. And that took 2 days of searching. All the beds were full. Me lie? Oh, he said, you understand, he's sorry about that. They couldn't find a bed in any of the islands, and my cousin Ethelyn died here because there is no dialysis machine. And I said this maybe 10 years ago, that people could be pronounced dead in Montserrat while they're alive. Can't find a dialysis machine anywhere with a bed empty to fly her to. Plane available, money available. But there's not one in Montserrat. So yes, there's going to be always something else. There's nothing wrong with that. We are part of the 5th richest country in the world called England. I agree with you all on that. Let us get what is there for us, but don't just leave it. It's not so good. It's not a begging thing. It's not a knocking on door thing alone. It's not so you go. And in fact, England, knock on England door no more bell you ring. So I don't believe in knock on the door. That's just a side. Me have to dig you a little bit premium. So we need to give Montserrat ownership of the island. We must secure the future of Montserrat with a clear policy and access. And listen, I don't know if you all have read any of the British-sponsored expensive studies on affordable transport and the plans to give Montserrat purpose-built ferry. And don't tell me, oh, it's somebody from the last ages lost it. Because if the last years last, let them be lost. If it's somebody from the last years made us lose getting a purpose-built ferry, let us continue, because it's their own study tell you what the positive effect on the economy is. And if you don't believe that the removing of the ferry is having a negative, here's another document that you all never read. You never read the ECCB report that you quoted in this budget, which shows you that from 2020 to today's date, your economy has been contracting. And they also tell you that the growth you are forecasting of 5% is that because we're going from a -2 to a potentially 3% in this year. You have to get past the negative before the people even start to feel relief. So right now we're in negative. Compared to between 2022-23, Montserrat's growth was minus, I'll give you the exact figure, 1.18%. In 2023, you project it to be 3%. So you have to go past the negative line before you even start to feel anything with the projects you're talking about. And you can't just rely on the public sector projects. That is why I'm saying to you, you have to empower the people so you put a little sugar into the economy. But Montserrat is the only country in the whole OECS that has a decline in GDP in the same period between 2020 and now. Anguilla, 21.6% GDP growth. Antigua, our source for tourism dollars, tourism people on the ferry, 8.5%. St. Kitts, 7.7%. Thank you, Honorable, you're reading, man.
Yeah, man, I have all the facts.
7.7%. So, when you all are talking, and we are telling you, the economists that we are paying big money from the British to advise you are telling you that your economy has contracted. It was 439 million. Is it 2020? Yeah, I think it's 2020. And today's date, your economy has contracted to 399 million. And there's no economist in this room could dispute these figures they produced, not by me. So you have to pay attention.
Yeah.
David, you read that too?
Yeah.
Good. So I have witnessed. When you say that we're on a roadmap, the reset roadmap, I'm happy for you. But I don't see the reset roadmap going more than down or slightly up, or I don't even know where, or moving at all. So let us not talk about, because it cannot move, because these estimates by ECCB are based on the projects which are supposed to happen. So we are saying that if they happen. So my question is, what can you do in between those public sector projects happening to allow the people of Montserrat to move out of negative growth and you see something happening for them? They're feeling the hardship. I will tell you that you have to invest. Don't give them idiots money as if it's just part of a giveaway campaign. You have to take real initiatives with idiots. And I'll only leave David to talk about the rest, because I don't want to steal everybody's thunder. What else can you do to help this island? Because I was going to make the point about transport. I alone cannot tell you, but ECCB figures have told you what is happening. And what is the catalyst that gave Montserrat its growth before 2020? Everybody knows the ferry. Everybody knows you don't have to understand everything about economics. And don't listen to all of these people in the diaspora who are telling you we are aristocrats now and we should be flying on 737. Maybe when you put the airport to a different location, or we need new, they have a London dreaming about the past with Leith and so on. Right right now, if we don't do anything to fill that transport gap, it's going to get worse. Transport is the biggest key to trade. Biggest key in the trade infrastructure is transport. You have supply markets, you have production, but if you don't have transport, and the people of Montserrat are suffering high inflation before COVID. Before COVID, let's not use COVID as an excuse. I agree with the Honorable K. Dorset. Let's not use COVID as an excuse. That port is worse than COVID sometimes. Because you know how the inflation started here. When the ships that come to land our food and can't land the food, and the food has to be transshipped to St. Kitts or St. Martin to be transshipped back to Montserrat. The cost of the food to the people of Montserrat go up. Simple mathematics. And there's a built-in insurance cost for that, which we are paying, which is what catalyzed the idea that we get a port that we are sure that the container ships or whatever ship, even the tourist ship, could land the cargo the same day without having to go to a next jurisdiction to return the goods on a smaller boat. Because it's costing us, the bill is not coming to you, but all you need to do, as I've said before, is to care. That's what I was trying to say to Minister Buffon. I don't want love, I want care. I want you to address the job and realize that what these people are saying to you is real. If you don't correct this transport thing, and hiring a boat is not correcting the problem, you're spending money, creating manifests, creating and regularizing more opportunity for the people of Montserrat to not recover. So we have to think big and we have to take professional and expert advice. But the most important thing, we have to care enough about the people of Montserrat. What's the next thing you need to do to show the people of Montserrat that you care and that we want? I don't even care if you don't want to care. But I want you to have pride. And show the people of Montserrat that, listen, this little Montserrat is rich in its people, the class of people we have. The class of people we have. We could visit Buckingham Palace anytime. I met the sergeant near Buckingham Palace guarding the Queen. So I know our people are security cleared. We are civilized, upstanding, royal people. And you're telling me, with all the educated people we have in the world, and all the people who hold us in such high stature because of the brand set by man like Sir Howard Fergus, that we can't run a country which has 20 square miles left after a volcano, and we were so resilient to stay here and beat off a volcano, beat off a Hurricane Hugo. We were fighting since 1933 when the volcano erupted that time too, you know. And we were fighting since 1632. When they started to bring us over here, we didn't want to come. And you're telling me we're going to give up this island since after 1834? Emancipation, we're fighting. 1768, we almost took over Government House, or wherever they were having the party, St. Patrick's Day. Fighting people. You think I'm going to sit mute and subject myself to being run by TCs? TCs will have to report to me. So what I want you to do is to consider which of the jobs and the heads of public servants belong to Montserratians. I want you to give me a list, bring it to Parliament in a bill, and say the government of Montserrat have decided that these are offices of the state of Montserrat, the mini-state. There's only one office in Montserrat guaranteed to a Montserratian. One. And you come in 2023 to reset and you're advertising our PS jobs for TC. Any job they feel like for TC? Why you think we can't find demonstrations? The only reason why we can't find a demonstration is because there's no compulsion to find a demonstration. Don't tell me it's because they're not applying. They're not going to apply because they know they're not getting the job. Because usually people know who they have the job for. They're recruiting for who they want. So I want you to start your own recruitment for Montserrat. In your recruitment for Montserrat, tell me which jobs. And I want to tell you which ones I want. I want the FS, I want the AG, I want all the permanent secretaries and all the directors for starters. Anybody else who come in must be an advisor or pro temp. These jobs have to belong to Montserrat, or you will not own Montserrat. You're going willy-nilly, and you're saying that you basically told them they could do what they like. I've advised you. If the head of state invites you for consultation, mark you, me, I'm a farmer, right? I'm only an educated farmer, but I'm a farmer. And a great man taught me that if I'm invited to make decisions outside my capacity, and I'm running a country, what you do? Say, head of state, my advice will be coming to you via my public service commission, or via my police service commission, or via my committee headed by the PRO. Because then you get the whole nation with you and behind you, and we control things here. I know it's against natural justice to call me in as a farmer to ask me if I should retire 7 top brass in the police force, give them notice that they're going to retire all at once, in a communal country with black people, and jet in somebody who don't look like us and say it's an interim or substantive. I know it's wrong. It's not natural justice. And what you have is a political mandate to stand up against that. And that you yourself as a person cannot be consulted in that regard. You have to be consulted as the representative of the people. And I want to hear what my people say to me. Get me my committees. Let me get the proper advice. So we have people with legitimate expectations. And I tell you why I'm very upset with this government. I know a certain lawyer, they have him in a certain place. And he used to say, and I now understand why he's saying it. If I perish, I perish. But I'm going to fight for my country. I don't want to die like Kojo head, like Kojo. Because I don't want to die and nobody squealing on me. And I'm home in a corner trembling and they're coming to look for me, to go hang me. I want to die just like how I'm going here. Full-blooded warrior. So when you hear they get me, yes, full-blooded warrior we are from St. Kitts, full-blooded warrior of Montserrat. So you all know I'm fighting. If I perish, I like the man, the lawyer from East, because he recognized my worth at one point. I don't like everything he do, but he made some good points. And you all know me, if a man throw a punch at me, I have to be prepared to take a punch or duck. I believe he said that too. So I'm fearless in this regard, and I'm near 60, so they could retire me too. But the government say I could work till 65, so I'm working till 65. And nobody could retire me. I don't know why some of you don't retire. So we want you to prevent or replacement by TCs. And I want you to insist that the police who have been given notice that we're going to retirement, that they must get a letter and get the option if they want to go. If they want to go. That's the law we made under the Pension Act. It says that the Pension Act applies to the gazetted officers, and it's if they want to go. This is a black country. And if they have problems, let us have disciplinary tribunals. You have a lawyer on your side. She would tell you this is not the way to go to punish people in, this is the dark ages. This is not the dark ages. Let them have disciplinary. Somebody discipline them, even in private, or if it's matters of security, let somebody do it in private, and then you get a statement that basically summarizes, and we can get a sense that this person was in the wrong or whatever. Justice. We want justice in this country. That's what we want in this country. We don't want that people just replaced. And they must get their letter. And they must say if they want to go on. And no, they don't want to go on, but then you have to pay them out to the point where they want to go. When they should have gone. I want them to get their letter. And I'm speaking today because I want you all to know that we are not stupid. People of Montserrat, we are wise, but we masquerade a bit. And members of this house, our job is not to join in the masquerade. Our job is to be above the masquerade, looking in on the dance, maybe dancing in now and again. But we are looking out for our people. We're looking out for our people. Some of them probably can't stop masquerading. I'm not going to say like Mr. Kernan, Honorable Kernan, that they can't build 2x4 buildings. I know some of them are a little bit eccentric like me. All of us have little eccentricities. But that is no reason for us not to look out for them. And that's why they elect us. It is not for us to become their father or to become their decision maker. They elected us for us to be able to lead and to look after them. Even when they don't want to look after themselves. So who did we consult on this 3% salary increase? Nobody. Take it or leave it. Don't have to talk to no union. Cumulative inflation, 21%, no negotiation. But you're going to tell me the budget increased by 25%. And all the people could get. Because you say it's 25% of some baseline. It's 3%. And now you stand up and still say in the same breath that you got these alignments. But you're still going to be doing your minimum wage and don't realize that you already have a minimum wage. You just got one handed to you on a platter. I've been told to warn you about this concept of merging ZJB and GIU. I don't understand why they have taken this government hostage. How is it possible for ZJB and GIU to merge? Just by way of explanation, ZJB is a vehicle for information. ZJB is just like BBC. Anybody can put out information once it complies with the law and the rules of the station. The GIU is government's information producer. They put information on ZJB just like everybody else. When they work in the same space, they can share resources and so on. But what is merging? How could you merge a community radio, which the same government was complaining that ZJB don't belong to the government. By custom, it belongs to the people. And now we don't understand what this means, merge. Because if it's going to merge, I'm telling you, it's going to merge out. You have to merge into a statutory or a company and you give a subvention and we have a board that runs it. And the government stays out of it, or there'll be no Radio Montserrat. I will go to every end of the world to protect the freedom of speech and to give Radio Montserrat back to the people. It cannot be merged with no GIU. You all control your GIU by yourself, get your own PR and do whatever you want to do. But ZJB is not involved in any political campaign. ZJB is just a vehicle. The equipment can't put our information themselves. If the people they are not implementing the rules, train them, you might even change them. But you cannot come and take the people radio station from them. And I tell you why. I'm going to call Willie White I'm going to call Denzel Edgecombe. I'm going to call back some people from the grave too, who started Radio Montserrat, and the government of Montserrat. I'm going to find the papers, promise to support the idea of Radio Montserrat for life, because it was started by ordinary people who wanted to give voice to the local people of Montserrat. Radio Montserrat was not invented or founded or established by a government of Montserrat. It was invented, established by Delil. Me not give no credit to that there for that there. Huh? Oh. I'm corrected by my honorable member. He says one of the, I'm going to say it this way, one of the founding members, private persons who started Radio Montserrat, was a certain man who also started flying out of Montserrat and started the airport at Alveston, and Mr. Frank DeLille. His name used to be on one of the late planes. But this is not the point. This is not the point. The point is that the Montserrat people were there, and most of them Montserratians whose name I have on a list, but I don't want to take up too much time with that. That Radio Montserrat, if you guys want to acquire it from us, it belongs to the people. We are going to go to court, because it cannot be merged because it's the people's station. Not because the government gives us equipment, it's public money and not yours. It is public money. You're supporting a community radio station owned by the people. If you want to fight that, good for you. Now, I want to make a point. I read the St. Helena budget allocation. I read the St. Helena MOU. I read the St. Helena press release. And it's the exact same almost as the one in Montserrat. And if they did not use this baseline thing to throw us off, in my view, the uplift, by my calculation, is really about 4%, just like in St. Helena, as in Montserrat. And here's what the First Minister said over there. Whilst we recognize and celebrate the commitment shown to St. Helena by the UK, with inflation currently at 5.4%, this does not constitute in real terms a reduction in St. Helena's budget for the next fiscal year. That's why I gave you the cumulative figure for Montserrat that says 21. I also calculated that if it's not 21, then it's at least 7, when I calculated the difference. And here he's saying they gave him the same uplift, is 1.4% less, which means the budget in Montserrat has less buying power than the budget last year. And this minister in St. Helena is saying to the British, we know about money. We know about money, and we realize that thank you for this money. And we should say in Montserrat, thank you for the £6,000, but we know it's less than what is needed, and it's less than what you give us last year in real terms. In real terms, which is why, in real terms, somebody from Montserrat posted, our budget is numbers add up on paper, but in real terms, we don't understand what we're saying. That's why I don't have to say I come from St. Kitts. We have to tell them the same thing. If you don't empower the people of Montserrat, they can't perform. If you don't recognize the material you're dealing with, you can't perform. And the people of Montserrat are disgruntled, displaced, demoralized, disenchanted, and believe that there's a British takeover of the island, even when there's not, because we're playing along with this little F-Studio game of baselines. And they're not looking out for the people of Montserrat. We are unique people. I have a lot of people in the Friends of British Overseas Territories who want to visit and experience the Montserrat people as we are complying with law and order. Can't be railroaded into be a British council. We're not a British council, we are Montserrat in the Caribbean Sea. The way that God made us to be. Madam Speaker, I'm getting there now. I believe I'm about halfway. Madam Speaker, the honourable member for Minister for Agriculture is a very smart man. Sometimes he surprised me with the words that come out of his mouth. He said today, there's this concept of separation of church and state. Separation of church and state. And there's a part in the Bible that says, render unto Caesar what is due to Caesar, and unto God what is due to God. So the honourable member know what he's saying, and I know what I'm saying, and I want people to read the introduction of the budget presentation to understand why we can't go down this road where we do not render unto Caesar what is due to Caesar, and unto God what is due to God. One of my constituents tell me, I have to bowl a ball. This ball here can't be playable. It's an unplayable googly. I don't know if he's turning in or out. I'm not sure the man gonna get out, but I just have to make the point. Also last year, the Honorable Premier, I accused him, or I realized that he had come with an unfinished symphony last year. And he came back and almost killed me. Well, vicariously, because my back broad and nothing troubled me. I've been to heaven and back. So I know where I'm going. That is one of the hymns that we sing in church. So he didn't come with an unfinished symphony this year, he came with a part of a hymn. So I can't rebut that, because my grandmother was an evangelist. Mother brought me up in the I christened Methodist, and by the time I'm a teenager, I brought up Pentecost. I must be in every church now, and I'm married Anglican. And the point I want to make on this point about render unto Caesar what is due to Caesar, and unto God what is due to God. And this is not no great eye-opener, that the economy is a man-made thing. Why was an economy made? Lots of people study economics, and they learn all the macroeconomics, trade economics, marketing economics. But you have to learn for yourself, why are we doing this? Why has man created something called an economy? I'll tell you why. It is to improve the condition of man. Because if we were to continue to live in the state of nature, or live in the bushes, we would not be surviving as well as we are doing now. So the economy is a man-made thing, and it is founded upon or facilitated by a system of education, knowledge of how this thing works in order for it to be correct. If you don't follow the rules of Caesar in this thing called economy, you'll be hurting yourself. Sometimes the hurt is irreparable. So we have to understand what the Honorable Minister is saying about separation between church and state. We have to practice this economy thing as if we are concerned about people. There's no way around it. There's no way of sitting down and leaving it or doing what you like and think it will resolve itself. Economy is a man-made facility, and we must, yes, thank you for that word. It's a man-made construction, an archetype. And we must do what needs to be done. So I want you all to be serious about this. I want you all to be serious about this. We can't just do things willy-nilly because people will hurt. And people will hurt for ages. This is my pet peeve. You send home 7 people. You think you save the police force, but you kill 7 people and their families. They have children. They have children who have children. They have grandchildren. They were expecting pension. It's the same thing. We had 7, you love this number 7, Claude. We had 7 people on the ferry. And when you wake up and you see the ferry out there and say, we got to get rid of it. 7 people, 7 families. Some of them had children in my neighborhood. They had car loan. And I'm just talking about the financial impact of it, you know. I'm not talking about the legacy impact. That forever, we'll be talking about people who have been forced retired as if they were fired. And the children will go to secondary school. And other people's children go remember their father and their mother. That this is how they ended up. After 30 years of service, demoralized. You think it's right? If I perish, I perish. Why should I perish? In the interest of reasonable man and looking out for the people of Montserrat. If I perish, I perish. We're not going to start a Sudan in Montserrat. This is what we have started in Montserrat, you know, Sudan. It's just a good thing we don't have paramilitaries and guns. What do you think is going to happen now? What do you think we're going to use as our weapons now in Montserrat? What do you think we're going to go ahead now and get this whole government of Montserrat against 7 people who work for us 20, 25, 30 years in the court of law, and probably make them poorer as they fight for their legacy? They're not fighting for the money. They're fighting because they're humiliated. It's an injustice. You have to act as if it matters. The elephant in the room, and all we're talking about is financing terrorism. We don't have no more offshore bank. We don't have no correspondent bank. And they're stressing the risk. But are we stressing the humanity of looking after Montserrat? What roadmap to what prosperity? What roadmap for what prosperity for who? I know some of them lost the roadmap to prosperity right now. So where's the optimism? If one of us fall in a situation like this, all of us will fall. Stand with me. Now and again, honorable members on the other side, they have conscience and they fire a little friendly fire. They fire a little friendly fire, but they know that what has happened there is the same result that could happen to them, you know. I don't want them to leave their office. Think I want the ministers to cross the floor? No. That's why I'm not even here sometimes, because I don't want nobody to think I want to take over the government. I don't even want to be a premier. I can be the best premier of Montserrat, but I'm not even aspiring. You all have to beg me. You think it's that I'm here for? I'm here standing as a warrior for Montserrat. For the people of Montserrat. So when these little things are happening, that they're sweet in the pot, and after going through slavery, apprenticeship, and more slavery, and métayage, so how would teach me some of these words. And after holding us ransom when we had a public administration bill, to do this ourselves for ourselves. Are you telling me you're going to rejoice that somebody else come and do it and you're going to come and tell me that you did it? So why we didn't do it before? Are we against each other so much? Why did we try to have a public administration bill? Isn't it because we wanted to empower ourselves to be better for ourselves? Why have they still not assented to that bill? And you're telling me that on this golf course of life, people of Montserrat, let us choose the team that is scoring the Tiger Woods shots. We are scoring the Tiger Woods shots. Don't get caught up in the little fancies of wage increase and it's long overdue, and we're doing hospital, which we have been doing for 25 years. We have life-saving equipment, which Dr. Buffon died trying to get. But somebody come and tell you, you know, career-wise died, career-wise. Career-wise, I said it before, that she struggled and ran into election, and you don't know politics is bad. If you haven't prepared for politics, you can't even get back your medical career. I'm not as lucky as Cranston Buffon. I struggled all my life since I entered active politics in 2001 till now. Struggled all my life. Barely come in number 9 sometimes. He's the Montserrat love child. Get about 1,300 votes one time. Can't lose again. Montserrat love child. Let's continue like that. But I want you all to make me a love child too. Because let's continue like that. Because I'm tempted to tell them not to vote for you next time, but I can't do that because it would go against my conscience. You know why? I want the people of Montserrat to be involved with developing, looking after, prospering other Montserratians, just like what they did with John Osborne. And they chose you. They chose you, Honorable Cranston Buffon. You're the Montserrat love child. Love them back. I can't encourage them. I will never let them remove you because they have chosen you. Sometimes when I see you on the road, I walk on the other side, I want to cuss you, but I can't cuss you. You have 1,300 votes. Somebody says hard, because they say you lose votes. So you have to check on that. So, I'm appealing to you. Because now and again you don't say the right thing. But I tell you something, you should realize by now that you're the most powerful man over there. Are we done with Mr. Colonel a long time? We never know how we get re-elected. But you, definitely in front of me, that bored me bad. That bored me. Okay, so Mr. Buffon, if you're the Montserrat love child, they can't fire you, they can't do nothing. Just make up your mind that you're for the people. Right? And punch and get out. Do what is right. As a matter of fact, I'm saying to you, I'm not saying for you to cross the floor. I'm saying hold the strain. We come in, we come with you. We already chose you because the people love you. We're coming with you. We're going to retire Mr. Colonel soon. We're going to send him a letter. Now,
You throw yourself.
No, they can't throw you out.
They can never touch you.
They can't throw you out.
They can't touch that.
Can you remember, right? Remember, you're the minister of the two parties, eh? We voted for you to be a minister over there. Right? So you have to watch yourself. They don't like that. No. It's politics, boy. A little politics now and again. It's going to hurt you. I'm very transparent, you know. I like to give the opposition my papers, and then I still try to beat you. So let's go to the airport now. This is another elephant in the room. I want to keep out of this airport thing. I should keep out of it because I might be regarded as having a conflict of interest. So let me go past the airport. Let me go to the A1 roads. Because people telling me to talk about Risa and Twinata, all kind of thing. But that, I built airports, we finished it since 2005. The financial secretary paid me my gratuity already, so I can't go back to that. Let's talk about the A1 roads. I hope, I'm not hoping, somebody emailed me and said that let's see if you would allow me to just reference my email, Madam Speaker. Somebody emailed me to say, can't find it, Madam Speaker. Somebody emailed me to say something about the reflections on the budget. But I can point you to one fact, and I find all of the ministers are saying that the new asphalt plant gonna fix all the roads. And I want to know if the plant gonna run around Montserrat and fix all the roads. Because the A1 road budget is down by 100K. That does not seem to me to be a plan to put this asphalt plant to work anymore, or any more than it used to work, maybe even 100K less. So somebody have to tell me how the plant is going to get all these roads fixed just because it's new, but you need money to buy the asphalt and get the job done, and you have $100,000 less. So therefore, maybe the government is thinking they're going to do the roads over the next 10 years. But you know, they talk in parables. When they say they're going to build the town, they mean the next 20 years. When they said they are on the housing, they said we're going to have a revolving fund of $1 million to build 18 houses. A revolving fund financed with $1 million in a public-private partnership. Well, I don't know what the private partners are going to put in. Maybe they're going to give the money directly to the home builders. But if I were to interpret 1 million in a revolving fund, I divide 1 million by the average price of a house is 400,000. I'm going to get 2.5 houses. The average repayment period for a house is 20 to 25 years. So the revolving fund is going to build 2 houses every 20 to 25 years, 18 times. So I'll be dead before they build house number 6. So there has not been any structural reform to assist the people of Montserrat, nada. But we know of all the supply chain bottlenecks, rising transport costs, cost of basic commodity. We know everything, but we're doing nothing about it. We even know that the global inflation is going to fall from 8.8 to 6.6. What are we doing in Montserrat? Nothing about that. We know that, that we need to enhance trade by negotiating for proper transport, which we have destroyed. There's maybe one line of promise, as if somebody outside the economy is going to miracle in a ferry to Montserrat. We're going to pray and fast long enough to get a ferry. We're going to cushion the inflation effects for the vulnerable, accelerate the transition to renewable. Where is the money coming from? And there's only one part of this whole budget that the government have set any kind of goals. And the goals are set in energy. I'm not going to repeat the goals, but that is what I expect from a government. I expect from a government to set goals and to report to us, this is the goal we have set, this is what we're doing now. This is where we are on the continuum towards the goal. But the government does not do that. The government campaigns against the opposition, and what the opposition didn't do in 5 years of the last years, and this is the achievement. My achievement is that in the years that I lost, I'm still better than the people, but I'm not going anywhere. So in the whole budget, and I also noticed, and perhaps I should draw this out, not too much, that we don't get the breakdown of the percentages to public administration, defense, and so on. I don't know if there's a new style, but we will get an idea of where we are going with the different sectors. Or is sectors they call it? Or is in there? I haven't seen it. Kenya, you didn't show me. So Montserrat is the only country that is in decline, and we are not doing anything to engage the people of Montserrat, even by ensuring that they have some of the top jobs. Because somebody told me, you see, why the government love the TCs? Because when they come, they get every support they ask for. But our local technicians, we have to struggle with what we could find. To bring equity to Montserrat, we need more committee work. We need serious people. Now let's talk about mining. Would you believe that in the government estimates, they have held constant the amount of revenue that they anticipate to collect from mining? I think it is, how much is it, Minister, again, Lewis? Mining? Yeah, mining. Check it quick for me, because I like to deal with statistics. David, you're not reading the book again, man.
No, give me a chance.
Statistics. 700,000 collection from revenue. But we know for sure that the collections last year were less than that, than what was anticipated. It's either 450 or 700,000. My memory is coming back. The collections, the actuals were less, but you're still forecasting to get more when the miners, two of them, mining companies, say again? They're giving the figure? Yes. Two of the miners who have just applied for concessions to improve their output, the application was declined. But you're forecasting that by some miracle, the output from mining will increase, even though the actuals you got last year were less, and you have just prevented the miners from expanding and increasing their output. And I understand that one of the explanations given is that all the miners have money. We would give the concession to some other external investor, but not these miners in Montserrat. That don't make no sense to me. The investor coming in have money too. So why you don't tell him, well, you have money, I'm not giving you no concession? So this is, equity must prevail, and we must invest in Montserrat entrepreneurship. It's the same money it's going to bring into the treasury. I remember one time I was talking to a particular economist or one of these officials they sent out here, and he was concerned about the environment and the mining. And he said, the royalties are only bringing in, he said it was, as far as he calculated, the royalties can't be more than 2 million or something like that. And we should stop mining because the British government could give us $2 million in the treasury. And everybody looking and nobody want to say anything. So I said to him, what percentage of the mining is the 2 million? He said, oh, he's told it's something like 10%. Say something he's told like something like 10%. The British could give us 2. I said, but it's not 2 million you're going to give us, you know. It is the entire value of the industry you have to give us. Because the 10%, the 2 million you're getting, is 10% of how many million that is? 20 million. So you're going to have to give us 20 million, 22 million to compensate. Because they don't recognize that this other millions is what is supporting life and the livelihood of the people of Montserrat. This other 20 million that they don't understand, these other millions, 18 million or whatever, they don't understand it's coming through the port in hydrocarbons, tires and oil. They don't understand that the truckers have to have garage to maintain the vehicles. They need parts, that mechanics replace these parts, and these mechanics have wives and children. And that is a regular business, and at the end of the day, yes, the miners are going to make a profit, but it's not all the money they get. That money is what is the gravy in the economy. And they have to pay their taxes and everything. So if you listen to some of the advice, and they tell you, oh, we could just pay that. This is how this government has rolled over. They believe that these people are just going to pay these little monies into the treasury. This is not a treasury matter. Government is not elected to watch revenue in the treasury. They have a finance team for that. They have the budget director, they have the FS, they have the accountant general. They are accountable to defeat for the monies. Government is set up to create opportunity for the people of Montserrat. It's not just to go to Miami and visit and say tourist ships are going to come, which might come or may not come. You have to create the product by investing in the people, meaning they need monies to cut the trails. That is what feeds them. These little things that you think don't matter, is not the boat coming that is the problem. They want the boat to come, but it's a business of their life that they have to attend to. And this is the point I'm trying to get across, that the government does not seem to attach too much importance to what its job is, to create local economy. Not to have it constrict, as we're hearing, because they're relying strictly on these public sector projects performing if they start 2023 and they think that's enough. That is not what has had Montserrat buoyant. It's investing directly. And when the Minister Kernan spoke about the promotion of ICT, and he takes very lightly the printing of T-shirts and paraphernalia to promote the embedding of the ICT mission and concept into the people of Montserrat, that he does not realize that these are livelihood things. There are people who have small businesses on which they thrive, and we should do more of that, not less. We're trying to grow, not contain. This is not Ukraine. Nobody's trying to take us over. We are giving up. So the only thing they have set as a target is the renewable energy, and I don't even think that these targets are achievable, but I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. At least you did one thing right. When I speak, I think I'm past halfway through. Spoke about the town plan. I could talk till 9? Okay, let me see. No, I'm not going to go so far. I already talked about the housing programs, and the Minister for Housing, the love child of Montserrat, is very enthusiastic. But with all your enthusiasm, there's no money. And you all are genuflecting towards the Minister of Finance. And he knows not only that there's no money, but that he's not doing anything to deal with getting no more money, because the only way we can get out of this thing is to invest in the people of Montserrat. So if you're, they're going to ring the doorbells in England. It's doorbells there, not no knocking. It's doorbells they have in England. So We don't have no gravy going on because there's no investment in the people. The only project we are talking about, which is what the public servants are implementing, the EDS. I went to a forum last night, agriculture forum, and I believe that they must have had several forums after the budget to try to give momentum to something. And I can tell you, the room was full of farmers and fishers, very enthusiastic, and the technicians who were taking note of the many issues. I didn't even know we didn't have a pound system, and that people's crops are being destroyed. I didn't even know we didn't have a pound system. But those were the last years I didn't remember. I don't know that they didn't have a pound system. I'm sure they had a pound system in the last years.
No, when the man that died, they gave it up.
We need to do proper succession planning so that we have a pound system in Montserrat. I didn't know we didn't have a pound system. I thought the pound system was running. And the minister stand up in the meeting and say he didn't know there was no pound system, there's no pound system as well. Is not me say so? The other thing I'm concerned about is after 4 years, he don't realize we don't have no pound, but he going to say that I shouldn't know.
And he has system.
This is a little politics. Before, don't get too hot on your collar. But I was there when you said that there's no pound system last night. I didn't know. I just confessed that I didn't know. But you're there for 4 years and you're so vibrant and you didn't know. The other thing I'm concerned about is that there's no roster for roster system now. I realize for taxi operators at any of the ports. No airport or seaport, no central place to locate or call a taxi. These are very small, but taximen make their livelihood out of taxi service. I remember when we have to try to reinvent or reestablish some of these things because they used to make their living, they have a taxi stand, and if you want a taxi, it's not just bad for the taximen, it's also bad for the tourists. I ended up one day having to be a taximan because they don't know who to call to get a taxi. And they don't have a number to call any taxi. And they don't know where to call to get a taxi. I should just talk about that one. No, you can't call the taxi association. The government have established a taxi stand. With a phone? They need one with a phone. I didn't know where to call. I don't know what's going on. Where you say me to live here? Madam Speaker, the government budget outlined concessions and initiatives. I'm not going to go through all of them. I just want to say one thing which supports my argument that this government thinks that everything must be a gift and we're lucky to get it. But the Christmas barrel program is not a gift to the people of Montserrat. The Christmas barrel program is a revenue-raising measure. I don't know who invented it or who recoined it or who said it's a gift to the people of Montserrat. It's a good thing, but we should try to realize that the people are participating in the economy equally as the government. Government has more power, so the government should not try to manipulate or hold this over their head like, oh, we're doing you this favor, this is part of the running of the economy of Montserrat. Even Christmas tree lighting is a fiscal incentive. And these people are paying for their own Christmas tree lights to decorate the country, which is maybe in some councils, the whole council go around and decorate the high street and so on. And people are doing it. People are doing it. So this is not this is not no concession. They talk about and everything is coming soon. Wait, if you stop. Everything is coming soon. There's a housing act, but the 40,000 is coming soon. I want to encourage the Montserratians overseas, however, to buy their homes in Montserrat, build a house in Montserrat, start to own land in Montserrat. Other people is going to own it if you don't have it. Have a place to escape to from the cold. I live here. I don't know where this misconstruing of where I live come from, but I work in the world. And I want to encourage the parents, and I want to encourage the teachers. Do not let this government prepare your children to work in no fields and farms. If the children want to be, let them make their choice. Let us forcefully search out for an education system which prepares our children for the world. If there's one thing I agree with, one of them said it too in different words. We're preparing our people for the world. Montserrat is just a part of the world. I live in the world. I work where I want to work, when I want to work. And that is what I want the children of Montserrat to aspire to be. It's not about the suit wearing. It's about the working. When they talk about the nomad, I was one of the first nomad. I started to work remote. When I can't work remote, I go to the work. And I want you to know, and let me not talk about me because I know me already. Let's talk about hospital. Nice words, healthcare transformation. There's no healthcare transformation. We need you to bring the project architects who are better than our architects and who can build better incinerators. We need you to bring them to the people as with the port so they could see for themselves if the hospital is just an open plan, or if you have all these floors and wards, or if you even have a maternity ward, and if you don't have a maternity ward, if you have a domiciliary facility that will take care of mothers when they finish having their babies. We don't want all of this hyperbole about transformation without knowing the details. Because we had a perfectly good port design with a breakwater, and it has been downsized to fit the money. And you got 46 million addition apparently for that. Then you got an additional 5 million for the hospital out of the 10 million. The other 5 is for the Parliament building. So we want you to let us see if it's only 5 million more needed, or what exactly you're doing with this 30 million that is allocated for the hospital. If it's an open plan, we don't vex with you. We want the hospital. But don't give us all of this hyperbole and then we know we're going to end up right where you had the port with a single pier and no breakwater. And we all go down and sign at signing a groundbreaking ceremony with you before you put up the picture so we could see really what we go down there to witness. So now we are all liable. We all in it with you. So we're going to stand with you with the port. Maybe it work, but don't try the same thing with the hospital. And tell us about Article 51? Or 21? Boy, they can't pull these tricks on me. Sports. The Honorable K. Dorset handled the sports very well. And sometimes, never mind, I repeat myself because people are joining the program and I'm watching the numbers. It look like my stats going up. Honorable Dorset said a lot about sports, and I can associate myself with that. That we need to make a purposeful effort to improve our sport tracks from grass to artificial turf. I have to fly my son to England to learn to run on artificial turf because I'm so interested in his love for sport as an athlete. But why can't we invest in that in Montserrat? I have to pay a membership fee even when he's not there running. So what are we doing? Then we're talking about investing in young sports people, and we still don't have a policy. I'm not sure on if we have sportsmen working in our public service or private sector, and they're going to be excellent athletes, that we don't treat them like Damon Williams and set them on their own because we believe, oh, they're going to get rich. Suppose the man break his foot or his hand on, we don't know what's going to happen to him. We have to give him more support. If he makes it successful, he can't spend all the money on himself. He's going to develop his whole family and the community, and Montserrat won't benefit. Look how much money they took off Usain Bolt bank account. Yes? Look at what Rihanna is doing in Barbados. When I watch Grenada TV, because I don't even watch Montserrat TV, I watch Grenada TV, and I saw them welcoming back their sports team, properly dressed, and the minister and the PS and everybody come and have a speech. They're proud of their children to having gone out there and done battle for their country. And our children creep in and creep out of here. We don't even know when they go and when they come. There's no official recognition of what they're doing. There's no tapestry of protocol to receive or send them off. They run on the track down there on the barefoot sports day. Barefoot at TC works for $25,000 a month. And I'm telling you, it would not take $25,000 to give every athlete on sports day some track shoes since you have them running on grass. But we are not thinking about these people. Invest in the people and it will come back to us. Talking about deficiency in infrastructure. And architects can't build. Where's the teamwork? Where's the focus on the people of Montserrat? Where's the focus on business? I heard a little friendly fire, Honorable Dorset, on the sports track and the sports gear. But we can do it. We just have to let it happen. Stop playing along with this game of investing in what suits FCDO and just barely keeps us alive. Fight like a man, rebel like Kojo. If you don't get through, if you perish, you perish. You pick the job. I can't tell you you're not going to perish, but if you get the job, you perish, you perish. If you perish, you don't live long enough, all right? Social services. Minister Kernan said he had 125 applications in a single quarter. And Minister, in a single quarter, 125 people apply for help at your Ministry of Social Services. And this is what I'm telling you. Minister Kernan says this with such confidence that it is so appropriate to have happened that 125 people were able to respond to. But to me, I felt really disgusted because why 125 Montserratians in poverty have to go to Social Security in a quarter? Are we looking at the other side of what we're dealing with? What we're dealing with is the consequence of economic decay. And it's not sufficient for us to be happy that 125 people want a little $400 or $200 or $300. It's not a good thing. Yes, I know we have the customer service and the systems at social services. This is what you want to invest in. Next thing, you're going to bring in more TC social workers because your idea of Montserrat is some people who need care and attention, who want to be like birds in a nest. Birds in a nest, just let me bring everything that you want. They just keep you alive. Just keep quiet. Come 125 a quarter as much as possible. We'll find something to give you. And when you meet me on the road and you say thank me very much, me don't even know what you talk about, you know. But me help you. So keep going. You happy with that? These are your words, not mine. These are your words, not mine. You're not seeing what is happening. You're only responding to how you feel. And this is my problem with this government. This is the points that you need to argue. Not argue to get more money to keep giving $125, $400. The point you have to argue is, what do I need to do to get my people out of this condition? You are sent here to advise me. My technicians advise me that there are ways around it, but you have me trapped in accepting that you can give me enough $125, $50, $60, $70, $100, $200, $400 ratio per applicant money, so that they could tell me, good morning, thank you, Mr. Cronin, thank you, Mr. Buffon, thank you, Mr. Hogan, I'm glad you're in the government. Well, I'm not glad I'm in this government. I want to get out of it as soon as possible. If I want to, and I'm going to raise up the voting base of Montserrat. If it's the last thing I do on this planet, if this country is not going to be moving forward with you, we shall move forward without you. And I prefer to mash up everything with me trying than to live prideless. I know we want to avoid that. I want to congratulate the technical staff at Comes and Works, especially on the driver's license. German Moraine, you're doing a good job. I think I did my license online. And many people can do their license online. And then you can go in and do it by your photo. And that I also paid my taxes online. So I don't know if that anything have to do with the apple tree scientists. I believe that might be DITES. And talking about DITES, DITES is doing a good job. All of a sudden, I'm seeing advertised in my mailbox, they want a chief information officer. And the aberrations that are going on in this government, which is why I'm saying the government is not seeing the plot. The chief information officer, which is the supreme person on IT and information and deployment of all services related to computers, is going to be sitting in the Ministry of Commons and Works and reporting to the governor's office via the deputy governor's office. There's one office, the governor's office, right? How is that possible that, and a minister over there compare procurement being handed out to defeat to that kind of situation? This is systematic intervention, invasion, undermining of our constitution, where the chief information in your ministry is going to report to somebody not in your ministry. Where is the pride in this country? Where is our constitutional autonomy? Who came up with this idea? Is the same like this ZJB-GIU idea? So maybe this chief information officer is going to come now and own Radio Montserrat as well. I cannot sit here and not tell the people what is going on. And while we play this, if we're playing this golf course, and at the end of the day, the people will decide what they want to decide, I will rest easy at night because I have spoken my heart and my truth. And who want to be mad with me, be mad. You all could get personal with me, but God has me under his wings. So we are not looking after this country, and that's our point on this side. I'm setting this stage now for the two other speakers to come and show you while you're sitting there thinking that everything is all well and good. It is not so. While you're sitting there, the elephant is in the room with regard to the treatment of our public servants and our people, and they have no security of tenure unless they behave according to some other person's wish. And you want to admit that you are part of the executive but personally powerless. It's only because you're not deploying the right strategies by getting the committees to support you, the people to support you. The average cost of ground provision in Montserrat gone up from £5 to $10 a pound, $5 a pound to $10 a pound. And we are talking about self-sufficiency in agriculture. We are talking about capacity development, and we still are importing TCs to help us work out basic marketing arrangements when we had a DFMC in Montserrat before. Why are we not investing in our own marketing arrangements? Why are we sacrificing policy that could work for people for handouts? They're not going to starve. They have a baseline budget. We're always going to get our budget. We're always going to get a budgetary aid. It's not FCDO's budgetary aid. It's the British government budgetary aid. And if you all were ringing doorbells, you all would have learned that rather than knocking on doors. Because when you knock on doors, it's only pictures you go to take. I'm not going to rehearse this baseline issue. I'm going to repeat that we have a minimum wage through the back door right now of $1,700. If you work it out, I think somebody worked it out on here, and it works out to about $9.80 something cents per hour is per day. I don't remember how they work it out. It's $1,700 per month. Multiply 1,700 by 12, and then divide by 365, and you get the per day. Work it out on your computer, Mr. Colonel, 9 something. If it's a 40-hour, sorry, you have to be a 40-hour week, 40 by 52. 40 by 52, and then you're going to divide. Anyway, you can work it out. Huh? Approximately 10. So, Dr. Bufong is to be applauded and made a champion for championing the cause of CT scanning and so on in Montserrat. There's another lady that was doing the mammogram championing. Charles. Lady Miss Charles. This is where we should start to respect each other and speak as if we belong to a nation of people, that we have had the common sense to find ways to survive with or without the British aid. And that is not, we didn't have to beg for the British aid, is that we feel like we were being penalized and we were being marginalized. And now because they want to look good, they're going to pretend that they've gifted us CT scan. They have been withholding it from us. We have been fighting for it. We have impoverished people. We have lost careers because of it. Is our struggle in vain? And we don't want to get away from Antigua either, because it helps to reduce the cost of living in Montserrat. And telemedicine might not be any cheaper. I'm very concerned about education in Montserrat. I've already spoken about housing. I'm not even going to mention Social Security, because whatever they're doing with this 500 drip feed, 500,000 drip feeding of saving Social Security, they cause the people of Montserrat to pay higher monies when that is not a solution. And if they continue to do this, they're just going to bleed generations of Montserratians holding the Social Security thing over our head and the hope that we need it to get a pension, but we're not guaranteed. The only guarantee we have is that the consolidated fund secures the Social Security Fund. The British government is responsible for the Social Security at the end of the day. So if they want to actually replenish the Social Security Fund, they can do it. And then that will put the monies of our Social Security Fund at our disposal, because since 1992 they've been tampering with Social Security to have us on this leash. And if we get this money back from them now, we can actually do what the Premier is saying we could do, or this budget is saying. We could actually start to develop our town centre. One more building or two or three or four added to the Parliament building. Because one Parliament building does not a town make. But they're not giving us the money for the Social Security Fund, which we could borrow for ourselves and pay back as we are doing now by attrition, pressure. They want us to pay it back. I'm in this business since 2001. I understand the fight. I understand the struggle. So we're going to grow the economy through access, investing in people, investing in Montserrat as a tourism destination, which our people will create, investing in our youth, sports, safer racetrack. It is admitted that the situation is unsafe at motorsports, at athletics. It is admitted that in agriculture, we need so many more, much more support. But the minister is very hopeful. But look in the budget. There are no figures in the budget that support agriculture. As a matter of fact, David, agriculture has declined, right? Agriculture down by 642,000. The money is allocated to agriculture. So let us not kid ourselves. We're not looking after the people of Montserrat. And in housing, I'm told we have 139,000. And it was 398 down to 139. And we say we are investing in the people of Montserrat. Give me those figures. And the fishermen had something there for fishermen, which was 24,000. It's down to 0. Agriculture development, another side vote, 460 down to 100K. Housing assistance, 400K down to 100K, 100,000. A1 roads down to by 100,000. So when we are talking figures, let's start the real figures. And I see here, airport security fee is they're going to raise $100,000 from airport security fees, up from 35,000. I'm not sure if ferry could depart from the airport. I don't see how they get these numbers of security fees. Or maybe they get in a bigger plane. And embarkation taxes are going to go from 73,000 to 250,000. So folks, something is happening at the airport. There's going to be a pilgrimage. We're going to have lots of planes flying in, and we're going to have lots of airport security fees and lots of embarkation taxes. Because that is what this budget is saying. So I'm not optimistic unless, because I'm not campaigning, I'm only drawing to your attention what you have presented, but you have fluffed it by trying to make it into a campaign speech to win the next election. And I want you to change your orientation, and start to think that next year you have one more budget to go. And if next year you don't come better than this for the people of Montserrat, where will you be? And don't threaten me with no retirement, Mr. Colonel. I'm not retiring you. I want to defeat you. defeat you. I'm not interested in retiring you. I want you to come back in the hustings. Can you beat me already? This country and energy is not going to survive on replacing LED bulbs. It's going to need more than that. And steam, can you believe the minister stood there and said that because they have stoked up the fire, the heat under the well, and steam coming out, that this is a major achievement that has advanced geothermal? We just gone back to when the steam started. They give you just enough money to let you see steam. And you're going to the market to tell somebody, no, we found the steam again. But the British already sent us to the market 4 times. And the government appears to have committed that they're going to buy the geothermal power at Mull. And if this is the model they're going to use, where they're going for a private sector to develop the model and sell the power to MUL, I'm going to leave Minister Lewis to tell you all what the price of energy is going to be on that model. Unaffordable for Montserratians. So we already know how much per kilowatt hour and so on. I'm not going to get into that. I'm not an electrician. I'm going to let Minister Lewis tell you all that this is not at all feasible. And we have fought that fight, that the only way forward for geothermal for Montserrat is for the British to really give us, the British, not FCDO. As a matter of fact, I believe Montserrat should move from under FCDO and go under Home Office or some other office, because we are not foreign, because I'm British now. As a matter of fact, I've always been British, and they try to take it back from me, and I refuse. So we should try to get on our next ministry and become a part of the kingdom and run our own affairs. Because if they don't accept Montserrat as part of the British kingdom, and that the carbon offset by running geothermal in Montserrat is part of their carbon commitment, that is not going to work for us to go to the private sector to sell power to Montserrat. We are just going to be consumers and keep paying so that the government and FCDO could say that we have geothermal energy. But it's going to kill me, you, and our children's children for the cost of geothermal on the open market. So let us apply to move from under FCDO, because they're misguiding you and misleading you. And let us go under Home Office. I believe they'll have more respect for us as the people of Montserrat, and that we have common sense and we're educated, and that we need them to help us, but not to misdirect us to go back to the market again. They're going to waste, oh, I'm not very smart. I believe what they're trying to do now is to maybe level the playing field, and hopefully no hospitals start next year, no ports start next year, there'll be no geothermal for sure, there's no money for housing, there's no money for, much money for EDS. Civil servants will be disgruntled on 3% salary increase. Inflation is at 8%. The real budgetary difference they give us is really around 10%. So the playing field will be level now, and we'll be competing to see who would win the election. Because the way you're going, you could never recover from where you are, and I don't think they intend to intervene in the economy on the eve of an election. So they're buying time. I think they trick you all. So let us summarize. We know for a fact now, the release issued on the 19th said the budgetary aid is 88 million, and that is against 97 million in 2022, sorry. For 2022, it was 88 million against 97 million for 2023. And the difference is 8,992,000. As a percentage then, there's a 10.21%. And I've said that already, I'm just repeating the calculations. With regard to inflation, I want to make this last point because I've been speculating. How is it they came up with a 3% budgetary increase for the public servants? And it occurred to me that this was not a negotiation. They have these monies basically left over from the gains in exchange rate. They had some savings, they said they had a surplus. And they decide, let's do a 3% increase. So DFID or FCO is very smart now and say, well, this is not going to take nothing off us if that is what you all want to do, but we are not negotiating salary increase. Because if we're going to have to negotiate salary increase, we're going to have to do a real negotiation against inflation. And I believe they didn't want to negotiate any salary increase. And I believe that they allowed this 3% because obviously it's going to be captured in tax. Some people are going to be pushed up into a higher tax bracket. Part of their salary is going to be pushed into the 30% band. So that is why you actually are going to be collecting, partly why, an additional $1 million in revenue from the people of Montserrat, although there is no new tax measure. And obviously, we still have to deal with the tax administration bill next month. And we'll see what that brings. I'll deal with that when it comes. In the political arena Minister mentioned minimum wage. I already dealt with that. I'm not going to talk about any Arab money because I don't deal in ethnic stuff and racial talking. And I know what I said when I said I didn't want any money. I know what I meant. And up to now, I still think I'm right. Fiber optic. I know they didn't pull any cables. There was some friendly fire. Complaining about COVID, friendly fire. We must stop it. There's a little bit of hand-me-down and backhand to our people. I don't like it, that we're wasting agriculture boxes and topsoil. But I'm not surprised, no. This is the kind of mentality that we're lucky, right? This is the kind of mentality that rainy day come now. So take your money off your bank book and go spend them. That was during COVID. Then we learn about tranquilizing the animals, but we don't know what you're going to do with the prey larcenist. This kind of language is not, I'm not happy with. I want you all to improve in your ways. When the election time comes, we will have a battle. When we're dealing with the issues, let's deal with the issues. I will punch you, you punch back, and that's fine. I want to thank you all for listening to me. I want to thank my son for allowing me to neglect him during his exam preparation, Kyle. I had to prepare for this performance of my life. If I perish, I perish. I want to thank Mrs. Hogan for feeding me while I'm trying to go through this speech. The estimates were not that bad. Very good, as a matter of fact, very good estimates. I want to thank Jenny's, my sister-in-law, and Misha, her daughter, for keeping my wife happy while I'm distracted. I want to thank my in-laws, Mr. and Mrs. Ryan, and their son, who continue to thrive through the challenges of getting older. God will take care of you, as well as my mom, Mrs. Angelina Hogan, who continues to miss our daddy. And me too. I would have been better. And on that note, I'll keep praying to God for the extended family, especially the mother, Fergus, and children of the late Right Honorable Dr. Professor Howard Fergus of long-ground fame. Thank you for listening to me, Montserrat, and honorable members on both sides and on the other. And thank you, Madam Speaker. I rest.
I recognize the Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is one of our national heroes, the Right Honorable Arrow, I'm going to say Arrow, that left us the very important piece of advice in a song. Hold on to your property and will it to your children. Madam Speaker, if this government continue to turn a blind eye to the trend developing in Montserrat, where our people soon no longer can hold senior positions in the public service and are replaced with TCs, then we would no longer have the ability to hold on to our property and will it to our children. The TCs will buy out the properties and will it to their children. So it's either that the government is blind, that they're not seeing what's happening and trying to defend the people, or they simply choose to turn a blind eye. They could choose which one they prefer. Madam Speaker, the Honorable Premier, Easton Taylor Farrell, Madam Speaker, he presented a budget, his budget speech entitled A Vision, a roadmap to prosperity, but he did not describe the vision, and he did not clearly articulate the roadmap he is referring to. Is the blind really leading the blind? I don't want you to answer, Madam Speaker. Don't answer that. Madam Speaker, we have not seen how our people will realize prosperity. We have not seen how the private sector will be revived. Actually, some businesses may not even survive this budget period, Madam Speaker, because things are that bad in some businesses. People have left in hundreds during this MCAP administration. Is that the roadmap the Premier is talking about? The road on a plane leaving Montserrat? Is he blind and can't see people are leaving and the budget he presented is not addressing this? Madam Speaker, or is he just turning a blind eye to the problem? The government is boasting of the largest ever budget, but it will not meet the needs, the immediate needs of this island and its people. The only obvious prosperity in this budget is for TCs, but no prosperity for the hard-working people of Montserrat. In this, the biggest budget the government is boasting of. Don't you all listen to the song I spoke about earlier, our national hero? Hold on to your property, will it for your children. I heard Basil Chambers playing it on the radio the other morning. Madam Speaker, but under this MCAP government, we soon don't have no property to hold on to if they keep playing and turning a blind eye to what is really happening to our people. The government boasts that TCs will be prosperous from this budget, and I'll explain to you why I say that a little later. So they could buy out our properties and will it for the children. No prosperity is in this budget for our hard-working people. And the government is celebrating. What are they really celebrating? They look at this budget and they can see it's not looking out for the people. Our people can't even hold senior positions nowadays, Madam Speaker. Our people are being phased out. Who have eyes to see, let them see. This, Madam Speaker, is an example of the saying, we don't love our own, we don't look out for our own. The same hard-working people and civil servants they are giving lip service to in this parliament, saying how hard they work, but it's the same government who don't think the hard-working civil servants are good enough to be paid big money or hold big positions in the civil service. Think about that, my people. Think about it. In St. Helena, the leader of St. Helena did not celebrate his uplift to his budget. He instead said the uplift he got for his budget was still not enough to address the needs of his people. So instead of boasting about big budget, the government should be saying thanks, but the budget provided cannot meet the immediate needs of the people of Montserrat because it will not meet the immediate needs of the people of Montserrat. Is the government blind and cannot see? They can't see. People are tired, losing hope and leaving this island in droves. And this budget presented is not addressing these important issues. Not addressing these important issues. People will still fall to the cracks despite the celebration of such a large budget. People will still fall to the cracks in this very financial year. The private sector will continue to suffer from this economic crisis, and the increase and uplift given to civil servants are not adequate, although I'm happy some efforts was made to do something, but it's not enough, and that's a fact. Listen carefully to what this budget will do and not do. This budget, interestingly, will provide funds to pay costs of living allowance to TCs who are already getting paid large salaries. So you see who is prospering from this budget? Not our residents, not our citizens, but the TCs. The MCAP TCs are the prospering, the ones prospering from this budget, not our people, not the hard-working people. This budget, Madam Speaker, also provides money for major capital funds for hospital and port. But don't forget, it is overseas-based companies that presently building the port, and another overseas company is likely to be awarded contract to build the hospital. Most of the money paid to these overseas-based companies will obviously go outside the Montserrat economy. No prosperity for local contractors. So you see why people are fed up and leaving the country. Are you blind and can't see as a government? Why is the budget not addressing these issues? Why? This budget do not provide any funding buffer to allow the latitude to reduce the level of taxation on the people. The private sector workers will obviously not get an increase in salary. And with the tax bands remaining the same, no income tax relief is provided for the private sector workers, or anyone for that matter. I do not see any tax relief for anyone in this budget or budget speech, yet the government is boasting it is the biggest ever budget. What happened to easing the burden on the people? Why only boast about a large budget when nothing is in it to ease the burden of the people? No tax relief. In this budget, the funds provided is not enough to even build a port fit for purpose. So as one minister agreed, the port is indeed inadequate. No funds is in this budget to provide a 10% increase. Only 3% this budget provided. And that falls short of the mark, Madam Speaker. This budget do not provide any money to provide a cost of living allowance for civil servants, only for the TCs. Check it out yourself. This is what the government is boasting about. This budget will not lift the lower salaries in government to a level within the range of the draft recommended minimum wage. As a result, the 1,700 effort made still falls short of what it should be. In all our quests to build infrastructure, we must also equally treat the human resource and social needs with equal importance. I am not convinced that this budget will do that. If you want the people to stop leaving, you must address their social needs. It's not only about large projects. You must address the immediate and social needs of the people. To quote the Premier from his budget speech, Madam Speaker, world leaders had the real struggle of finding solutions to the soaring levels of inflation, which reflected elevated commodity prices, supply chain bottlenecks, rising transportation costs, and the rise in demand for basic commodities. As I continue to quote, the Premier said, Madam Speaker, this culminated in a global cost of living crisis. Let me repeat that. A global cost of living crisis that eroded real income and plunged millions into poverty and economic hardship, unquote. I want to use this opportunity, Madam Speaker, to remind the Premier that what he describes there, that I just quoted, includes the people living here in Montserrat. We too are experiencing a cost of living crisis. Our real income is also eroded, and we too are plunged into poverty and economic hardship. The Premier did not show how this budget will address the consequences faced by the people in this cost of living crisis. As you see, as I continue to mention, only the TCs, this government, is giving a cost of living allowance, not our workers. So we are left on our own to survive, or try to survive. Madam Speaker, the Premier stated, despite these uncertainties, global inflation is expected to fall from 8.8% to 6.6%, but still significantly above pre-pandemic levels, about 3.5%. And he is correct. He has correctly outlined the problem, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the 8.8% inflation have inflated the overall cost of living and reduced household purchasing power. These are the words of the Premier in his presentation. So I must ask the Premier now, so how come only the TCs you are giving a cost of living allowance? What happened to all the other workers? What happened to all the other workers? Let's pay careful attention to the inflation before the pandemic. As the Premier correctly outlined, it was 3.5%. Madam Speaker, at that time when the inflation was 3.5%, the PDM government gave 3% increase back then, and the MCAP members sitting in this house at the time made it clear that was not enough, and we agreed with them that was not enough. So tell me now, Mr. Premier, now the inflation rate is 8.8% globally, as you said. Why did you give civil servants only 3% increase in salary? Remember you said 3% was not enough when the inflation was 3.5%. So how can 3% be enough? Now the inflation is 8.8%. That, if you calculate it, is 5.8% less than the global 8.8 inflation rate you mentioned in your budget speech. It is you who mentioned that the 8.8% plunged people into economic hardship. Yet you ignore the 10% requests by the union and the workers. In 2022, the amended Social Security Act was passed in this House of Parliament, and that increased the Social Security payments of every worker by 7% over several years, starting with 1% in 2022 last year, and adding another 1% in 2023 this year, and it will continue to increase every year up to 7%. This means all workers' spending power and take home was cut by 7%. So salaries over these several years will be reduced by 7% for all workers. All workers. And everybody, Madam Speaker, will remember when this bill was passed and was debated, one of the ministers on that very side voted against the bill. Voted against the bill because he believed the bill was unfair to the people. And Madam Speaker, overnight they put a gun to his head and threatened him, so he come back and apologized the other day. But he realized that the bill was unfair on the people, given that the people did not even get an increase in salary to help them to make these payments. If they had gotten an increase of 7% to help them make these payments, or the 10% they're asking for, then you could have said they take it from them, but they give it back. But all they give is 3%. Madam Speaker, you see why people are leaving this country every day? And the government turn a blind eye, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you see why there is no excitement over this increase? Because in several cases, many cases, it is just enough to put some workers in a higher tax bracket, and some will end up taking home less. The government is quick to tell you they were trying to save the Social Security Fund. So how come then government is not meeting its obligation? It's not meeting its obligation to the fund. You heard Honorable Hogan speak about it. They're not injecting the amount of funds that they're required to inject according to the recommendations. Government short-paid the Social Security Fund early in the financial year and come back again with 500,000, another short payment. But it's the same government that legislated that the workers must pay their full amount. But the same government is not paying its full amount of the injected funds it is required to pay. How can that really be? How can that be? This is not fair. But maybe they themselves will agree they are not a caring and fair government. Madam Speaker, you see why people leave in daily? Government turn a blind eye to all of these and believe that these things are going to fix themselves, or that because you boast that you have the largest budget ever, that, Madam Speaker, gives you the right to turn your eye to the source from the social needs of the people. Let's take a look, Madam Speaker, at the bringing or lifting of workers up to $1,700. This works out to be approximately 10% an hour for a 40-hour work week. Madam Speaker, there was a study on the minimum wage mentioned by one of the ministers on the other side in his presentation. This study suggested a range from $10.50 to $12.50 on the upper end. So you know the government have the report, Madam Speaker. They have the report because they've been talking about the report. Madam Speaker, I left the report with them because the government changed shortly after the report was completed and submitted to Cabinet and onward to the Ministry of Finance to consider the financial implications. So, Madam Speaker, since government is continuous, we expect that this government will implement the minimum wage or would have already did so. Madam Speaker, they always say government is continuous, and that is so correct. A $10.50 would have fixed salaries for some 51 workers, according to the report, bringing their salaries to about $1,820 per month for the lowest range or on the lowest end of the recommendation for the minimum wage. Madam Speaker, that is still higher than the $1,700 we set in this budget. The $1,700 we set is below the recommended minimum wage and would still be taxed, Madam Speaker. It falls below the recommended minimum wage in the draft report, Madam Speaker, but they still will be taxed, although they are below the recommended minimum wage. They will get less, Madam Speaker, than the recommended minimum wage, and tax will still come out of that. Where else in the world, Madam Speaker, people get paid on the minimum wage and still pay tax? Well, it's happening under this MCAP administration. So is it that this MCAP administration turning a blind eye to this, or is it that they're blind? Which one is it, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, is these things that frustrate the people that make them give up and leave? All these things add up. They add up, Madam Speaker. People don't just get up and leave overnight. All these things add up. When the hardship come down on them and they cannot afford it anymore, they have to run. They try something. Maybe where they're even going is not any better, but they try something. Remember, the tax structure remains the same. So after $15,000 annual income, the rest of your income is taxable. In other words, anything over $1,250 a month is taxable. So that's what I'm saying, Madam Speaker. Even with the $1,700 that falls below the recommended minimum wage, that would be taxable, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on the higher end of the recommendation, $12.50, the report is saying 174 workers would have had their salaries up to 26,000 annually. Madam Speaker, this would have worked out to 2,166 as recommended per month, as recommended by the minimum wage study on the higher limit. As I said, it was $10.50 to $12.50. So at $12.50, it will work out to $2,166, Madam Speaker, per month. Madam Speaker, it means that if the government had used this opportunity to use the advice of this recommendation and set the lower limit to 2,166, these workers would have been going home with $466 more. But as it look now, they'll be going home with $466 less. Madam Speaker, you might want to know why I laid that foundation to show you how the workers are being treated. You may want to know why I laid a foundation. So, Madam Speaker, let me draw your attention to the remuneration for the thesis post that's being talked about in this House, the Chief Information Officer. And you can draw your own conclusions when I'm finished. Sometimes, to make the point, it's good to make comparisons. Since we all know the small salaries paid to civil servants, let us now go straight to what is paid to the TC, Madam Speaker. The Chief Information Officer that they say would report to the governor. Where would that person sit? Over you, over Communication Works? Perhaps, but report to the Deputy Governor. I hope you all are listening and listening carefully. For the TC post, the Chief Information Officer, the basic salary is $94,740. The market premium is $147,080. The housing allowance is $40,000. The travel allowance is $9,600. A grand total of $291,420. And Madam Speaker, for heaven's sake, the government still say that the TC can't survive on that. So they add a cost of living allowance on top of that of $28,580 that work out to be an additional $2,381 per month as a cost of living allowance, Madam Speaker, in addition to the $291,420. Take that to the bank. Think about it. So what about everybody else who are facing high cost of living in Montserrat? Where is the cost of living allowance for everybody else? Why is the government turning a blind eye to everybody else and only dealing with the TCs? How can a worker, ordinary worker, survive without a cost of living allowance when the government is saying that the TC get $291,000 and they still have to give him a cost of living allowance to survive? Something smells fishy. Something fishy. No, I hear nothing about no biggest budget. One here you tell me within the budget you're taking care of the people, and you're not. So don't tell me nothing about the biggest budget, I don't hear that. Imagine, Madam Speaker, the government set the minimum salary for a civil servant, a hard-working civil servant, at $1,700 and give the TC $2,381 just in cost of living allowance, on top of $291,000. That's the government you vote for. And you vote for them? That's the government you vote for. Are you satisfied with your government and the way they're treating you? That's the question to the people. Are you satisfied? I say no. You, the people, deserve better. You, the people, deserve better. You deserve better treatment. TCs are not better than you. Sometimes you're the one who teaching them. All this grandstanding and lip service, I hear you talk about the FS is so good and the FS this. You all couldn't even give a cost of living allowance, so you soon dead out there and I have to pick you up somewhere, because you suffer. Give a cost of living allowance too, if it's so good. Stop giving lip service alone. Give the civil servants a cost of living allowance as well. Not just lip service, trying to make them feel good with lip service, and then you feel that they're too good to make money. They must make no big money. Madam Speaker, it's things like these that make us feel this little island of ours that we love is slipping away from our people, slipping out of our hands. Madam Speaker, it's as if we are experiencing a form of recolonization, where our residents and citizens will soon not be allowed to hold senior positions in this public service and the police force. It's like the government handing the country straight over to another authority, selling out the people, taking the people like lambs to the slaughter. Why is this government not speaking out and standing up for our citizens and residents? Why they turn a blind eye? Is the government blind or they just don't care? Tell me. You can put on your mic and answer if you want. The excuse or justification used to having TCs is that our citizens and residents are not available or not suitably qualified to fill some of these posts. Yet when our citizens and residents use the initiative to become fully qualified, they are prevented. Like what's happening in the police force right now, with the new commissioner just come, telling a staff he cannot go on to continue his studies. What is that? Is it racism? Is it victimization? Well, the government must not turn a blind eye to that. The government must look into that. I told you, recolonization. Our country is slipping away, slipping through our hands, and our government turn a blind eye. Damn! It hurts. Young people can't get scholarships. It's the same 7 scholarships every year. Although they say we need to fill all these posts. As one song say, every ministry you go, a TC down there. So it means that there are vacancies to be filled. So why are you not giving the scholarship to our people so they could go and study? And when you use the initiative, why are you stopping them? Racism. Bad mind, envy. That is the reset the Premier talking about. We remove all our workers, all our people from top positions, prevent them from going to studies to improve themselves, and then fill the positions with TCs, and then pay them big salary plus cost of living allowance. Is that how you look after your people? Is the reset to move all our people from top positions in the public service? Is that the reset? To replace them with TCs? Is the reset to prevent all our local contractors from getting jobs and give the jobs to overseas contractors? Is that the reset? Madam Speaker, now I see why they stop people from speaking what's on their mind. Now I see. Madam Speaker, the people cannot even speak what's on their mind. They can't hold senior positions in the government. They can't go to study. They stop them from going to study. Now they can't even talk what's on their mind. They can't even speak what's on their mind on the government public radio anymore. Madam Speaker, it's the same What's on Your Mind program created by Basil Chambers that MCAP used to win the election, then shut it down. Now they are in power. Ungratefulness worse than witchcraft. When PDM was in power, MCAP was always on the radio. And our then premier used to call it ZJB Radio, the MCAP radio station. The MCAP What's on Your Mind radio station. But he never closed it down. But now MCAP is in power. They close it down twice because they don't want you to know that they're paying TC's cost allowance, cost of living allowances, and not giving you any. They don't want you to know that. So, Madam Speaker, right now we're talking what's on my mind. That's why people are leaving. And you want to know why people are leaving? That's why people are leaving. Wickedness. What's good for you is good for others. Good for others. You were always on the program, spreading your propaganda. Yeah, he helped you to win, you win. So why you close it down? Let people voice their opinion. Allow people to voice their opinion. So the reset government is talking about is to limit freedom of speech by closing down any program they're not happy with, like the What's on Your Mind program. So you, the people, have no say. Why is your government treating you like this? Why they don't want you to speak? Why your government limit your constitutional rights? Mr. Premier, could you give the real reason for you shutting down What's on Your Mind? Could you give a rationale behind joining JIU with ZJB? There might be more to it than meet the eye. You were enjoying the What's on Your Mind program, Mr. Premier, when PDM was in power. You murder us with lyrics and words, and now you're in power, you shut it down. Ungratefulness, you know, is worse than witchcraft. Private sector workers. What about the private sector workers? With some still earning less than 1,000 a month, and many under the 1,700 set by government for public sector minimum salary. The private sector workers are asking, what about them? Where is the minimum wage we set for the private sector workers? They do not get an increase, so what do they get? 7% was taken from their salary too. So they are going home with 7% from their salary over several years. Government has not changed the tax bands. So not even an income tax relief the private sector workers is getting. Do you really care about these people? Or you turn a blind eye, or you're just simply blind? Which one is it? The private sector workers too are affected by the 8.8% global inflation rate. They too are affected by the high cost of gasoline and diesel. They too are affected by costs of cooking gas, high cost of goods and services. Everybody is affected by increased duties and high freight. Everybody pay high electricity bills. Building materials, Madam Speaker, is sky high. So thank God you build when you did. 1 ton of steel is now over $5,000. Doors, copper, windows, all significantly increased. So I ask again, what is in your reset budget, the biggest budget you say you ever have? How come you can't find no space in that budget to do anything for the private sector workers? How you can't find no space in that budget to bring any tax relief to the people, to the workers? And now to the owners of the private sector businesses, they're asking the same question. What is in this biggest budget that you boast about for them? What is in it for them? As I visit many of these businesses, Madam Speaker, doing business with them from time to time. Madam Speaker, the owners of these businesses, they complain about being in arrears with the electricity bill, for which government is not going to assist them with. And they complain about being in arrears with the rental for the space, which government is not going to assist them with. Madam Speaker, they complain so many issues, Madam Speaker, which this budget is not going to address, except, Madam Speaker, for maybe a mere 6,000, which I would talk about a little later. So, Madam Speaker, the small business operators has a right to ask what is in this biggest budget ever for them. Madam Speaker, some of these small business operators, if they do not get any help quickly, sadly, is on the verge of closing down, Madam Speaker. Again, I ask, Madam Speaker, is the government blind, or is the government turning a blind eye to these real issues that are affecting the private sector? So, Madam Speaker, it brings me now to ask a question, because it's not clear anywhere in the budget presentation as to how the EU Economic Recovery and Investment Fund of 6 million will be used. Which businesses will receive the fund? The last time they had a criteria that eliminated a lot of the businesses. So I want to know, and the private sector want to know, which businesses will receive funds, in what amounts, and what can they spend it on? What aspect of the business can they spend it on? Madam Speaker, we know $6 million will not have a real or big impact on economic recovery, but at least let the people know how you intend to use this money. Let them know early so they could plan. Let them know what the limits they can get, what are the areas that they can spend this money on. Give them upfront ideas. Don't wait until halfway during the business, the financial year, to try to get your act together. Let them know upfront. As a matter of fact, you should already know what you're going to do with the money. And you should have, in your budget presentation, give a clear articulation of how the project and the program would be run. Have the government done any consultation with the businesses in the private sector? Did the government gather data? What analysis was done to inform what is needed for economic recovery within the private sector? Putting a plaster on a sore won't heal the problem. We are in an economic crisis. Is the Premier said so? But it requires scientific and comprehensive approach, real professionals to find these real solutions. Madam Speaker, I'll say it again, we are losing people daily. I'm not talking about people dying, people are leaving the country daily. Because these issues, the government turn a blind eye to them, to the point where they have the biggest budget now, they say, and the budget is not addressing these issues. So people will continue to leave the island. Population decline instead of population growth. So that brings me to a question. What is the population growth strategy that the government have in place? What is the population retention strategy that the government have in place? Without people, the private sector is doomed to fail. Access. Can you believe in the whole speech, budget speech, only 5 lines on access? Basically saying we continue to implement a subsidy and sourcing permanent solution to passenger travel by sea. Really? Really now, Mr. Premier? A 5-liner? Only 5 lines you could find to say about access? Which is such a critical aspect to this island for tourism, which you're responsible for, trade, and in general. Montserrat is probably the most expensive shortest trip by air in the world. Madam Speaker, providing safe, reliable, and affordable access is key to our success. Experiences in other islands in the region indicate that providing access that meets customer expectations would lead to increased demand. As it stands, I see no funds in the budget that substantiate the line that speak to seeking permanent solutions to passenger travel by sea. What I see is 7 million for TCs, and it used to be 5-point-something million to run a ferry service all year round. So no ferry service, but 7 million for TCs with cost of living allowances. That's the priority of the government. Access is not a priority for them. TCs are their priorities. This means that the ferry problems and access issues in Montserrat, sadly, will continue. So tell me, Mr. Premier, tell the people why you did not budget for an all-year-round ferry service. Are you waiting till the end of the year to go down to Anguilla and to bring back that small ferry that you see all on the videos where the people saying they tried it, but they're not going back on it again because that ride was terrible. That ferry cannot handle the waters. And Madam Speaker, that video is all around the world, you know, all around the world. It is clear Montserrat needs a ferry service all year round to provide not only the regular passenger service, but to facilitate trade. Freight on the current cargo ship is too expensive to facilitate any feasible trade of local products with Antigua. The ferry service, before it was stopped by this MCAP administration, this maladministration, Madam Speaker, was used to ship local products to Antigua at affordable rates set by the government. So then, Madam Speaker, the government could have set it to what they want to allow it to be affordable, so by the time the products reach Antigua, they are still competitive. But as it stands, with the present cargo service, it's too expensive to get the products we see displayed in prime that they boast about. How are you going to get these products to Antigua and St. Kitts? It's too expensive on the cargo ship. That is what the ferry all year round, sponsored by government, would have done for these products that are produced in Montserrat. You would have been able to get them over to Antigua and even to St. Kitts, because you have your ferry, government-run ferry, and at a cheap, affordable cost, so they can trade with the neighboring islands. And trading with our neighboring islands must be part of our economic recovery plan. The cost of travel between Montserrat and Antigua is way too expensive. Why the government did not put more funds from this biggest budget that we boast about to subsidy so the cost of tickets can be significantly reduced? If the government was interested in new the people, if the government was interested in getting people to come to Montserrat, they would have put money to subsidize sufficiently so that we could remove the cost of traveling to Montserrat round trip when no subsidies is applied from $1,000 or over, and when subsidy applied from over $700. We could have had those prices at a more reasonable rate to encourage more tourists to travel and to encourage more of our people to come home. Madam Speaker, in March, several people called and said they wanted to come home. But when they calculate that they have, like say, 2 children to bring with them, but they're old enough to pay the full fare. And they say, look, it will cost them $4,000 just for the tickets between Antigua and Montserrat. That has nothing to do with the ticket from England to Antigua, America to Antigua. And because they just couldn't find themselves to do that, they just canceled their flight. And in this, the biggest ever budget that the Premier is boasting about, he cannot find any money or choose not to find any money to subsidize and bring down the fares. This is the minister that is in charge of tourism. Maybe he's blind, he forgets or something, I don't know. Because if you don't have affordable, reliable, and safe access, you don't have no tourism. Because the people not going to come. They're not going to come. It's simple. It is simple. Just imagine, Madam Speaker. Just imagine. The introduction of the RISA, effectively shortening the runway, Madam Speaker, was implemented under this government. And Madam Speaker, I'm still yet to hear the government raise a voice about it. Madam Speaker, yes, I wrote to ASI to find out what's really going on. But I thought that the government would have supported me in that. But I'm still waiting to hear what the position is. Madam Speaker, these kind of things and lobbying was tried during my time. But I insisted that this will not happen under my watch. Will not happen under my watch. And Madam Speaker, regardless to who what it happened under, it is not right. And I don't support it. And I believe that the government should come out and say the same thing, that they don't support it. Don't be afraid, they can't do nothing. The present status of traveling by air, Madam Speaker, with the high costs and the issues about fear in these small planes and old planes and whatever some people fears are, is a deterrent, Madam Speaker, to tourists. Madam Speaker, the round-trip cost of ferry under PDM was $300. They like to compare, so let me compare. And it was a proper boat, a proper ferry. And under MCAP, they bring you what is equivalent of a fishing boat and charge you twice the price, $550. You see how your government love you? I see how your government love you? By just doubling the price per you. And bringing a fishing boat for you. And remove a proper ferry and bring your own fishing boat and double the price. Is the government blind or just simply turning a blind eye to the people? You choose, you tell me. Choose, tell me what you think. And the government say they're going to leave a legacy. I read it, I was wondering if I heard right. And I went back and read it in the budget speech and see the Premier say he's going to leave a legacy in access. A legacy with this fishing boat ferry. A legacy with doubling the cost from $300 to $550. A legacy of plane tickets over $1,000. A legacy of a RISA that effectively shortened the runway. That is not a good legacy. A legacy of a port that can have no breakwater, no safe harbor. That could not be a good legacy. Why would you want to boast about a legacy in access? That's not good. You must be really blind. Tourism without adequate access, Madam Speaker, the tourism industry will die a sudden death. If these high traveling costs is not reduced to affordable prices, the tourism industry will see significant decline. The government announced reinstating the tourist board, but very little funding is assigned to tourism. One, it's obvious, no money for Tourism Week. Although you're going to just go and reinstate, I see no money in that for Tourism Week. So if you have it on another line, Mr. Premier, when you get the time to speak, say how much you have on there, because what I see, I don't see nothing for Tourism Week. What I see is developing visitors attractions and amenities, 460,000. Expanding on diversity of tourism product, 301,100. That's what I see. So if you have it hidden under some other line, let us see. Because I don't see that. I don't know. Well, if you have it in your recurrent site, and I know me for talk your budget for you. I know me to talk your budget for you. You talk your budget. When you get the chance to speak, wherever you have it, if you have it on recurrent, you tell me. You tell me. Eh? You tell me. I know me for tell you about your budget. You would tell me about your budget. No expect me to tell you about your budget. You tell me about your budget, and if you feel you have money under there, why you not mention it in your budget speech? You afraid? Or you hide? Government need to fix access if tourism is to survive. And since the recovery of our economy depends on our tourism industry, an urgent fix of access is needed and should have started under this budget. Seaport, 31 million assigned. (2022, 2023). But despite such large sums of money budgeted for the port in the last financial year, we did not see much impact in the local economy. Not much locally based persons were hired. I understand when they went to look employment, they were told they are not hiring much workers or much local workers yet. It is even questionable if all of that 31 million that was assigned last year was spent in the last financial year. As we know, the mobilization took place much later than anticipated. So it's probably a rollover. The funds are probably rollover to this financial year and perhaps forming part of the 45 million that is assigned for this financial year, 2023-2024. We'll have to wait and see how much locally based persons are employed this financial year. But no one on the government side, I notice, was confident enough to say how much local employment has been created so far and is anticipated to be created in this financial year. Madam Speaker, let me congratulate whoever had the initiative or took initiative to have a public meeting on the port. But Madam Speaker, at a public meeting held earlier this year, several disappointing information was revealed around the design of the port development project. Because many thought, or they went there thinking that the design would have created a safe harbor, but only to find out that that is not so. And this is despite the fact that the government went and secured more money to build the port. Despite securing that more money, or a lot more money as I say, the construction of a design that include 130 meters long pier with only 30 meters of breakwater falls short of what is needed. Madam Speaker, the breakwater only cover 23% of what is required. Only 23%. So, Madam Speaker, of 130 meters pier, only 30 meters is covered by breakwater. The rest is exposed, Madam Speaker. So no safe harbor would be created. This means that after the port construction is completed, we will still see cargo boats can't dock during rough sea conditions. And we'll still see that the extra cost on the container that is passed on to us because this boat come here and can't dock, that will still exist. We will see that the cruise ships that reach here and leave because they cannot land passengers in these rough waters will still come and leave when the water is rough. And all the tour guides can do is just watch the ship sail away. More lost opportunities. The tourism industry will continue to face these same existing problems if they continue to build that design that they have presented. The ferry, when there's a ferry, will face the same issues of not being able to dock. The fishers complain, and owners of small crafts, that they're not being catered for. They have clearly articulated their own concerns and issues. This makes us all wonder, why is the government going along with this design if it is not solving the existing problems? The government should seek to secure further funding to fund the design and construction of a port development that meet the needs of the island. Why knowingly build a white elephant and boast about it? Why the government, Madam Speaker, want to make that mistake? If you need more money, go back and get more money, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the government secured 46 million from the FCDO to supplement the existing UKCIF fund and EU pot for the Little Bay Port Development Project. And yet this major investment will not deliver the benefits we need with this particular design in question. So this must be a disappointment to the people. Why not build an adequate port one time? Why not get it right the first time? I heard one minister said a small jetty will be built at Piper's Pond. I heard that initially as well. But I also heard afterwards that the company was rethinking that thought process and that they may have abandoned the idea. So I want the minister to seek clarification on that so he can educate me and others on that, whether or not that is so. Whether or not they have abandoned that idea or they're still going along with that idea. The government secured a $33 million extension to CPREG program, as they disclose in the budget, to fully construct and equip the new National Hospital, to design and build our new Parliament building, and to invest in our roads and new housing development. The government, however, did not say how much will go to roads, how much will go to housing, how much to go to the Parliament building, and how much to the hospital. Again, we're left in the dark. People would like to know how much, especially right now, people like to know how much will go to the housing and what form will the housing program take. One would think government by now would know how much is assigned to each area and how the programs are designed. Why is the government keeping the people in the dark? I hope it is not long before the government gets its act together and let the people actually know what's going on. Hospital. This is one of the most critical projects. It is an
Minor work there. Use mine, he said.
He's back on now at the cable. He's back on.
Or is something here? Go ahead.
Yeah, the hospital, this is one of the most critical projects. It is important that it is built and equipped with equipment and staff to provide the vital health care necessary on this island. Many of us know the importance of trained staff and the need to retain existing staff and attract new staff. This staffing issue must be carefully addressed, planned, and implemented to ensure on completion of the hospital, we have the correct complement of staff in the key areas of operating a hospital. All existing staff issues and level of remuneration must be given priority so we don't lose our health care workers to other countries. I hope the senior positions will not be reserved for TCs. While some 30 million is assigned in the budget to construct the hospital, it do not appear the hospital will start this year, or much of that money may very well roll over to next year. It seems to me that more pre-project work, building designs, working drawings and plans, decanting existing buildings, tendering for construction of hospital will take place this year. Perhaps it may start in the last quarter, who knows? This could mean limited work provided this year from that project. But I do hope that somehow it could be speeded up so that people can find work, because work is much needed at this time. I really wish to see a successful implementation of this hospital. It's long in coming. Housing. This government have not built any houses going into the 4th year. There are 2 housing studies ongoing for the last 4 years. I am hoping those studies, finally after 4 years, can contribute to securing funds for housing. The cost of building materials have significantly increased over the last couple of years, putting building a house out of the reach of many. The 40,000 grant implemented over 20 years ago can no longer be adequate. That amount can no longer be adequate. This assistance required much revision and uplift to a more realistic level of financial assistance. Even after receiving $1 lots, some struggle to build and others delay, and then some finally drop out because it's too expensive nowadays to build. It's really, really expensive to build a house these days. Madam Speaker, many people really want to build, but simply can't afford to. The 2 projects, hospital and port, will be built by overseas-based contractors. So our local contractors are looking forward for some building of homes to put their workers and themselves in the construction industry to work. We need to hear clear plans of actions as to how the housing programs will run and possible timelines, Madam Speaker, for spending this money over the financial year. Government buildings, from the last study done some 6 years ago, backlog maintenance of government buildings was estimated to be 15 million. By now, with inflation, the figure is inflated to a larger amount. It is not apparent under any budget lines in this budget that any significant funds are assigned to address this. This is another area that can put construction workers to work if funding is provided. So maybe the Premier can relook the budget and assign funds in this area to start addressing the backlog maintenance of government buildings. Madam Speaker, I must ask the government about the government accommodation project. I haven't heard anything about it for a long time. Is it now off the table, Mr. Premier? Is the government accommodation project program, whatever you call it, is it now off the table? Is that abandoned? No mention of it. No mention of it in your budget speech. I don't see any funds in the budget assigned to it. So is the accommodation of government buildings, the government of buildings accommodation program abandoned? Is it still alive? I would like the Minister of Energy to check something for me, because I heard him said that one clinic, I think he said in St. Peter's somewhere, is now off the grid. Mr. Minister, I'd like you to just double check. Is the solar implemented a single phase supply? And is the building a three-phase supply? I'm not telling you to answer me now, I'm telling you to double check. Double check, because you're saying that it's off the grid. And I don't want you to mislead the public. And I don't want to mislead the public either. So I'm asking you to double check that. Double check that and see. Double check that and see. You said it, so you double check and see. You said it, you go back and do your homework, double check it and see. I'm not checking nothing. You said it, you bring the information here, you go check back your information, check your facts. Madam Speaker, despite the big budget boast of last year and the big budget announced this year, Madam Speaker, in closing, let me take a look at a summary of the local economic developments. Despite the large budget, Madam Speaker, according to the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank, economy contracted by 1.18% in 2022. Capital expenditure declined as government failed to deliver on the timely implementation of capital projects. There was significantly reduced activity both for public and private sector construction locally. Total assets in the local banking system declined from 419 million December 31st, 2021 to 403 million December 2022. Madam Speaker, you could see that is a 16 million decline. Total loans in the local banking system declined from 105 million to 100 million, a decline of 5 million. Our only local bank, which is majority owned by government of Montserrat, has published on their website 2022 financial statements, which show a comprehensive loss, Madam Speaker, compared to the normal profit margins. Madam Speaker, what looks like 14.9 million loss compared to what last year, or in 2021, they normally boast of 1.5 million profit. But now we are seeing a significant loss. That is a sign of how the economy is performing. In terms of inflation, the central bank noted that for 2021, the inflation rate was 5.1%, and for the first half of 2022, the local consumer price index rose by 3.2%. Madam Speaker, it shows that over a period of a year and a half, Madam Speaker, 8% inflation. There were higher prices for food, clothing, housing, utilities, gas and fuels, transport and communication. Gasoline increased to a high of $23 per gallon, triggering a rise in bus fares and costs for contracting heavy equipment services, along with hurting the pockets of the average motorist. The cost of goods and services escalated without any government assistance to cushion the price increases. It is only when the government realized Mull had developed a cash flow crisis, because residents could not afford to pay their bills, did the government render any assistance to the public. Unemployment remained high in Montserrat, especially among the youths, and scores of people who could not bear the economic and financial pressure has left and are still leaving our shores in search of what they think may be greener pastures. Madam Speaker, the outlook in Montserrat is not a good one. Madam Speaker, and the government seem to turn a blind eye. Madam Speaker, I really pray for my beloved country that by some miracle we can see a turnaround. On this note, Madam Speaker, I rest my case. Thank you for the opportunity to present.
I recognize the honorable member of the opposition, Mr. Osborne.
Yeah.
Madam Speaker, after all the speeches, there's not really much that I really can say pertaining to all the figures and everything that's been thrown about. But what I must say, Madam Speaker, is that I said lots have been said for and against this budget that the Honourable Premier presented. But my fight is for the people of Montserrat, to ensure that they are being given what is required, not just to survive, but to live healthy, prosperous lives. Madam Speaker, if my people cannot buy food that they need, and if I believe that enough is not being done to help ease the burden, then I will speak out against it. So, Madam Speaker, that is why I'm speaking out against it. Madam Speaker, our Honourable Premier mentioned all the figures in this budget that they are proposing for this 2023-24 budget. But, Madam Speaker, in all of this that's been said, besides the hospital and the port, I have not heard anything really in this budget, Madam Speaker, that speaks to the hardship of the people here in Montserrat in terms of being able to sustain themselves, to get jobs, Madam Speaker, so they can make their own money to buy their own food, pay their bills, everything, Madam Speaker. Yes, the government has been helping in some way, and I do appreciate that. They've seen it fit in themselves to be able to give something. But, Madam Speaker, better can be done. And we need to understand, the government of Montserrat needs to understand the difficulties that the people of Montserrat are going through. Madam Speaker, let's think about the simple things that have been going on. Because at times they seem to don't care. But, Madam Speaker, let's talk about the little help, one of the little helps that they give in terms of Christmas. In Christmas barrels, for instance, Madam Speaker. Here, you pay $50 per barrel for Christmas. Madam Speaker, you know, the other islands, you know how much they pay? $1 per Christmas barrel, $1. That clearly shows that the government in the position they are trying to help, clearly trying to help the people. Madam Speaker, at the end of the day, you know, a lot of persons in Montserrat depend on that Christmas barrel to be able to help them because the cost of goods here in Montserrat is too high. We have no price control over anything here, Madam Speaker. And I don't know if, maybe because some of us in this house here, Madam Speaker, have a business that supplies food and this kind of stuff, they don't really too care about it because they're making the money. And I guess because we're in a position that we're being paid a certain amount that we don't really care. But, Madam Speaker, that's not it. We have to look after everybody. And they were elected to this house, Madam Speaker, to make what is best or to do what is best for the people here in Montserrat. Madam Speaker, I'm a single man. And I go to the supermarket. And my bill, I can't eat certain things, I don't eat certain things, Madam Speaker. And my bill is like $750 or $500 for a single man. Could you imagine that if you have a family? Could you imagine if you have a family and have to go shopping for a family? Madam Speaker, these people can't afford that. So when are we, or the government, or when is the government going to do what is best, find a way of helping to alleviate the stress and poverty? That's, well, I say we're in poverty. Some people are in poverty, as is clearly being said, to ease the burden on these people here in Montserrat. Madam Speaker, I hear they're talking about access. Access thing. But they are not doing nothing about access, Madam Speaker. As my colleague, Honorable Lewis, said, in terms of the cost, and Honorable Hogan, the cost of traveling between Antigua and Montserrat is over $500 on a ferry, and it's close to $1,000 on a plane. How can the people of Montserrat, if they don't have any jobs,
they're not working properly. How can they afford to even take a trip or take a break? Madam Speaker, a gentleman on the road said he took a break on the ferry the other day and went to Antigua because he just wanted to get off the island. And it cost him over $1,200 to get there just for the one day. Because he just wanted a break, otherwise he's going to go crazy. That's how he said he felt, like he just needed a break. He had not traveled for years. And this is the kind of thing that, Madam Speaker, as the Honorable Host said, it used to be $300 round trip before. And not only that, Madam Speaker, there are some children that over a certain age or under a certain age, they were allowed to travel relatively free of cost. Now they have to pay for them. So what is this government trying to do? Is that trying to ease the burden on the people of Montserrat or increasing the burden on the people of Montserrat? I'm trying to figure out what are they trying to do, Madam Speaker, in terms of that. Are they just trying to raise money and show the British or whoever that they're making money, they're pressuring their own people, Madam Speaker, to get money? And Madam Speaker, look at the cost of shipping into Montserrat. It has basically doubled, nearly 2.5 times what it used to cost before. We're still importing the same foods, Madam Speaker, at a higher cost because the price of food gone up. And, Madam Speaker, not even at the customs, the government can try to help to make a difference in terms of the duties to help the people of Montserrat. Madam Speaker, when you import something, it's CIF, cost, insurance, freight. And that is the figure that they use for thing. If the freight is double, Madam Speaker, but if the government cuts all the freight, if say you import let's say something and it costs $1,000 in the freight. Madam Speaker, if they cut it in half and say, all right, you add, instead of adding $1,000 onto the cost of the product, you add $500. It would make a difference. It would be big savings to the people of Montserrat. And I don't know if they don't understand, Madam Speaker. All they're thinking about money, making money, killing the people of Montserrat. It's only 4,000 well, it might be even less than that. Honorable Hogan, what do you think? Is less than that? About 4? Okay, good. 4, and Madam Speaker, as you notice, that every time anyone gets a chance, they're leaving Montserrat. Because it is hard, and this government is not doing or putting anything in place to help the people here in Montserrat. Madam Speaker, they have to do something different. Education. Well, I heard the honorable members and the parliamentary secretary talking about what they're doing for the education. I'm happy for that because, Madam Speaker, we need to make sure our children are properly educated and things are properly put in place to be able for them to be educated. I say I'm going to be short. Health is another thing, Madam Speaker, that I'm happy for the progress of the hospital because it would, and the equipment that they have gotten, and I really say thank you very much because at the end of the day, it's most beneficial for all of us. So, some of us can afford to be airlifted out of here and whatever. A lot of us can't do that, to get tested and this kind of stuff. So, Madam Speaker, I'm happy that they are doing what they can do for that. But, Madam Speaker, let me just touch back on the access part here again, Madam Speaker. God forbid, Madam Speaker, if a plane is taken off at the airport here and gets over the lookout point and something happened, they had to land in the water. How is the rescue going to happen? The Heliconia Star? Is that allowed to come, that will be able to come right into the shore? Madam Speaker, the reason I'm saying this is that Saturday when I went fishing, I went to pull fish pot on a boat with some people. And when I went down by the dock and I saw the little, was supposed to be an inflatable rescue vessel with the twin engine. Okay, good. The engines look brand new. But the rest of the boat, Madam Speaker, it's a shame to see that they're using that to rescue. When I heard that they did rescue the 2 brothers on the boat on Saturday, because we did pass them on the ocean, and when I heard that boat, but Madam Speaker, that vessel that they have there, that little orange vessel, should not be operating. I have photos on my phone, Madam Speaker, that I took. And this is before all of that, I didn't know that. And it's a shame that when we are talking about ferry and having this and having that and plane and this and that. Imagine that we, as a British colony, have a little rescue vessel like that down there, where the stern is deflated, the bow is deflated. Does that make sense, Madam Speaker? Come on, man. We can do better than that. The British would never allow that to be used in their waters. Nowhere at all. And these are the kind of things that we're accepting. Honorable Premier, if you want, I can show you. I have the photo right here on my phone that you can see. That's a disgrace, and I think you need to do something about it right away, because the fishermen's life are at stake. Because to get something happen, to get the Hurricane Star, to get the crew for the Hurricane Star to go out there to do something, by that time everybody done drown. So I'm asking you, Honorable Premier. I'm asking, I'm not telling, and as a matter of fact, I'm saying to you, my Honorable Premier, within the next, I've given you 1 more month, 1 month, to do something about that. A month is a long time. But please do something about that. Huh? Give what? And we're talking about 5 years. Government is continuous, Honorable Premier. Listen to me. What happened yesterday not going to happen today, you know? And you lot have been boasting about you've done this and you've done that. Blowing your own trumpet all day. Blowing your trumpets all day. Instead of have people blow your trumpet for you. Are you blowing your trumpet all day? Do good and let your works be seen. That's what you lot need to do. I'm trying my best to do it, but you are the ones that are in the position to do it. So you get up and do it and stop talking. And stop, I'm getting kind of angry in terms of your attitude. Attitude is, as a matter of fact, I think Basil had something on the radio this morning about attitude. You guys must listen to them sometimes. The people elected you lot in the position where you are. Yes, they elected us and we're doing what we can do. But you lot are in the position where you are right now to do what you can do for the people and what you should do for the people. You know what? Well, he's doing his best. But all I'm saying is that we need to stop being petty and whatever and do what is best for the people. It's not me, I. It's what is best for the people you have to do. And I said, Honorable Speaker, I am going with the fisherman then because it's dangerous. If a fisherman, you can't go take that for go save nobody. I would not even go on the vessel anyhow. Let me move on to thing. Another issue I want to touch on is that investment in Montserrat. Investment in Montserrat. How are we encouraging investors to come to Montserrat to do anything? There's nothing. Claude, is there anything in this budget that's in? No,
that's what we're saying. It came over to England.
Yeah, but there's not. Yeah, but nothing in this budget in terms of putting things in place for investors. I am not getting into all that. I'm not getting into all that, Dr. Sammy. Where you call it? Not the was the Abu scientist? No, he moved to the geothermal scientist now. I'm not going to disrespect him that way. But there's nothing in the budget in terms of it. Madam Speaker, I'm talking so because this thing hurts me to a certain extent. I want my people to be working. I want them to have jobs. I want them to make money so they can pay their bills, feed themselves, and go travel where they want to travel. But this government, they're not putting these things in place. And the reason why I say I'm upset about this, Madam Speaker, I had a company who applied here to this government for a cosmetic factory. I'm talking straight. For a cosmetic factory, Madam Speaker. And they know about it. The government knows about it. Well, Dr. Sammy knows about it, and Honorable Premier knows about it because I brought it up with the Honorable Premier right inside here, a one-on-one. So don't tell me that none goes so. That thing. And Madam Speaker, this company applied whatever for everything, and time, waiting. They went through all the process, what they have to do and whatever. And last year, November, Madam Speaker, when I was in the States, a gentleman called me. He lives, they're living in Miami, in Florida. That's where they operate from. And he said to me, he's been waiting, what's going on? He still can't, whatever, and so on. Through his lawyer here and whatever. And I said to him, well, maybe you should try somewhere else because if it's going over a year now nearly, and if you're not getting any response, just go and do something else. Because the reason why I said that, Madam Speaker, the gentleman, he said to me, they have containers on the dock in Italy, sitting there to be shipped to Montserrat as soon as they get the go-ahead. And the products inside, they have a shelf life. And if they don't get moving within the next couple of months, they will lose everything. Madam Speaker, let me just pull up something on my phone here, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this company, and I just got a message from one of the at 6:06 tonight from them. But Madam Speaker, this company had set up everything that they wanted to set up to be able to operate here in Montserrat. And I have the packages. This is a photo of the packages, Madam Speaker, that they have. The name of the company was supposed to be Caribbean Emeralds. And all the cosmetic and all the stuff here. Madam Speaker, I said to the gentleman, why don't you go to St. Martin and try St. Martin and see? He went to St. Martin in November, and he went back there in December. And January, they started shipping the stuff, Madam Speaker, and set up everything in St. Martin. They shipped between February and now 6 40-foot containers of cosmetic products that could have been done here in Montserrat. 3 to America and 3 to Europe. And Madam Speaker, we lose the amount of work that would have given to the people of Montserrat and revenue to the people here in Montserrat, and we lost all of that. So what is this government saying about investment and attracting investors into Montserrat? No, Madam Speaker, they're not doing absolutely nothing. No, I have all the packages here labeled Montserrat, and I can show the packages now where they had to put the stickers over them to label them made in St. Martin. Honorable Premier, I'm not going to get to that. I'll have a sideline with you because I remember I spoke to you about it right here on this side of a break when we were in this house. I spoke to you about it. So I don't know what you're telling me that you don't understand, you can't remember because you said yes, or you said, oh, yeah. Huh? They did everything they did, and they said everything that they needed. All they wanted was a concession for the equipment. Okay, let me just, if you want me to be clearer, they went, I got permission from the Honorable Dr. Sammy Joseph to take one of the gentlemen when he was here with his wife and 2 daughters to the Mont Tobacco factory to have a look at it. You remember that, Dr. Sammy? Huh? When you said to me, I come up straight when you said to me, Lovetta Silcott is the lawyer for the company. And you said it was something, and you had to go through all that to get there, and it went. And then you said that, they said, okay, well, they could get the back part of the section of the tobacco factory because you had some ITC something for the front and all this kind of. Anyhow, the thing about it is that we've lost that. We have lost that. Would have been a big help for us here in Montserrat. We have lost that. So what are we going to do? What are you, as a government, putting in place for all of that to invest, for investors in Montserrat? Yeah, Madam Speaker, these are the kind of things that upset me, trying to fight for my people. We have to encourage things to make our people better in everything, in everywhere. Madam Speaker, this 3%, I'm going to leave on all that now, but because I don't want to be too long, it's getting late. This 3% wages, increase in wages for the civil servants, it sounds good. But in terms of the cost of living, it's not doing absolutely nothing. You know that the cost of everything has basically tripled. Yes, Dr. Sabin, okay, let me forget it. The cost of freight is doubled, right? So all that on top of the cost of the product gone up, plus the cost of the stuff gone up. So what is that tripled? Yes, and it is hard for individuals to buy what they could or what they should buy. As I said, I'm happy that you're even thinking of giving something. But 3% to me and to many others does not really cut it. So I'm hoping that this 3% is just a start for this year. And next year, they will get another, not 2, you give them another 3% next year. So, Honorable Premier, I want your word on it that next year you're going to find a way of giving another 3% next year to the civil servants. Understand this. The more money people have is the more they will spend. So that will help the economy. They're going to buy more food, they're going to import more stuff, and the government is still going to make more money. But please give them the opportunity to make more money, to earn more money. Jobs. Jobs is a key to the part of the economy here in Montserrat. We have to find ways of creating jobs. We don't have no proper hotel. We don't have nothing. And all this is based on not having proper access to Montserrat. So one of the key things, yes, I'm happy about the port is coming off a little bit late because it's quite a few months now. Since last year, they have been here and nothing is really happening, per se. But I understand they have to set up. But I mean, when is the deadline? When is it actually going to start? Next year? The end of this year? Something must be done. And, you know, I heard this morning, I don't know who it was, someone talking about, it was Honorable Buffon, talking about persons taking what's not really there belong to them in terms of whether they're animals or they're crops or whatever and so on. You know, the reason to many of that is the hardship. Listen to me. Listen, allow me to finish, please. It is hardship, lack of jobs, lack of being able to have money to be able to buy what they want. When the good times were rolling, you didn't have no stealing and nothing like that. Am I wrong, Honorable Hogan? If people are making money and think there's no crime. There's no crime. So if you're saying no, please explain to me why you think it is the reason. Because they're just thief? So that means all of you thief. You know, you used to thief man because you're small, why? Yeah, but then if they weren't stealing before, how come they're now stealing? Isn't it because things are harder? Well, I haven't raised goats, but I've raised cattle and that kind of stuff before. But Honorable Colonel, you have to face the facts that when people are making money, a lot of things does not happen. You know, one of the captains for our boat, Daniel Fagan, he used to live in St. Croix and so on, he used to say, frustration leads to crime, and the people of Montserrat are getting very frustrated. And listen to what I'm saying. They're getting very frustrated. And with the attitude, as Basil said anything with the program this morning, with this attitude speech thing, I have to learn, I have to change my attitude. The people put her in the position to do what's the best for them. And you can't come now because they voted in a position, I throw attitude upon them. I'm not encouraging people to steal. I would never do that. Because I don't like stealing. I don't want nobody to steal nothing from me and whatever. But I'm trying to tell you, understand what is going on properly. You know, and I did hear the Honorable Colonel. Let me just put a little twist on this, Madam Speaker. The Honorable Colonel, they talk about, and Honorable Kay Dorset. And they're talking about mental health. Madam Speaker, you notice that one of the reasons too, in terms of, you know, we have a lot more of that around in terms of, because people are losing it. They get to a point where they just go, well, we used to say go off the rockers because of not being able to achieve or get certain things on the hardship, whatever and so on, and all that. So all I'm asking, try as a government to make the people feel comfortable in their living. and a lot of this will be out the door. Madam Speaker, I heard the Honorable Cranston Buffon, just a little suggestion here, talking about building a dam in Corkhill. Where in Corkhill and how a dam is going to work in Corkhill? Madam Speaker, if the government is using their common sense and their brains, as they're so educated in every way, the same Wealth 3 that they were complaining that we dug, that's a failure. There are water system places up there can hold thousands of gallons of water. Use that in some way to help the farmers or wherever they are. Because there's piping from there down to everywhere. And they'll say no, because I know that and you know that. Because they had to get water up to them to be able to, when they're doing the drilling. So the same systems up there that had absolutely their waste, concrete systems that cost hundreds of thousands of dollars to build, Madam Speaker, are sitting up there doing nothing. If they don't want to do the farm, let them go raise tilapias and stuff inside of it. Or even the same crayfish that the minister was talking about. Because they are there. Utilize them. I'm just hoping that the Honorable Minister of Agriculture is hearing that, because he seems to think that everything just arrived. He's the done at that, at agriculture. He needs to remember that I was in agriculture, Honorable Hogan was in agriculture, the Premier was in agriculture, and Honorable Kerner was in agriculture too. So let him understand. And as a matter of fact, Honorable Premier, that's what I said, we all were. We know the system. And I'm happy about that. That's why I said about crayfish, because the lady Corbett, that's there in the agriculture department, I was actually working with her to try and get something like that started. So when he said he was doing that, that's why I went to him today. Very good, very good. And I'm happy about that. That's how I am. I don't hold a grudge against nothing. Anybody want to hold a grudge about me, that's their business. I don't care. I love everybody. I might have a problem, disagree with what you're doing or what you're saying to me, but that is it. After we get on the road, it's done. We move on. As long as we're going to achieve what needs to be achieved for the people of Montserrat, I'm ready. I'm different. We're different to them. You're well, yeah, but I say I'm not going to be too long. I have so many different things. It doesn't make sense to get into all of them, really, because a lot of them have been spoken to about. But, Honorable Premier, I just want to hear or to get some proper commitment from you, the government of the people of Montserrat, in terms of doing exactly what is best for the people of Montserrat, in terms of finding and creating proper jobs for the people and them. So, as I said, they could make a proper living to be able to buy this. It will be easier for you if you can create that to get proper jobs for them. Can you make it easier for you as a government? Because they have enough money to pay the utility bills. And I'm gonna come to a little thing with you, because I need to clarify this, because I don't like to hear certain things. I mean, as I said, me and you, we've been together in the same political team before. Yes. No, you didn't shame me, because I'm always a rebel. You know how we stop. I'm always a rebel. But what I'm saying is that, it's a few things that are happening in Montserrat. And we know that these decisions should not happen without you as the Premier being involved in them or have proper knowledge of them. Honorable Premier, hear this. The people of Montserrat elected you. They've given you the chance to look for them, to do what is best for them. You cannot turn your back on the people. If there's something or some decisions that are made that you're not aware of or you do not agree with, you need to stand up as a man, the Premier, as a man for the people, and tell the people the reasoning to what is happening or why that is doing. You know, I'm trying to figure out how I should put this other part here. But I'm not, you know, as I said, yeah, we're not sure, so make sure. Okay. Well, what I'm saying is that based on the talk, and as I said, I don't like to just listen and talk what people are saying. I like my facts. But understandable, the talk is you are not leading the country, the people. You're not acting as the leader that you are in the position to be. The big talk, and I know you've heard the talk, and everyone inside have heard the talk. I don't know for sure, but you know, as they say, children, what I say, school children, how we go, school children, no, like that. When they say something, some truth in the story. But what I'm saying is that your colleagues should know exactly what is going on in terms of many things that have been done. And you cannot allow someone without the right authority to make decisions for your people and your country unless you agree with them. Pardon? Wait, what? Do I need to call names? No, so you call them. Tell me who the person be then. No, but I'm not going to go on. That's not me. That is not me. But you know what I'm talking about. So you know. You seem to know what he's saying, what the talk is all about. And all I'm saying is that do not allow anyone to be making decisions on your behalf for the people of Montserrat that elected you and put you in that position. You cannot allow others to be bringing down your people down to the ground. You cannot allow that. If you want me to stand up and fight with you, I'm ready. You will have my support. And I'm sure you will have the other support. Honorable Hogan, you will support him as long as you're going on the right way?
No, I'm not supporting.
No, you're not going to do that. Anyhow, the other thing now, Honorable Premier, there's a little thing that has been happening recently, for starting now in terms of Montserratians, the diaspora, in terms of wanting to reinvest in Montserrat, in terms of houses and etc. We know that there's some kind of incentive. Concession, yes, sorry. Concession that is there. But some of that concession does not really match or does not help the individuals. Remember now, we used to before thinking about persons retiring and come back to Montserrat. Well, that's out the door. We'll be straight up, that's out the door. It's a young individuals, well, like my age, and Honorable Hogan and Dr. Sami, not your own child's age, and Miss Dorset, Kay Dorset, and Cranston, and these are the people now that we find, the Montserratians that went across that are making something that wants to invest in Montserrat. As we know, quite a few of them have bought a few properties here. Some of them are actually building. They bought land and actually building. And these are the individuals that we need to work with to encourage them by giving them proper incentives to be able to reinvest in Montserrat. Because all that is doing is helping us and helping the economy. And a lot of them have been asking me about this, and I said to them I would bring it up here because we as the government, or you as the government, needs to put something in place. Because remember now, these people cannot retire. They're not old enough to retire, but they still want to have something here in Montserrat. The good thing is that when it comes to Christmas time, you're going to see them. When it comes to St. Patrick's time, you're going to see them. And it only brings money into the country. So we, or you as the government, need to work on this in terms of putting some kind of proper incentives in place for all of that. Another situation I've been hearing quite a lot in terms of, as we notice, a lot of Montserratians are leaving the island, the young ones. What are we, what are you as a government thinking about putting in place to try to retain some of these young individuals? Him? No, he's not in the government. You're in the government. Yeah, and these are the kind of things that we have to work on. We have a wonderful, if not one of the best football pitches in the Caribbean, here in Montserrat. Do you know what sport tourism is? Are we actually encouraging the youth in sports properly? Are we actually trying to help them in every way? I mean, these young children, when they hear about Usain Bolt and they hear about, what's the other guy, the cricketer? The Jamaican cricketer, the Gale and all these kind of people. They would love to be like that. And all this. And we need to properly find a way of encouraging these youths to be out there. So not just when once a year when sports day come, that you have them out there running around. And as I think I heard Honorable Dorset was saying that, correct me if I'm wrong, or maybe it's Honorable Kernan, in terms of no track shoes, no nothing and all this kind of stuff, running barefoot and all this kind of stuff. We cannot have this. How much does it really cost to afford this? And, you find ways of spending money, unnecessary money, ways of spending unnecessary money in some way. I'm not going to tell you right now, I'm not going to say a thing, but things that can help. Some of that same money can help these youths. Because remember, the youths are the future of the country. The youths are the future of the country. And we have to be able to work with them and build them and train them right. We don't want them to come out to be thieves or drug addicts or whatever they are. So we have to make sure we train. I mean, I know how I grew up. I grew up in St. Peter's Village, but I was all over the village. As a matter of fact, the whole village reared me. Yeah? I would eat everywhere, by everybody's house. And so they would eat by my house the same way too. And I couldn't swear, I couldn't say the bad word otherwise. And every morning, and they say, hi, good morning, good morning. Even if you don't like them, you say good morning, otherwise they lash you, and you can't do nothing about it. Your mother or your father will lash you. But, okay. Honorable Hogan was talking about the was talking about the You mentioned about the housing thing, right?
Yeah.
And the funding, right, for the housing.
The 18 houses.
The- yeah. The government, and I said I was in agriculture, so I know all about this. The government have a lot of lands, and I think Honorable Cranston Buffon did say that he's working. I mean, the Premier mentioned it in his budget speech here, but in terms of lands from the government in certain areas, there was a project that I was putting in place before I got sick for the development of lands in the lookout area, where I'm putting in the roads. I have not seen any of that. I see you guys are trying to cut a road behind the back. Well, what side? At the end, where the lift-off part for the airport strip down that valley to come down to down there. They had a project for it, right? So I'm happy for that. I am really happy for that. Because this is part of the encouragement for Montserratians who are living abroad to be able to get these lands and all this kind of stuff, to be able to build houses. I was slipping something here. Yeah. No, I think I'll leave that. I think I'll leave that one. Doesn't make any sense, this one. Okay. The Honorable Buffon also said that he had a meeting the other day with the fishers and farmers, and I'm so happy about that part of it, because I've been harassed up to Saturday on the dock when I went to pull a fish pot with the guys, as to not being able to be getting help in terms of certain things, because as I said, they have lost a lot, and there were fish pot wires and so on. So I'm happy for that part of it. So I just want you to keep on doing what you can do best for the people and thing. But then I'm trying to find out, Madam Speaker, with the hospital, I'm going back to Honorable Kernan. This is my last thing in terms of the hospital. Honorable Kernan, in terms of the new equipment that you've now gotten, would they be set up in any kind of way to start off before the hospital main building is properly in place? Honorable Kernan. Huh? I didn't hear that. They will be set up properly before, so the testing can actually happen? Okay, that's wonderful. Oh, okay. Oh, they come as units. Oh, okay, that's good, that's good. I'm happy, very, very happy for that. Because I know what I went through, and I said, thank God I'm still alive. Some of us didn't make it. And I have to make sure I stand up for the individuals who are in or ever get in that position, and do what I can for them. You know, I say I'm not too much of the long talker, but I think those are the most important things, because everything else has been said for the whole afternoon, so for the whole day. So, Madam Speaker, with that, I just want to make sure that the government itself understands that the people of Montserrat, and put them in the position to take care in the best way that they can for us, because I'm part of it too. And to help to alleviate persons with the hardship and the struggling that they're going through. And let us not, as I said, not the attitude, let's not be petty, but let us work together to build a better Montserrat in every way that we can. And with that, Madam Speaker, I rest my case.
Okay. Just before we adjourn, I would like to address just a few things. Very disappointing today. I deliberately took the position of not addressing behaviors in the House today, just to see if members would be able to hold themselves to account. And as we came down to the bottom, to the ending of the day, I realized that it was even getting worse, with a lot of crosstalk, questioning and answering back and forth. We don't, during debates, we don't ask questions and try to get answers. And yes, honorable member, I am addressing the House. You don't need to be happy about it, but I am. A lot of unparliamentary language, over-dependence on reading our debates, speeches, lack of basic etiquette and respect for each other across the floor, lack of engagement, people speaking on their phones, addressing members directly and not through the chair. All of these are parts of the rules of the House. And you yourselves should know the rules and try as best to even attempt. There was no attempt today to try. And if we cannot represent ourselves in here to the public who's viewing, and we expect certain behaviors from the public and from the people who work for us, we can do better. And so as we continue on day 3, I hope that we could improve on some of the things that happened today and that we don't have a repeat. Thank you. I recognize the Honorable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to move a motion for the adjournment of this Honorable House until 1 o'clock tomorrow. 1.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion for the adjournment until 1 p.m. tomorrow.
It had been moved and seconded that this Honorable House stands adjourned until 1 p.m. tomorrow. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed nay. And the ayes have it. The Honorable House now stands adjourned until 1 p.m. tomorrow.